Alan was first, you're next. Run, run, run. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alan Helmick. Viewer discretion is advised. Alan Helmick would marry Miriam Giles at some point around 2006 in Colorado. Alan was still reeling from the death of his previous wife. He had been married to her for 30 years. She had suddenly passed away from a heart attack. It hit him very hard. He was devastated by this, and eventually got to a point where he needed to start going back out and doing things, and he was introduced to a dance instructor named Miriam, and they headed off, and, again, soon they became married. Miriam Giles was no stranger to tragedy herself, because in 2002, her former husband, Jack Giles, ended his own life by shooting himself in the head while in bed while Miriam was lying next to him. This came from 2 years or so of depression after their daughter had died from a drug overdose. Miriam and Jack had been married for quite some time. Jack just was beyond devastated by his daughter's death. Miriam, however, benefited from both of their deaths. She got life insurance policies for her daughter and also for her husband, Jack. A couple of years into being married to Alan Helmick, he begins to experience some financial difficulties. Miriam's dance studio and the farm property that Alan owned were beginning to bleed. They were beginning to drain out. By April of 2008, his finances had basically completely bottomed out, and he was going to be selling one of his companies. But one day in April of 2008, Miriam and Alan go to collect some kind of interest check for the title of this company, and at one point they're going to be leaving this location, but Miriam says, "Oh, you go ahead and get the car going. I'm going to go ahead and use the restroom." As Alan is sitting in the car, he begins to realize there's smoke coming from somewhere. He smells something burning. It smells like gasoline almost. That's when he realizes his car's on fire. What later they found out was that someone deliberately did it. They took a rope and put it into the gas tank and lit the rope on fire. Now, thankfully, he spotted all of this before anything horrible could happen. Miriam basically said, "Oh, Alan, it's clearly your son, Alan Jr. He did that. He tried to kill you." His son, Alan Jr., had issues apparently with drugs and money. Police were actually more interested in Miriam because Miriam was the one that was there. Miriam's the one who went out of her way to use a restroom and made him basically go to the car. And according to Alan, Miriam was actually at the back of the car near the trunk before she went back in to use the restroom. Alan's like, "No, there's no way she did this. There's no way my son did this. I don't know how it happened or who did it, but it wasn't either of them." Police could not find any motive why either of them would do this. A couple of months later, Alan and Miriam are supposed to be meeting each other at some location, but Alan never shows up. So she returns back to their home to see why Alan never came, and she found Alan. He was dead in the home. He had been shot to death. She said, "Oh my God, it's a robbery. There's things open. There's things like, someone tried to rob him and killed him." But police quickly questioned that story because the things that were open in the house, the drawers, were like kitchen drawers, things where you put your utensils and your towels. Not to mention there were valuables, there was jewelry, there was cash, none of it was taken. To police, this looked like a staged scene. So Miriam was with Alan right before an attempted murder happened on him with the car. Then she's the one who is the one to find him murdered in the house and says, robbery. And she once again puts the blame on Alan Jr., Alan's son, saying he's a drug addict, he's probably robbed the house for money and shot his dad when maybe he caught him. Several days later, she goes to police and says, "I'm now afraid because I think I'm next." Because one day, Miriam comes home and she brings a friend with her, and waiting for her on the doorstep is an envelope, and in that envelope is a greeting card. And that greeting card just says this is the actual card. "Alan was first, you're next," spelled incorrectly. "Run, run, run." Now Miriam's saying, I'm afraid for my life. They're coming after me next. Whoever killed Alan is going to kill me. It's got to be Alan Jr. He's doing this. Police were very questionable, though, and so they do their due diligence and they find out where this greeting card was purchased. They find the store and they actually find the purchase, and they can confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the person who purchased this card was Miriam herself. Then Miriam basically gets onto a plane and she flies back to Florida. Florida is where she lived with her first husband, who allegedly killed himself in bed. Within a couple of days, she says, I need to get back in the dating scene. Mind you, her husband was just murdered in their home. Miriam told the friends, okay, well, when I find a guy, he's got to be at least worth $500,000. But when police track her down and say, listen, we have proof, we have you on video purchasing that greeting card, you need to come back to Colorado. And she's like, oh, okay, you caught me. I did that because I wanted you guys to take it seriously, to make it, I wanted you to know that I was in danger and you guys weren't believing me, so I did the whole greeting card thing to make you guys believe. Girl, what? Then they dig deeper and say, okay, well, your first husband died while in bed with you, allegedly shot himself in the head. Well, he was shot through the right side of his head, and apparently he was left-handed. But also, she collected a very large life insurance policy immediately after his death. They also learned she collected a life insurance policy immediately after her daughter's death. She blew through both insurance money payouts instantly. She just spent lavishly. Then they learned that she tried to get a $2 million life insurance policy on Alan's life, but apparently that did not succeed. Then they discovered that she was forging checks, forging Alan's name on these checks, stealing money from him, which is why he was suddenly losing money. Now they have a mountain of evidence against her. They extradite her back to Colorado, where she is arrested and charged with the murder of Alan Helmick. The receipts of her purchasing the card, with her on video purchasing that card, her admitting she was the one who wrote that threatening note, the life insurance policies, the first attempt on Alan's life, which she tried to blame on Alan Jr., but police cleared him because Alan Jr. wasn't in town when that happened. He also wasn't even in town when Alan was actually killed. A staged house scene to make it look like a robbery gone wrong, it all pointed to her. The jury agreed. In December of 2009, she was found guilty of first-degree murder. Miriam was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 108 years. The belief is that she probably was the one who shot and killed her first husband, but they had no proof that she did. There's also speculation that she might have been responsible for the drug overdose of their daughter, but again, no proof. Her daughter's death is still officially listed as a drug overdose, and the death of Jack Giles is still listed as a suicide. Miriam is a cold, evil psychopath. She killed her husband. She probably killed her first husband. She might have killed her daughter, all for money. But thankfully, she was caught and she was put behind bars, and she will die in a prison cell. A re-examination of fingerprints and forensic science history would help solve a double homicide. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alma and Clifford Merck. Viewer discretion is advised. For this case, we're going to Bakersfield, California. 81-year-old Alma and 75-year-old Clifford Merck had been married for about 33 years when this case occurred. The quiet, peaceful couple lived their lives here in this home in Bakersfield, and they bothered absolutely nobody. They were just living the last chapters of their lives in peace. This was certainly not a couple you would ever think something this horrible would happen to, but unfortunately it did. On September 4th, 1984, one of their kids would go to the house to check on them because they hadn't heard from them in a while. They opened the door and they said they smelled something really foul, like a really strong odor, and the back door seemed to be opened. So they call out their names but get no response, and at that point, they call 911. When police enter the home, definitely something is wrong. At the first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary. But as they go deeper in the home, they see that the house is in absolute disarray. I mean, there are things everywhere. Drawers have been yanked out and dumped out. Things have just been tossed over. It really appears that someone robbed this house and looked through every possible place to find things to steal. And unfortunately, something else they found in the home was Clifford and Alma. Clifford was found, he had been tied up and he had been shot twice through his head. There was a pillow next to him with 2 gunshots through it. This was obvious to them that someone put this over his head to muffle the sound of the gunshot. Alma, she was inside this closet. She had also been tied up and she had been strangled to death with a telephone cord. This couple had been brutalized. I mean, just absolutely It was a horror story for them. Who on earth would do something this horrific to an elderly couple? Witnesses said they saw two men walking away from the house or towards the house at some point that afternoon, the afternoon that the two of them likely would have been killed. But no one got a really, really good look at these two men. But in a bit of luck, a short time after the double homicide occurred, there was another arrest made of, a drug dealer who had been arrested for a robbery, and in his possession was a gun. This drug dealer had a .25 caliber handgun with the initials CM carved into it, and that's something that Clifford Merck did to all of his things. He put his initials on everything. This was Clifford's gun. It had been stolen from the house. There had also been a bunch of jewelry and cash and other, significant things stolen from the home. But the Mercks, or Clifford at least, was killed with a .25 caliber. Could this have been the murder weapon? So when they tested it, they determined that it was not a match. So this did not appear to have been the gun that was used to shoot Clifford. The drug dealer, they didn't find his fingerprints or anything in the house. They didn't find anything to put him directly in that home. They did have fingerprints, though, inside the house that did not belong to anyone in the family, including Clifford and Alma. Well, the drug dealer says he actually got the gun from this man here, Robert Cowan. Robert had a brother named Gerald Cowan. They were known to the authorities. They were criminals. And the brothers looked kind of similar to the two men that the witnesses saw walking away from the Merck house, or walking towards it. Again, they didn't get a great look at them, but from what they saw, it did look like them. But when they ran the fingerprints, because they took their fingerprints as well, they did not match. And so they're like, well, what the hell? So the murder of Alma and Clifford Merck, it just goes unsolved. And it sits in a pile, the file does, for about a decade, when a new detective who was just promoted begins working on this case. And he wants to re-examine two things, the gun and the fingerprints. The forensic scientist who had worked on this case 10 years prior, who's one who said that the gun was not a match, well, he wanted to try something new after he heard about something that Robert and Gerald do. That when they have a gun, they scrape the inside of the barrel with a screwdriver, some kind of sharp tool, to basically damage the lands and grooves so that it's not identifiable if the bullets try to match the gun. Under a microscope, they can tell, oh yeah, it does look like someone had tampered with the gun barrel. So this forensic scientist does something that has never been done before. He uses materials that is typically used in dental casting. And what he did was he poured that material down the barrel of the gun and let it harden, and then he took it out. And that way he can see the entire barrel. And once he did that, he was able to take a portion of the barrel that had not been damaged by the screwdriver and then line it up with the bullet. Now they have a match. It was, in fact, the gun that was stolen from the house, Clifford's own gun, that was used to kill him. But this doesn't place the Cowan brothers in the home. Then they learned that the fingerprint analysis that was done 10 years prior, well, it was not done well, because the procedure they're supposed to do is if they cannot determine a match, or even if they do determine a match, they're always supposed to get a second person to look at the prints to make sure that they did their work correctly. The guy back 10 years prior, he didn't do that. He said, nah, it's not a match, and called it a day. He didn't ask for a second opinion. He was supposed to. So now they have a new person look at it. They determine that the prints do match Robert Cowan. He had a second person look at the prints. They also confirmed that the fingerprints did match Robert Cowan. So Robert Cowan is arrested, and now he is charged with the robbery and the double homicide. His brother Gerald, however, they did not have any evidence against him. They did not have his fingerprints in the house. They couldn't physically place him in the house with evidence, so they dropped charges against him. However, he would later be convicted for murdering a family member, and he only served 2 years for that. Robert, on the other hand, goes on trial for the homicide of Alma and Clifford Merck. He is found guilty of the murders, and he is sentenced to death. That happened in 1996. There was eventually a moratorium placed on the death penalty in California, so to my understanding, he has not been executed. He is now serving life in prison without parole. Alma and Clifford Merck were a quiet, unassuming couple who bothered absolutely nobody when two random people decided to break into their home, rob them, and kill them for no reason whatsoever. You have to think, if that fingerprint analysis had been done right the first time, these people would have been caught almost right away. They would not have been able to commit more crimes, and they would have had justice a lot sooner. But that's not how it worked out. But thankfully, in the end, eventually, the monster was caught, they were put in prison, and they will never know freedom ever again. She has never been found, but her killer eventually was. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mineko Racz. Viewer discretion is advised. Mineko was born in January of 1949, and when this case occurred, she was 42 years old. She was the absolutely loving and doting mother to 3 children. She had married this man here, John Racz, and that's who she had the children with, but just before this case occurred, Anne had filed for divorce from John. And this was also going to lead to probably a pretty bitter custody battle. At that point, she had already moved out of the house that she was living at with John, and she took the 3 kids and she got her own place. On April 22nd, 1991, Anne was going to be taking the kids to see John, and she did that. She dropped the kids off, and then she said she was going to be going to the nearby McDonald's to purchase the kids a couple of hamburgers. But Anne never got back. Anne has never been seen again. She was supposed to come back at least some point to pick up the kids, but again, that never happened. Anne was a very meticulous person, and everything she did seemed to be pretty deliberate. And so this whole concept of her just picking up and abandoning her kids was not at all a part of her character. There is nobody in her life that believes that she would ever do that or even think about doing that. And so people close to her felt something was wrong here, and they end up reporting Anne missing. There were witnesses in the neighborhood that said they saw Anne and John talking in the driveway just before she got into her car to go to the McDonald's. Now, according to some of these witnesses, John then gets into his car and he seems to drive away as well. But the most important thing here is finding Anne, and they search thoroughly for her. They have law enforcement, friends, family, all out there trying to find her, but unfortunately, they just have no luck. A short time later, police were notified that Anne Race's minivan was found in the parking area of the flyaway, the Van Nuys flyaway for the Los Angeles International Airport. So initially, there's going to be that belief, okay, maybe she did run off. It's way out of character for her. It doesn't make a lick of sense, but maybe that's what happened. But when they look at the airport and they're checking for any records of her purchasing a plane ticket, they found nothing. They checked every single manifest for the day she disappeared, the days afterwards, leading up to when her van was found, nothing. Her bank account showed no purchase of a plane ticket either. And people pretty much believed right away that the car was left there as a ruse. Someone put it there to make it look like she flew somewhere. Meanwhile, the search for her continues. Nothing. They are asking for anyone with any information to come forward. They get very little. A year or so after she disappeared, Anne's sister would go to the house where the kids were at because John still had them. He was a retired sheriff sergeant who eventually became a teacher. But there was a confrontation when she went there to pick up the kids to kind of help celebrate Anne's birthday. And he told the sister, your sister's just out there gallivanting. He literally got right into the sister's face and said, she's just out there fucking. Which was a wild thing to be told. Especially considering the fact that John Racz is the last known person to see Anne and the last known person to talk to her. And neighbors saw him getting into his car a short time after Anne left, and then Anne never came back. They learned that Anne and John got into arguments all the time, and that it appeared John had been violent. He learned that John hated his wife towards the end, and he was extremely resentful towards her for taking the kids away. But he told police, I had nothing to do with her disappearance. She's just out there. She abandoned the kids. She's out there screwing other guys, whatever nonsense he says. He actually tells police, well, I did see her after that day she disappeared. I talked to her and we had conversations, but police could not prove that, and neither could he. They learned that Anne herself had expressed to friends that she was afraid of John, afraid for her safety. And she was terrified that John was going to find out her new address. It was all kind of coming together, that everyone realized he had to have done something to her. But they had no proof, and so the case just goes cold. But by 2006, when Anne's body still has not been found, and at this point, given how Anne lived her life, how meticulous about everything she was, the fact that her bank account has never been used, nothing of hers has ever been used, not a single person has ever seen her, they knew at that point that Anne was dead. They couldn't confirm it with the body, but it was obvious that she was dead, and that she had likely died the day she disappeared. And the last person to see her was her ex-husband, John Race. He was observed by neighbors following her after she left to go get food for the kids. This is one of those 1 + 1 = 2 situations. The evidence against him was all circumstantial. They did not have a single trace of physical evidence. Some of his own children would end up testifying against him, and the circumstantial evidence was very, very strong. John Race was found guilty of the murder of his ex-wife, Anne Race. He was then sentenced to 25 years to life in prison, which is where he remains to this day. John Race continues to deny he had anything to do with what happened to Anne, and he will not reveal where her body is. Anne Race's body is out there somewhere, possibly in some shallow grave where she remains alone. She deserves to be brought home so that her family could lay her to rest. Someone somewhere out there has got to know where she is, that John must have told someone. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about where to locate Anne's body to help bring her home to her kids, you are asked to please call 323-890-5500. Two brothers went outside to play, but neither of them would ever come home again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Basil and Jamal Abdul-Faruq. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Richmond, Virginia, here at this apartment complex on Clarkson Boulevard. That is where 8-year-old Basil and 7-year-old Jamal lived with their mother. Their parents, I believe, were separated at the time, and their dad lived in another location. These were two very happy, very playful kids. They were extremely protective brothers, especially Basil was always there to protect his younger brother. These were kids who just like to be kids. They just like to have fun. They like to go outside and play, either with each other or with their friends. And that's all they were guilty of on April 16th, 1990. On that afternoon, their father, Everett, would drop them off at their mother's apartment. Their mom worked overnight shifts, and she had worked the overnight shift the night prior. And so when the boys got there sometime in the mid-afternoon, she needed to go to bed because she had been up all night. And so she said to the boys, just go out to the front yard and play, which is something they did all the time. Again, reminder, this is the early 90s. When we were kids back then, our parents were none the wiser to where any of us were. I have to say this every time, but it was just a significantly different time. Because in the comment sections of videos similar to this, the parents always get blamed for what happens to their kids in these stories. I'm sorry, but that's unfair. So, she goes to bed, the boys go outside to play, she wakes up a short time later, like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, she goes to go get her two sons, but they're not there anymore. They're not outside. She calls for them, nothing. She searches around the apartment complex, knocks on neighbors' doors, asks friends and other people that she knows there, have you seen them? Nobody has seen them. They're gone. Every parent's waking nightmare. One child going missing, but now, two. Their search for them begins. They begin to put their photos all over the state of Virginia, in like the newspapers, on the news, but they're getting nothing. And then finally, 3 days later, they find one of them. At 11520 Iron Bridge Road, there used to be a landfill. There is a landfill, but it was called something else back then. It's like a 26-minute drive south of where the boys were last seen. The fully clothed body of Basil Abdul-Faruq was found at the landfill. Had been bound and gagged. He had been placed in a garbage bag. That gets me every time I hear that. When a person puts another person's human body in a garbage bag, basically saying that this person is just trash. But especially a child. Basil had been stabbed twice in his back. He also had a pretty severe skull fracture. There were no, from what I understand, no indications of any kind of sexual assault. They found Basil, but they did not find Jamal. Searched that landfill as thoroughly as humanly possible for the next week, and they did not find a single trace of him. Jamal Abdul-Faruq, 7 years old at the time of his disappearance, is still missing. Jamal's favorite food was pizza. He loved to watch cartoons, especially Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. In the 90s, absolutely, I can relate. Liked to play basketball and to watch basketball. He and his brother were both still in elementary school when they disappeared. So I do know that their father, Everett, was not ever labeled actually a suspect, but he was basically considered a person of interest. But police have never stated that they believed he did this to his kids. That being said, they did get a search warrant to search his property, and they searched it and they found nothing. He did cooperate with police with the exception of he did not take a lie detector test. He said that had something to do with his Muslim beliefs. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know anything about that, so I don't know if that's a thing or not. But I think to some people that looked kind of suspicious. But their father and their mother were both cleared eventually, including their step-parents. The thing that wouldn't make sense to me if they were saying Everett did this is why even bother dropping them off at their mother's apartment just to come back and kidnap them, and it doesn't make sense to me. If he was planning on doing something to them, wouldn't he have just done it before he dropped them off? I don't know, just if anyone considers him a suspect, I don't know, it just doesn't sound super logical to me. But, I could be wrong. They were able to bring one of their sons home and lay him to rest, but they have not been able to do that with Jamal. Jamal is out there somewhere. If by some miracle he is still alive today, he may look something similar to this. He would be a little over 40 years old today. It sounds like possibly the reason why they found Basil and not Jamal is that Basil, being the older brother, probably protected his younger brother and probably tried to fight back, and that's probably why he was killed the way he was and dumped in the landfill. It's just speculation, really, but it kind of makes sense, because he is a very, very protective brother. But there's that chance that when he was trying to help his brother, he got killed and his brother was taken elsewhere and held captive, or who knows. No mother should ever have to bury one son, let alone both of her sons. But unfortunately, that is the case. But she is desperately trying to reunite her two baby boys. One of them is found, one of them is not. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who killed Basil and who abducted both boys and where Jamal Abdul-Faruq might be located. If you know something, it's time to come forward and help bring him home. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 804-780-6748. If you can help bring him home, please do so. And if you can help give these boys justice, please do the right thing. The backyard gate was open, a broken window, and inside, a woman was murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Belinda Temple. Viewer discretion is advised. She was born Belinda Lucas on December 30th, 1968, and she was actually a twin. She also had a sister named Brenda. Growing up, school was incredibly easy for her because she was a very bright, very intelligent person. She made a habit of greeting every single person she met with a smile, and she just had a zest, a passion for life. She had graduated from high school with honors, and she was a cheerleader as well. And in a kind of cliched fashion, she was dating the star football player named David Temple. And it was a wonderful relationship. They seemed to be head over heels for one another, which eventually led to their marriage. And then that led to a son. And in 1998, Belinda announced that she was pregnant with their second child, a daughter that they were going to name Erin. It was December 11th, 1999. The family was out and about doing, errands and whatnot, and they would eventually get back to their house where Belinda, feeling a little tired, decided to stay behind while David and their son would go to the local Home Depot. They left the house, David and the son, around 4 p.m. They got back to the house sometime a little after 5:30 p.m., and David notices that the gate to the backyard was wide open. And then he approaches the back door of the house and notices very clearly that a window is shattered and the door is open. This looked like someone had broken into their house, but he didn't hear Belinda or anything. He called out for her but got no response. So David will end up taking their son to the next door neighbor's house where they say, "Can you please call 911? I gotta go back in and check on my wife. I just want my son to be safe." So he re-enters his home and he finds Belinda face down in a closet, and she is very clearly deceased. Police arrive a short time after that, and they confirm that Belinda is deceased in the closet and she had been shot through her head. And judging by the scene, this looked like a robbery. Except something seemed off to detectives. One thing that seemed kind of strange was that their TV was knocked off this table but still plugged into the wall. They have no idea why a robber would do that. It didn't look right. And to top that off, not only was Belinda herself wearing very valuable jewelry, which was still on her, there was also jewelry found very open in the house. It was clear as day that this person could have very easily, quickly taken. Even if a robbery went south and this all went wrong, this could have been something they swiped and took. But they didn't. The only thing stolen from this home was Belinda's life. Nobody saw or heard anything. But David Temple was quick to blame someone for this, a neighbor of theirs, a high school student named Riley Sanders. You see, both Belinda and David were on the faculty at his high school. Belinda had reprimanded him on a number of occasions, and also, I guess, she reported him for being truant. And so there was this belief that this angry teenager broke into the house because he knew where she lived and killed her. It made it look like a robbery, that it was a revenge killing. But detectives could not place him at the scene, and it seemed like he was pretty cooperative with them. David Temple, though, was not being honest with the cops, because David was having an affair with another faculty member at the school. This had been going on since 1998. She would later testify that David lied to Belinda on a number of occasions, stating that he was somewhere else when in fact he was with her. She also told police that 3 days before the murder, both her and David professed their love for one another, and eventually they wanted to get married, which, in 2001, they did get married. But they couldn't find any evidence that the high school student was involved in Belinda's death. And David really had more of a motive to do it. He wanted to be with another woman. Belinda was about to give birth to their daughter, who, by the way, of course, also died in all of this. By 2004, the FBI now becomes involved with assisting in this case, and they are looking through the evidence, and there was gunshot residue, of course, found on Belinda's body. They also had processed other evidence for gunshot residue, and in 2004, they announced that they found that gunshot residue on David Temple's clothing. Despite him saying he did not come into contact with Belinda's body, and also he said, "I had not fired a gun." They owned guns. There were 2 guns in the house when the police were processing it. None of those turned out to be the murder weapon, but they end up arresting David Temple and charging him with Belinda's murder. He goes on trial and the jury finds him guilty and sentences him to life in prison. But in 2016, his conviction is overturned because apparently the prosecution withheld some evidence from the case, which, why the f do they do that? Ugh. So he goes on trial again, and this time Riley Sanders, the neighbor who David had basically accused of being the killer, he actually testifies at the trial, and he is accused, of being another possible suspect. He denies having anything to do with it. Again, there was no physical evidence placing him at the scene, but David at this trial is once again found guilty, and he is once again sentenced to life in prison. This is a story we've heard 1,000 times before. A man marries a woman, falls out of love, has an affair, maybe has kids with other women. Now they can't have the wife in their life anymore, and so they decide, instead of just getting a divorce or leaving the person, they instead just murder them, taking a mother away from her son, and also killing another child in the process. David is exactly where he deserves to be, and hopefully he rots. The only thing Belinda Temple was guilty of was being a loving and caring wife and mother, and now a son has to grow up without his mom, and that is unfair. But at least, thankfully, the monster that took her away will rot in a prison cell for the rest of his life. Did a love triangle lead to a murder in Texas, or was it for reasons completely unknown? Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Billy Mac Fleming. Viewer discretion is advised. When this case occurred, Billy Mac Fleming was actually the football coach here at this school, which was called the Woodson Junior High School in Hull de Zeta, which is in Texas. He was born in 1948. From a very early age, he proved to be an incredibly intelligent person. And as he got older, he also began to realize, I'm really good at sports. I'm very athletic. In particular, he loved football. He would eventually join the varsity football team, and that was going to be his goal, his dream, was to maybe play professionally. Maybe I can make football my career. Along the way, he met and married this woman here. Her name is Linda Fleming. She was actually his second wife. And it sounds like once the second marriage started and, other just life happened, his dream of becoming a football player just, wasn't going to happen. But the next best thing for him was to coach football, and that's what he ended up doing. By the end of 1984, he would tell Linda, I don't think our marriage is meant to last. He said, I don't see a future in it. And so he ended up filing for divorce. Well, what she also found out was that he was, in fact, having an affair with another woman who worked at the school. And her name was Laura Nugent. Which takes us to April 12th, 1985. Billy Fleming was working at the school that day. That's the last place anyone can recall seeing him. Then he failed to show up for things he was supposed to be attending. And at that point, his family became concerned and they reported him missing. Search for him would last about 10 days or so, when on April 22nd, 1985, a man out picking berries came across the body of a man. This man would later be identified as Billy Mac Fleming. He had been shot twice behind his ear. He even still had on his football whistle and lanyard. But for some reason, his shoes were missing. They were able to search his home thoroughly, and they didn't really find anything there that would indicate that any crime occurred in that house. Then they found out who the last person was to see him. That was a man named Hurley Fontenot. Hurley Fontenot was the principal at the school that Billy was a coach at. Then the police found out something even more interesting. They found out that Billy was in this relationship with another person who worked at the school. Well, the woman he was now seeing used to date the principal. He actually told police even before the body was found that I was with him, I was at the school, I ended up dropping him off at his car there. And then after that, I never saw him again. Now they have motive. They have the fact that Billy was having an affair with another woman before he was even divorced from his wife. The woman he's now seeing used to be dating the principal of the school that Billy was a coach at. That's a good old-fashioned love triangle. But they also learned that his soon-to-be almost ex-wife, Linda, was set to receive $55,000 in a life insurance policy. That's also potentially a motive. To make matters even more confusing, when they did search his home, they didn't find any evidence of the crime related to his murder, but they found a very small amount of cocaine in his medicine cabinet. So now they have another possibility. Could he have been affiliated with people in the drug world? Maybe he didn't pay, or maybe he stole the cocaine or whatever, and that's what led to his death. The fact that he was found without his shoes on indicated to some police officers, some detectives, that it was actually a common thing that would be done during like a drug hit. In the end, they kept circling back to Hurley Fontenot, who is this man who was admittedly the last person to see Billy alive. So they figured this is actually the best motive. Hurley Fontenot is then arrested and charged with the murder of Billy Mac Fleming. Well, Hurley Fontenot says, well, I was out and about that day after I dropped Billy off. And he claims he went to pick up his daughter at the airport, but it turns out it wasn't even a day that his daughter was supposed to be arriving in town. He claims he just got the days mixed up. He says he went to one airport thinking that's where she was, but then he said, maybe she's another airport, and then he went to that airport. All on the day, the time frame that would have been when Billy was murdered. Couldn't even keep a story straight, not to mention they found out that his daughter wasn't even coming to town that particular day. No one could corroborate ever seeing him at either of these airports. As a matter of fact, there was no one to back up his alibi. So the trial begins, and pretty much the motive they say is this was a love triangle. Mr. Fontenot was really pissed off that his ex-girlfriend is now dating another member of the school faculty. He was jealous, he was angry, he was upset, but they also had no physical evidence connecting him to his murder. Nothing. Not a gun, no bullets, no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing, no witnesses. But he did lie badly about his alibi. Why would he do that? Well, that was really the only evidence they had. And because of that, Hurley Fontenot was found not guilty in the murder of Billy Mac Fleming. He was acquitted, meaning he could never be charged again. They simply put, had no evidence. The motive, of course, is a tale as old as time, right? A love triangle, people kill for love. You also have to back it up with proof. You can't just say he did it because of that. Also had the fact that his wife was getting a $55,000 life insurance policy. She's never been officially listed as a suspect. A couple of years after Hurley Fontenot's trial, where he was acquitted, he actually ends up dying of a heart attack. The police and prosecution considered this case closed, that we got the right guy, it's just we couldn't secure the conviction. But the question really does still remain, did Hurley Fontenot truly kill Billy Mac Fleming, or did he not? Could it have been his wife? Could it have been a drug deal gone wrong? Well, nobody really knows, and it doesn't sound like anyone's actually investigating this at all. And so the murder of Billy Mac Fleming just might remain unknown or unsolved forever. Within a 10-minute window of time, she would vanish from her work. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cheryl and Scherer. Viewer discretion is advised. Cheryl Ann Scherer was born in August of 1959. She was one of 3 siblings. Cheryl was actually the oldest of the 3 of them, and she had a brother and a sister. One of the things people remember most about her is that she had an absolute love and a passion for animals. Any opportunity she had to play with an animal, a dog, a cat, whatever, she would take it. She also liked to do things like sewing, and her sister said that they shared a bond or love of David Cassidy back in the 70s. They had, posters of him on their walls. Cheryl was prom queen, and she graduated from high school in 1977. And then a short time after that, she got a job. She was working here at the Rhodes Pump Your Own gas station. This was not one of those places where there was an actual convenience store that people could walk into. It's a secluded building where the cashier would be in there with a locked door, and they would sell the gas and cigarettes, but that was it. No snacks or sodas or anything. And Cheryl was working the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift. And that is where she was working on April 17th, 1979. She was scheduled to work until 2 p.m. A few hours before she was off, though, she called her mom from the gas station and just sort of talked. Cheryl said, I have plans, later I'm going to come home. I'm going to do some sewing after I cook some dinner. Then about 20 minutes or so after the phone call ended, one of Cheryl's cousins drove past the gas station, and they think they saw someone inside the station, but he couldn't tell if it was Cheryl or not. Then 5 to 10 minutes later, another employee gets to the gas station and notices that Cheryl is not there. Her purse is there, her car is there, the keys to her car are in her car, but Cheryl was not. She was gone. This was highly unusual. This is not something she would do, just walk away from her job, especially leaving her car and purse and everything. It immediately felt very, very concerning. And that is when they were starting to piece things together. So based on the time the phone call ended and when the cousin drove past and saw what they thought might have been Cheryl in the gas station, they believe that Cheryl disappeared sometime between 11:40 a.m. and 11:50 a.m. This employee who came to the gas station wasn't scheduled to work at that time when they got there. They were just stopping by, and they got there around 11:50 or a few minutes after and would notice that Cheryl wasn't there. So there is a literal 10-minute window of time when they know she was there between when she was not there. Meaning, if someone abducted her, which is the obvious belief here, someone did it very quickly. and they're 100% confident that she was abducted. The cash register was still full of money, but they also had a little cash bag that would have had about $480 in it, and that $480 was missing. It was taken. So obviously this was a robbery that then led to this person taking Cheryl and then doing God knows what with her. But was that the plan? What was their plan to abduct this person? Or did that plan come when they realized that, oh, it's a younger woman working, and so, I'll kidnap her and, rape and whatever the case may be. Obviously, nobody knows that because they don't know who did this still to this day. There were obviously no cameras. This was 1979. That really wasn't a thing then. Nobody witnessed, no one saw or heard the abduction. No one heard any screaming. No one heard any cars skidding away. No one saw a car, driving quickly away. Cheryl was there, and then in a 10-minute window of time, someone came, robbed her of the money, and then kidnapped her. And the obvious belief is that, she is dead. They have suspected numerous people, including Otis Toole and Henry Lee Lucas, the confession killer. There was another serial killer that they suspected may be involved. There was also an unknown serial killer who seems to be killing and abducting redheads in this general area, but those are all just speculations. They don't have any proof that any of these people did it. They're just guessing. Because there was no one in Cheryl's life that also would, fit the bill as just someone who would do this. It's a mystery. Absolutely nobody knows who did this, and nobody knows for sure why, and no one knows where Cheryl is. On April 17th, 1979, in Scott City, Missouri, I think I forgot to mention the location earlier, Cheryl Ann Scherer was working her shift, and then she was abducted, and God only knows where she is now. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Cheryl is located and who did this to her. Perhaps that person who knows is you. If you have any information, please come forward. You can call 573-545-3525. Gunshots ring out inside of a courthouse, and when the dust clears, there are 3 bodies. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christine Belford and Beth Mulford. Viewer discretion is advised. When this case occurred, Christine Belford was 39 years old. She was the mother to 4 kids. 3 of the kids came from one husband, and then the 4th child came from a previous husband. And the family, they all lived in the state of Delaware. She had been married at one point to this man, David Matusowitz. He is the father to 3 of Christine's children. But their marriage ended badly. It ended very bitterly, which then led to a very tumultuous custody battle between Christine, David, and with the 3 kids involved. David wanted full custody of all 3 kids. When in 2007, Christine agreed to let the 3 kids go with David and his family because David said, we're going to be going to Disney World. It was supposed to be a 2-week trip. She wouldn't see her kids for the next 18 months because really, David and his family kidnapped the kids. 18 months later, the kids and the family are found in Nicaragua, and they are brought back to the States where David and his family are facing charges. This included his mother, Lenore Matusowitz. In the end, David Matusowitz was sentenced to 48 months in a federal prison. Lenore was given 18 months. David's father, Thomas, and David's sister, Amy, were not pressed with any charges, and the 2 of them moved to Texas. Christine then filed to basically terminate all parental rights from David, and she won that. But then the Matusowitz family, who were absolutely cuckoo-cuckoo bonkers insane, would go on a smear campaign against Christine. They alleged that Christine was physically, sexually, and emotionally abusing her kids, which was not true. The Matusowitzes hired a private investigator to stalk Christine and the kids, and this is actual video from the private investigator. And the Matusowitz family tried to use this as evidence and proof that Christine physically abused her kids. You see, in this shot here, Christine is holding one of her daughters by the arm after yanking her from the street. And they said, see, she's physically abusing her kids. But what the video they try to hide was the fact that the little girl was in the middle of the street while a car was coming. Christine yanked the girl out of the street to protect her. This was not evidence of abuse. This was evidence that a mother was trying to save her daughter. Christine knew she was being stalked at this point and being followed by the family, being harassed by the family. They were putting out all these false claims against her. And she ends up filing for child support for David to, pay, which would take them to the courthouse on February 11th, 2013. And it would turn very, very deadly. Christine brought along with her very good friend, Beth Mulford. Beth was there for moral support for Christine. This was obviously a very traumatizing thing that's happening. And she's just being a good friend, a great friend. But unfortunately, it cost her her life. Now, at this point, David and Lenore, they're already out of prison and they're in Texas. So they have to fly from Texas to Delaware for this court appearance. The moment that Christine and Beth enter the courthouse, gunshots ring out. A man came from the shadows, seemingly, and began to fire at both Christine and Beth. That man was Thomas Matuszewicz, David's father. He unleashed a fury of bullets that struck Christine. Beth tried to run. He chased after her and shot her. He then got into a firefight with the security officers there, which would end up resulting in Thomas Matuszewicz putting the gun to his own head and pulling the trigger, ending his own life. Both women were rushed to the hospital, but it was already too late. Both of them would be pronounced deceased. Within just 2 days of Christine's murder, David's sister, Amy Gonzalez, ends up filing for custody to take Christine's 3 kids. The courts were like, are you fucking kidding us? No, you're not having them. When David Matuszewicz was brought in for questioning about all of this, they told him, hey, your father's dead. He killed himself after shooting Christine and Beth. And all he said was, oh, okay. After searching the properties belonging to David and his parents, his sister, they found a treasure trove of evidence. They found a series of weapons, not only what you see here, knives, they found guns, they found tons of ammunition. It looked like the family was preparing to go to war. They found notebooks full of detailed minute-by-minute things of what Christine was doing, clearly indicating that this entire family, along with the private investigator, were stalking her. They also found lists in these notebooks of other people they planned to target. It was a hit list, including Christine's attorney. Thomas Matuszewicz obviously is dead, so they can't press charges against a ghost. But they have enough evidence now to show that the entire Matuszewicz family had planned this for a long time. They had evidence of stalking, evidence of unlawful surveillance, cyber stalking, harassment, threats. The 3 surviving members of the family were all arrested and charged with connection to the murder of Christine and her friend Beth. And all 3 of them were convicted of their crimes and all sentenced to life in prison. The moldy, decomposing fruit leather Lenore Matuszewicz died in prison. Womp womp. David and his family allegedly did this for the kids, but as what happens in all cases like this, now these children have no parents because the mother is dead and the father is in prison for the rest of his life. So what really was the result here? The kids are now growing up without their parents, which is an absolute shame. These kids did not deserve any of this, but that is what happened. But thankfully, all of the monsters at play here are all either dead or now behind bars for the rest of their sad, pathetic lives. A teenage boy walked into this vast forest of trees and has never been seen again. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Christopher Temple. Viewer discretion is advised. Christopher Allen Temple was born on May 18th, 1972. He was one of 3 kids. His parents owned and operated a little shoe store there in East Lansing, Michigan. Christopher had a very normal, typical upbringing. Growing up, he had a very close bond with his parents, especially his father and his siblings. But as Christopher got older and he became, a teenager, he was starting to do teenage things. He was tardy to school or was absent from school without his parents' knowledge. His grades started to decline and he did fall into drugs and alcohol. Christopher would begin to isolate himself, not just from his friends, but also the family he loved so much. He had been arrested for shoplifting, and, things were just, all of a sudden wasn't going good. But by 1990, he ends up starting to turn everything back around and towards a positive direction. He was showing up to school. He was getting solid grades again. This is the Christopher everyone always knew. He is finally, he's back. And then he disappears. It was April 22nd, 1990, here at Riverfront Park in Lansing, Michigan. Christopher and 4 of his friends would go there because there was a big Earth Day celebration. But the friends wanted to keep the festivities going, and so they would leave Riverfront Park and they would head about 20 minutes or so north to the Rose Lake Wildlife Research Area. This is a 4,000 plus acre park where there are obviously trees abound. There are little swamps and kind of little lakes. There's hiking trails. People go here to camp. It's a beautiful area. It really is. And that is where these teenagers went to have a little bonfire. They set up the bonfire. They began, passing a guitar around. They were just shooting the shit, having fun, being friends. And then they started drinking and smoking marijuana, including Christopher, who had basically been sober for quite some time. At approximately 9 p.m., the friend said that Christopher stood up and he kind of mumbled something, and he seemed to be a little out of sorts, like he wasn't as talkative or as, friendly, I guess, as he had been recently. But he gets up, mumbles something, and then walks into the woods. Nobody asked him what he was doing. They kind of just assumed, he went up to go pee, or maybe he's puking up the alcohol. But they see him walk into the sea of trees, and they never see him ever again. After about 15 or 20 minutes, they realize he still hasn't come back. They begin screaming his name. He doesn't respond. They start going out into the wooded areas to look for him. They can't find him. Now, 2 of the friends had a very strict curfew, and so the friends, the 4 of them, decided to get up and leave. They just left him behind. While they dropped off the 2 friends who had a curfew, then 2 of the other boys went back to the park armed with a flashlight and some heavy coats because it was getting really cold, and they continued to search. They still couldn't find him. The friends leave once again. They go into town. They find a payphone where they contact his parents. The parents then contact the authorities, and all of them, including the 2 friends, go back to Rose Lake, where all of them begin a very thorough search. But again, they find nothing. Christopher is now missing. The friends all told a very consistent story because they interviewed all 4 of them. None of them seemed to come off as being suspicious. The only thing they really couldn't agree on is how intoxicated Christopher himself was. Some say he was barely intoxicated, and a couple other friends said he appeared to be very intoxicated, but all of them were also intoxicated, so they're, it's not going to be consistent. Nobody heard any screams. Nobody heard any twigs snapping. Nobody heard any gunshots or people being dragged away. It was quiet. And they begin a very extensive, incredibly thorough search where they search on foot. They put helicopters in the air. There are bodies of water there, obviously Rose Lake. They search those waters. They find nothing. It gets to a point where police are at a loss. They don't know where he is, and they kind of slow down the search. But the parents are like, we're not slowing down. They end up putting out all of their own money for private investigators. They hire experts, people who are very familiar with hiking to really, really search this area. Hell, they even bring in psychics to, anything. And all of it leads to nothing. And that's kind of where you have the theories come into play. Did the 4 friends murder him? Did they get into an argument where something happened where they accidentally killed him? It is possible. It doesn't sound like it's the likeliest scenario. Nothing about the stories they all told, none of it came off as suspicious. All of it came off as very believable. Could Chris have wandered into this vast sea of trees, lost his way, fell and hurt himself? Maybe he fell unconscious and then just died from the elements. Also possible. Is it possible to search an area like this, with a fine-tooth comb? You could try your best, but it's still going to be difficult. Maybe he was walking and he's passed out from being intoxicated and fell into one of the swamps, ponds, or lakes. But again, they searched him. Nothing. 18 months later, a hunter stumbles across a single shoe. When he alerts the authorities, they determine that this shoe belonged to Christopher. The police go out there and they search around that area, and several feet away, they find the other shoe. The parents and the friends all identify it as Christopher's shoe. It was found within 100 yards or so of where he was last seen. but it's also an area they searched before. And did they miss it, or did someone place it there after the fact? The shoes, by some reports, were very weathered, meaning they had been there the entire time. They also found a clump of strawberry blonde hair, which was not Christopher's hair color, but could it have been related? They also found a whole bunch of shell casings from guns there in that same area. But again, nobody heard gunshots. Nobody heard an altercation that night. This is an area where people hunt, so it is not super uncommon to find shell casings around. The hair, though, that they have tested it for DNA and it's never matched anyone. And they are very confident that those shoes are Christopher's. There was this theory that Christopher just decided, I'm going to pick up and I'm going to leave and I'm just going to go. But the problem is, he was not equipped for that. He had no gear with him to kind of live off on his own. He had no money, not a single penny. All he had on him was what he was wearing that night. And his shoes were now found, meaning he's barefoot. So, and the fact that his social security number has never been used, and nobody, not a single person, has ever even seen unconfirmed sightings of him. Which begs the question, did he purposefully end his own life? He was in an upswing. He was acting very positive in the days leading up to this. And if you know the stories, a lot of times people who decide they're going to end their own lives will come off as very happy, very full of joy, and then they're gone. They don't know why he would do that, but it's possible. But then where is he? If he did that to himself in those woods, shouldn't they have found him? Another theory is that because of Christopher's past involvement with drugs, there's these rumors that he had dealt drugs to people and he always shortchanged them on the amount of drugs he gave them. There's a possibility that one of those people got mad, maybe followed him, and waited for an opportune moment where they killed him, kidnapped him. Or maybe, just maybe, there was another person out there in those woods, unbeknownst to the group of friends. He bumped into that person, this person's a psychopath, and said, I'm going to take this person and kill them. And that's the problem with a case like this, is there are a million theories and no clear answer. Christopher has never been found. With as many people that searched that entire area over the years, not a single bone or anything. But again, it is very difficult to search a 4,000 acre area as, thoroughly, where you would look at every square centimeter of the place. Things are going to be missed. But if alive today, he may look something like this. Someone has to know what happened to him. On the night of April 22nd, 1990, Christopher Allen Temple, 17 years old, entered these woods and never returned. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where he is and how to find him. If you have information, you are asked to please call 517-641-4050. A mysterious man had been seen lurking around the apartment of a woman who had just been brutally murdered. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Christy Mirack. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the area of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Christy Ann Mirack was born on November 3rd, 1967. I know Christy had at least a couple of siblings, and she was also just very popular. She had a lot of friends. Her friends were basically like her sisters. This group would basically do everything together, including going out to nightclubs and dancing. When Christy graduated from college, she had a dream of becoming a teacher, and that dream became a reality very quickly. She would end up getting a job at this elementary school in Lancaster, and she was an absolute beloved teacher. Her students just loved to see her every day. And Christy loved being a teacher. This wasn't like a job for her. She was doing what she loved. But sadly, she did not get to have her dream job for very long. It was December 21st, 1992. Christy, who was never ever late for work, did not show up that morning to teach her students. Her principal was immediately concerned because this was very much unlike her. The principal tries calling her home. She does not answer. He then calls her family, who at this point was living about 2 or 3 hours away. They also had not heard from her. So the principal gets into his car and he just drives to Christy's apartment. When he got to her apartment, he saw her car was still parked in the parking lot. When he got close to her front door, it was already cracked open. He called out her name but got no response. He then pushes the door open slowly, and then to his left, when he turns into the living room, he finds Christy, and not in the way that anybody hoped. Christy was basically nude, and she was lying on the ground, and she was obviously dead. The principal calls the police. The police look at the scene and they see what looks like a major struggle had happened, likely right at that front door. Christy was not the type of person who would just let someone into her apartment. She had to be extremely trusting of them. And every indication from the crime scene showed that this was not someone she knew, because it looked as if someone forced their way in. She was actually wearing her gloves, which indicated that she was probably just opening the door when this person kind of just jumped in front of her and forced his way in. They determined that Christy had been strangled to death and she was also raped. They did have male bodily fluid, though, from the crime scene, so that was something they were going to be able to use to try to find who did this. Police also were notified by neighbors that a man resembling this composite drawing that they came up with was seen lurking around Christy's apartment around the time this all would have happened. I think at one point he was seen in a vehicle just parked right outside of her place. Kind of just seemed to be loitering there, and so they're thinking this might be the guy. But nobody recognized him, so nobody knew what his name was. Christy also had a boyfriend at the time who went by the name Dagger, and they thought maybe he was the person who did this to her. Christy had told friends that basically I'm ending the relationship. Well, lo and behold, right after the murder happened, a man is walking down the hallways of the elementary school she taught in. This man is looking for Christy. They say, we hate to tell you this, but she's been killed. That man was then identified as this Dagger person. Police look into him. They determined that he was hundreds of miles away when all of this occurred, and also his DNA, which he willingly gave, did not match the crime scene. And the principal, Harry Goodman, he's the one who actually found her body. They began to think, well, maybe he's the one who did it. I mean, because some people were like, well, how attentive of a principal is he that he drives to, a teacher's home to see if she's okay? I don't know, a good one? A man who actually cares about the people that, work at the school? But I also understand they have to be able to rule that out. He willingly gives his DNA. He also had an alibi because he was at the school when the murder would have happened based on her time of death, and his DNA also did not match. So unfortunately, the case goes cold, and it stays cold for quite some time until technology advances. Eventually, genetic genealogy becomes a thing. They use pair bond labs. They are able to create an image of her would-be attacker based on the DNA. This is an age-progressed photo of what he might look like, but it yields no answers. And then a couple more years go by, more advancements happen. Now we can take the DNA, we can do it with forensic genealogy to see if it can link up to a family, which it does. Which leads them to this man, a man known as DJ Freeze. Or more specifically, his actual name is Raymond Rowe. The DNA links back to his family, and so they end up basically, police stalking him until he throws something away that they can get DNA from, and they take it and they test it, and again, it's a match. He is then arrested where they get physical DNA directly from his body just to confirm, and again, it is a match. He was a DJ at the clubs that Christy and her friends would go to, but no one really thought about him just because he was just a DJ there. He didn't really interact much with Christy or the friends. So it's believed that he probably saw her numerous times. He tried to pick up on her and she probably said no. Then, where he was working at the time, he had to drive past Christy's apartments all the time. And her apartment was right there. You can actually see it from the road. So they believe he probably saw her one day, recognized her, and said, well, I'm going to go get her. Raymond Rowe is officially arrested and charged with the murder, and he ends up pleading guilty and admits to the rape and the murder. This was essentially a stranger-on-stranger crime. Raymond Rowe was sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus an additional 60 to 120 years. So if he ever gets reincarnated, he's going right back to prison. Christy Mirack was a super happy person. She was well-liked by everyone that knew her, and her students adored her. And losing her was a major blow to those kids. But thankfully, her monster was eventually caught and was put in prison, and he will never be able to hurt anyone ever again. She was apparently just feet from her destination, but she never got there. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cindy Fawcett. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Scotts Valley, located in California. That is where 32-year-old Cindy Sue Fawcett was living at the time. Scotts Valley, California is like a quaint little town, quaint little area. Looks to be a very cozy place to live. And it's also a place that Cindy Fawcett seemed to love living in. She also loved playing pool. She was a competitive pool player. As a matter of fact, Cindy was actually supposed to be competing in a competition in Las Vegas. However, she never arrived. She was working as a bartender at a bar that was located here called the Friendly Fox. It doesn't sound like it's that establishment anymore. On April 11th, 1990, Cindy and a friend of hers would get on the friend's motorcycle and they would begin driving around town, going from bar to bar, just sort of visiting people. When everything was all said and done, Cindy asked her friend if they could drop her off nearby the bar she worked at, because that's where her pickup truck was located. But I guess they dropped her off like a block or so away. And then Cindy was last seen at what was used to be a Shell station here in this location. I guess she was there just purchasing a soda, and then she was going to be walking back to her car. This is literally right next to the bar. It's feet away, but by all accounts, she never got there. Cindy Fawcett has never been seen again. The sighting at the Shell station was confirmed, and it appeared that she was alone. Cindy was supposed to work the following day at the bar, but she did not show up for her shift. Her boss noticed that her truck was in the parking lot. Obviously, something felt very wrong here, and so he reported her missing. And unfortunately, from the get-go, there just was nothing for them to go on. That's when police learned that she was just days away from going to Las Vegas. She already purchased her plane ticket, but that plane ticket was never actually used. When they searched her pickup truck in the parking lot of the bar, they found her purse in there and the keys and everything, but there were no signs of foul play in or around the truck. Nobody saw or heard anything that would suggest foul play. Police thoroughly questioned the person she was with that night driving around, and it sounds like they've been able to clear that individual. She also had a boyfriend at the time who was, I guess they were kind of at a point where they were estranged. Cindy, I guess, had been seeing another man, and this caused some issues in the relationship. It was a 9-year-long relationship that was kind of finally beginning to fizzle out. But they looked into him as well, gave him a lie detector test. He was extremely cooperative with police. He gave them anything they needed, and they've been able to clear him too. And so they have no idea what happened to her. She gave zero indications that she was planning on fleeing and running away. Her bank account has not been touched since. She actually had an uncashed paycheck also found in the truck. Her social security number has not been used for anything. And at this point, police believe that foul play is involved. But it really is an absolute mystery as to what that is. Because there are no witnesses, there is no crime scene, there's no body, no blood, no broken windows from her car, nothing. But as we all know, people cannot disappear into thin air. It is just simply not possible. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Cindy Sue Fawcett and where she may be, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Cindy Sue Fawcett or anything that could help lead to capturing her potential killer, you are asked to please call the Scotts Valley, California Police Department at 831-440-5654. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Continental Airlines Flight 11. Viewer discretion is advised. Continental Airlines Flight 11 was a Boeing 707, and on May 22nd, 1962, it held 45 total people, 37 passengers, 8 crew. It would depart O'Hare at 8:35 p.m., which is in Chicago, and its destination was Kansas City, Missouri. Then at 9:17 p.m., it completely fell off of radar. At that same time, people in the area said their windows began to shake, the earth began to rattle. They heard a loud explosion. They saw a ball of light in the sky. Some people saw a giant cloud of fire coming from the ground. That is because Continental Airlines Flight 11 has crashed. The tail of the plane had completely separated from the rest of the aircraft, which then caused the remainder of the Boeing 707 to begin to violently hurl towards the ground. Pieces of the plane at that point began to rip off of it and separate. People and the seats from the plane were violently ripped out and thrown, and eventually it struck the earth at a 10-degree angle. When rescue arrived, they were able to find every single person, 45 total individuals. One of them somehow was still alive, but they were not conscious, and by the time they got to the hospital, after a few short hours, they would also be pronounced deceased. So everyone on board Continental Airlines Flight 11 died. Well, they would soon find out it wasn't a crash. It was an explosion. Someone deliberately blew up the plane from within it. This is a short video showing a recreation of what happened. Dynamite. Their investigation would show that someone had a bundle of dynamite that they were able to bring onto the plane. Again, this is 1962. This is way before we had the safety we have in place now. But this person then went towards the back of the plane in the bathroom, lit the dynamite, threw it into the trash can, and just waited and sat there and waited for it to explode. FBI agents learned of a man who was aboard the plane named Thomas Doty. He was a married man who had a 5-year-old child at the time. They learned that just before the crash, he had purchased 2 life insurance policies that would have equaled out to $300,000 in cash. And this would be payable to his wife, which when the crash happened and she found out and all this, she did try to take that. But then they learned that Thomas Doty had made a purchase just before the flight. What did he purchase? 6 sticks of dynamite. You see, Thomas Doty was about to go to trial for an armed robbery that he could very much get convicted for. And he apparently had this thought process of, well, I don't want my wife and kids to go without money, so I'm going to purchase life insurance policies, I'm going to board a plane, and I'm going to blow the thing up, killing whoever else is on it. That way my family can get that money. Well, they didn't. They didn't get the money, because the investigation ruled his death a suicide, which, just simply put, for insurance policies, is not payable. Not only that, he's also a mass murderer. He killed 44 other people. So he did all of that for nothing, literally for nothing. They would end up putting up a memorial many years later to dedicate the crash. And here's something I found very fucking bizarre. They put Thomas Doty's name on the memorial. This man's the murderer. He killed these people. He blew them up for money that no one got. Why is his name on there? That's insane. This is what he did. He caused this. And not everyone died when the explosion happened. Most of them were still alive. Most of them had to experience the horror of that plane nosediving to the earth at a fast speed, and they had to realize we're about to die. They had the worst fear a person could possibly have was running through them because of him. And they put him on the memorial? 44 innocent people boarded a plane to take a very short flight to Kansas City. That flight never made it because a man decided he was going to explode the plane to get money, which nobody ended up getting. They all died for nothing. But at least, I guess you could say that the monster who did this to them also died. And sorry to say it, but I hope he is stewing in the fires of hell. She called 911 to report her own kidnapping, but unfortunately, it was not enough to save her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Denise Amber Lee. Viewer discretion is advised. Denise Amber Lee was born in August of 1986. She was born in Florida. And she was one of 3 siblings. She had a brother and a sister. And this was a very tight, very close-knit family. Denise was also a very intelligent person. She graduated at the top of her class in high school. While in high school, she actually met this man here, Nathan Lee, who went by Nate. The two of them fell in love after they started dating, and eventually down the road, they got married. And this was such a happy, loving couple. And then it got even better for her and her husband, because then they had kids. And her kids were the entire world to her. So she was in college, and she decided to step away from, getting her education so that she could be a stay-at-home mom to make sure that her kids are being raised right. Unfortunately, though, one day a monster would rip her away from her kids forever. It was January 17th, 2008. Nate went to work that day and then came home. But when he came home, he found that Denise was not there. The 2 kids, however, were both in the same crib, which was kind of unusual, but they were okay. When he couldn't find his wife, he calls 911 to report her missing. The police also received several 911 calls the day that Denise disappeared. One of them being from a woman who was driving home when she pulled up next to what she thought was a blue Camaro, but because the sun was going down, it was actually green, but it looked blue at that point. But she said she heard the sound of what sounded like a child screaming in this car. She sees someone's hand kind of slap up against the passenger window of the car, and then this woman who's calling 911 to report this says she locks eyes with the guy driving the car. Because of the location of where she made the 911 call, there was this belief that they put out a bolo basically everywhere. It didn't. They didn't. The bolo only went out for a very particular county. There was a mistake where everyone in this entire area was not alerted about this. They also received a phone call from Denise Lee herself. She had been calling from her abductor's phone that she managed to steal. The call came in at 6:14 p.m. The call lasted several minutes, and she was trying to be very discreet about how she was talking to this operator, but she said the word please 17 times. She was desperately asking for help, for someone to find her. She didn't recognize her abductor. She had no idea who he was. And at a point, it sounds like she had to hide the fact that she was on the phone from her abductor, because then the 911 operator would hear her actually conversating with her abductor, begging him to let her go. And then the call dropped. And because of other people who had called 911, they were able to essentially ascertain that this was actually a green Camaro they were looking for. And they were able to actually put out, finally, an alert to find this car when it was pulled over during a routine traffic stop. It was being driven by this man here, Michael King. Denise was not in the car, however. They did find this ring in the vehicle, though, which would later be identified as belonging to Denise Amber Lee. 2 days later, in a shallow grave off the side of a road, a body of a woman was found. And the body was soon identified as Denise Lee. She had been murdered. You might be wondering, as did I, why they weren't able to trace her when she made the call, Denise, from her abductor's phone. Well, they found out it's because it was not a traditional cell phone. This was one of those prepaid phones, which at least back in 2008 were untraceable. But once they had apprehended Michael King and they realized it was his car that was the one that was seen by the woman who called about hearing someone screaming, well, she would identify Michael King as the person she saw driving that car, and she realized how badly mistaken she was, that she thought she heard a child screaming, but it was actually the sound of Denise screaming in that car. And if a bolo had gone out to literally all the surrounding areas, they might have been able to save her. It sounds like Michael King was a completely random person. He did not know Denise. He just abducted her solely for the purpose of rape and then eventual murder. They would find out that at one point he went to a cousin's house with Denise in his car. He then also later borrowed like a shovel and duct tape. And once police apprehended him and they were able to get a warrant to thoroughly search the car, they also found blood in the car. They found Denise's blood and hair in his vehicle. They also found Denise's hair in his home because he at one point brought her there to rape her. They also found bodily fluid with Denise, which matched him. Michael King would go on trial for the abduction, rape, and murder of Denise Amber Lee, and he was found guilty of all charges, and he was sentenced to death. A couple of weeks before me filming this video, on March 17th, 2026, at 6:13 p.m., Michael King was executed by lethal injection. His last meal consisted of pizza, ice cream, soda, and tater tots. His final words on this earth were, quote, "Since finding Jesus in prison, I have tried to live as his disciple, obeying the two great commandments, to love God with all my heart, my mind, and all of my being, and to love my neighbor, to include everyone, my family, Denise Lee's family, and everyone in the gallery," end quote. Denise Amber Lee was somebody's granddaughter, somebody's daughter, somebody's sister. She was somebody's niece, she was somebody's wife, and she was somebody's mother. Her two children have now had to grow up without her in their lives, and that is forever, unfortunately. But thankfully, the monster that took her away from them is now rotting in the fires of hell. It was 35 years ago to the day that a young mother went to the mall and never came home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donna Gail Harris. Viewer discretion is advised. Donna Harris was born in March of 1956. When this case occurred, she was 35 years old. And when this occurred, she was a single mother. She had one young son. On April 5th, 1991, she would drop her son off at her mother's home, located somewhere along Turner Road. And this is in the Chesterfield County area of Virginia. She dropped him off at about 11 o'clock in the morning. She said, "I'm going to be doing some errands. I have to go by the mall to get some things. I'll be home sometime around 3 p.m. 3 p.m. came and went, and she never got back to her mom's house. And that's when she became very worried and reported her daughter missing. Donna said at one point she was going to be going to the Cloverleaf Mall, and when they go to the mall, they don't see her car anywhere directly in the parking lot. However, as they are doing their rounds kind of near the mall and surrounding it, they do find her car. They found her vehicle at the 7500 block of Cloverleaf Drive, which was just behind the mall and just down the street from her mom's house. This is not her exact car, but it was a 1984 Honda Prelude, and it was found along an access road. And what was alarming right from the get-go when they found her car was that, first of all, the car was locked, but the emergency flashing lights were also on. But when they go to try to operate the car, it's working just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's also no sign of a struggle in or out of the car. There's no drag marks in the dirt. There's no blood or anything like that. No broken windows. Her pocketbook is missing. It's not in the car. And so when they found the car, it only made this case more mysterious. They couldn't figure out why it was parked on this access road behind the mall. And nobody can report actually seeing Donna inside the mall. So it's not even known if she actually got there or not. It's possible she was driving there and got stopped by someone mysterious. Maybe someone flagged her down pretending they needed help, or some way of luring her to that area, and then possibly abducted her, maybe for the purposes of, who knows, rape, robbery, and then murder. Her pocketbook wasn't found, so they couldn't necessarily rule out robbery because they don't know if it was stolen. It's never been found. Donna had been recently divorced. I'm not sure how that went. I'm not sure if it was amicable or not. She worked for the Virginia Power Company. She was an extremely reliable, very dependable employee. She was completely devoted to her child, and this is just not something she would do. Of course, it's not out of the realm of a possibility, because you never know what a person's thinking. But it just seems extremely unlikely that she would just abandon her child. She was also not a super sociable person at that point. She got out to do some shopping. She liked to do aerobic exercising, but she never drank. She never smoked cigarettes. She didn't do drugs. And she hadn't even been dating anyone from the past year or so. That is until they found out that she was apparently having some kind of secret fling with some mystery man. And at one point, that mystery man was named a person of interest in her disappearance, not officially a suspect. He's never actually even been named publicly, so no one even knows who he is. Not to mention, he's never been charged or anything with connection to her disappearance. She disappeared 35 years ago to this very day, the day that I am posting this. She was a young mother who lived a pretty quiet life, who just went to do some shopping but never came home. Someone somewhere out there has to know the truth, though, about what really happened to Donna Gail Harris and where she is. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her case, you were asked to please call 804-748-1251. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Douglas Brucks. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will bring us to Jefferson City, Missouri. That is where 41-year-old Douglas Brucks lived. Douglas was considered an extremely loyal family member. He was very, very loyal to his sisters. He was also one of the best friends a person could have. No one can ever recall ever seeing Douglas be mean to anybody. But Douglas also did have some of his own demons. He had been battling with alcohol and drug addiction. Apparently, just before this case occurred, he had been released from a place called the Phoenix House, which was for drug and alcohol treatment. He was at a point in his life where he was trying to turn everything around and get back on track. But that never came to be. The last time anybody ever saw him was on April 10th, 1995. On that day, his mother had dropped him off at the Country Kitchen restaurant there in Jefferson City, which I don't think is there anymore. He told his mom, "I'm meeting a friend for dinner," but they did not know who the friend was. And that was the last time any of his family ever saw him. Now, the following day, on April 11th, 1995, he does reportedly call his family and briefly speaks to them. All he really told his mother, though, was just that he was at the lake, and then someone else, they don't know who, he said was going to give him a ride back home later. Douglas actually had plans with his mother. I guess he was going to be dropping her off somewhere, but he never came for that. No more phone calls, no letters, no contact, nothing. So, and this is his sister, they do end up reporting him missing. One major concern that came up right away was that Douglas, they knew for a fact, had a $5,000 check on his person. This was an insurance check. Police would find out that that check was actually eventually cashed in Columbia, Missouri. And all they have said is that they know the identity of the person who cashed his insurance check, and it is not Douglas Brucks who did it. However, police have not released the name of the person who allegedly cashed his $5,000 check. And that $5,000 check may be the catalyst for what happened. People knew he had that check, and people have killed for less. Given that Douglas was in regular contact with other addicts, alcohol, drug addicts, just people he had affiliated with at the treatment centers, there is a strong possibility that one of those people found out he had this money and then did something to him in order to get that money. It is not out of the question and not out of the norm for someone, especially who has been battling addiction and keeps falling off the wagon. It's not out of the question that they would have stolen that money to get their fix, to go get more drugs, alcohol. But apparently they know who the person was who cashed it. I don't know why that person isn't being named, because to me that's like a red flag. That would be a suspect, would it not? But it all remains a mystery. Douglas Brucks was last seen alive by his friends and family 31 years ago to the very day that I am posting this video. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Douglas is or what may have happened to him, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, you are asked to please call 573-634-6400. If you want to remain anonymous, you can, but call 573-659-8477. When they finally found his body, they would discover soon that all of the answers were always close to home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Douglas Gissendaner. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Decula in Georgia. Douglas Gissendaner was born in December of 1966. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia. He was a really well-liked guy, had a very fun personality. And in 1989, he was looking for love, and he would end up going on a blind date. And the woman he went on a date with was named Kelly. The two of them would hit it off, and they would get married. And at first, it sounded like everyone thought that this was the perfect couple. They were a match made in heaven. Kelly herself had a son from a previous marriage, and her son looked at Douglas like a father. And then Douglas and Kelly themselves would also have a child together. They had a daughter. But a short time after they had their daughter, the marriage began to become rocky and actually led to a divorce. Kelly, after this, meets another man where she ends up getting pregnant and having another child. But then, within 2 years or so, Kelly and Doug, they kind of reconnect and they actually remarry. Was this family picking up all of the pieces now and putting everything back together? No. Because at approximately 7 p.m. on February 8th, 1977, Douglas Gissendaner would leave his home to go meet up with a friend. But then Douglas never came home, according to Kelly. Douglas Gissendaner would then soon be reported missing, and a search for him would begin when they found in a very dense wooded area, they found a car. The car had been absolutely destroyed. Someone set this car on fire and let it burn for God knows how long because everything was demolished. They were able, though, to find, after a lengthy, investigation into this, they were able to find the VIN number. The VIN number helped them identify the owner of the car. And in fact, this was Douglas Gissendaner's car. When talking to police, Kelly said that, she had a wonderful husband. He was great. He was wonderful with the kids, and everything in their marriage was going fine. But another investigator would say everything was not going fine. Because Kelly was involved in a relationship with another man when she was remarried to Douglas, a man named Gregory Owen. Kelly tells police, well, I didn't tell you guys about that because, I'm embarrassed by the whole situation, but I'm no longer with him. But, I do remember that when I told Gregory that I'm going back with my husband and we're through, she said that he said, well, I'll just kill him then. So now he becomes suspect number one. They bring him in for questioning. He denies having anything to do with whatever may have happened to Douglas. And he says, it couldn't have been me. Here's where I was the time you're saying that this all happened. They talk to a friend or a roommate of his, and the roommate confirms, yeah, he was with me during that time. 2 weeks after the vehicle was found, another investigator says, I'm going to look deeper into these woods where the car was found. They'd already searched it as thoroughly as possible, but this was a huge area. This investigator found a body, and they would determine that this, in fact, was the body of Douglas Gissendaner. Douglas had been bludgeoned over his head, and he had multiple stab wounds. Kelly, at his funeral, was acting very out of sorts. She was acting suspiciously, and it rubbed people the wrong way. And that's when they learned at the funeral that Kelly had a $15,000 life insurance policy on Doug. When did she get it? Just a short time before he was murdered. So they get a warrant to search her phone records, and they learned that on the night that Douglas disappeared, she had been in contact with Gregory Owen not once or twice or 3 times, 40 different phone calls on that night. Now, Kelly is prime suspect number 1. They learned that Kelly had told people, kind of in jest almost, people didn't really take it seriously, but she had said something after he was murdered. Oh yeah, don't worry, Doug's taken care of, and I got some money on the side because of it. She said the $15,000 was just an added bonus. She did not reunite and remarry Douglas because she was in love with him again, or because she wanted to reconcile this marriage, or because she wanted a family to work with, with the kids involved. She did it so that she could get a life insurance policy on him, have him killed, and then she gets the money. Gregory Owen is then once again brought back in for questioning. This time, he confesses. The roommate that gave him an alibi said that he did leave their house around 9 p.m. that night and didn't come home until about 8 a.m. But the roommate then admitted to police that Gregory asked me to lie for him. And so in his confession, he says, Kelly organized this entire thing. She asked me to kill him. He said that he was waiting in their home when Kelly was there, and then they waited for Douglas to come in, where he then took a nightstick that Kelly gave to him to suddenly bash over Douglas's head, put a knife to his throat, and force him into the car, in which then he took him out to the woods where he bludgeoned him over the head and then stabbed him until he was dead. Kelly Gissendaner, of course, denies that any of this is true. She said, nope, I didn't do any of that, it's all him. Numerous witnesses would testify about her behavior and the things she said, the 40 phone calls. In fact, she was the one with the motive, not Gregory. And the coup de grace is the $15,000 life insurance policy that she took out literally just like weeks or so before Douglas's death. Gregory Owen would go on trial for the murder, in which he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Kelly Gissendaner, however, they were not going to be pursuing life in prison for her. They were pursuing the death penalty, since she orchestrated this entire thing. She was, in fact, found guilty of the murder or planning the murder of her husband, and she was sentenced to death. On September 30th of 2015, after exhausting numerous appeals and winning none of them, she actually ends up confessing and saying, "It was me. Everything they said about me at the trial was true." Kelly's last meal consisted of cheese dip with chips, Texas nachos with fajita meat, and a diet frosted lemonade. Her final words were to say "I love you" to her kids. She also said, "Let my kids know I went out singing Amazing Grace, and tell the Gissendaner family I am sorry. That amazing man lost his life because of me, and if I could take it back, if this would change it, I would have done so a long time ago, but it's not. And I just hope they can find peace, and I hope they find some happiness. God bless you." And as they injected her with the chemicals, she continued to sing Amazing Grace and cried until she was dead. Douglas Gissendaner was killed for money, for $15,000. That is all his life was worth to a woman who was the mother of his children. His children have had to grow up without a father and now without a mother, because now both of them are deceased. One of them was a monster. Thankfully, that monster was apprehended and sent to prison and then executed, and they can never hurt anyone ever again. Something horrific happened behind the walls of this home, and it would take police 2 years to find out what that was. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Elizabeth Sullivan. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to my old stomping grounds, San Diego, California. She was born Elizabeth Ricks on August 14th, 1983, and she was born and raised in Virginia. Elizabeth was described as the ultimate life of the party. She was incredibly vibrant, very outgoing, very funny. She had what people described as an incredibly electric personality, and she was so easy to get along with and be friends with. Along the way, she met this man here, Matt Sullivan, someone who was originally from Minnesota, and he was also in the Navy. And they started dating, and it appeared that Elizabeth had found a very stable person to be with. This will ultimately lead to marriage. Then it led to a family. They ended up having 2 children together. They would end up moving to San Diego, California, and getting a home and settling down there. But Matt was eventually stationed overseas, and so he was gone for quite some time. When he got back, there appeared to be a strain in the relationship. Elizabeth had kind of gained this newfound independence. She got used to a way of life basically being on her own with the kids. And kind of from that, the marriage just began to crumble. And Elizabeth did start dating another man as well. Elizabeth ends up spending a lot of time now with this new boyfriend at his place, and he had roommates. This new boyfriend's roommate's girlfriend did not like Liz for some reason. And this girlfriend would end up calling Child Protective Services on Elizabeth, stating that she left her kids alone while she was out with her boyfriend. It wasn't true. Elizabeth actually had people taking care of the kids whenever she was out. She had a babysitter. Because of that phone call, the police also had to notify her husband, Matt. And that's when Matt found out that she was seeing another man. But when police told him this, he didn't seem to care. He seemed very flippant. Then on October 13th, 2014, Elizabeth disappears. That night, she makes a phone call to one of her closest friends. Elizabeth was terrified. She said that her and Matt had gotten into an argument and he was scaring her. That Elizabeth said that he's going to kill me. He's coming after me. He's going to murder me. The friend says, lock yourself in a room and, wait till the morning and see what happens. And the friend says that Elizabeth said, quote, hold on, I think he's coming. The call drops. The friend waited for Elizabeth to call back. She never did. That was the last time she ever heard Elizabeth's voice. Elizabeth was then reported missing, and her husband becomes suspect number one. And Matt was actually extremely cooperative. He even agrees to let them search their home. He agrees to take a polygraph, which he takes one, and he passes. Something the police noted, though, was that her boyfriend, the guy she was seeing, was not super cooperative with police and did not take a lie detector test. That guy actually lawyered up, which really isn't that suspicious. I mean, if you were ever questioned by police about anything, you should always just ask for a lawyer. Now, eventually, police looked further and further into the boyfriend, and they did determine that he could not have killed or taken Elizabeth, and so he was ruled out. Matt told police that Elizabeth probably just ran away. She wanted to start a new life and just move on, and apparently abandoned the two kids that she loved more than anything. Right before she disappeared, she did transfer $1,000 from their joint account to her own personal account. So that could say, okay, she did that to move away. But that money was never touched. And then they wrestled with the idea, did maybe Elizabeth take her own life? Maybe this strained relationship between her and her husband and this argument they had apparently the night she vanished, maybe that caused her to just say, I can't do this anymore. She had been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and she had also had major anxiety, which caused her to be very impulsive. And so ultimately, they had no idea. They don't know what happened to her. When police searched the home, they really didn't find much of anything. Her car was actually still in the garage, and it appeared to be untouched. And really the only other things in this garage were like their washer and dryer, and they had like a little mini freezer, but that was it. 2 years later, they would finally find out what happened to Elizabeth. And she did not run away, and she did not take her own life. Elizabeth's body was found in a San Diego bay. This was like half a mile from her home. The body is found the exact same day that her husband, Matt, is moving out of the house with his new girlfriend. When police go back to search the home after her body is found, they discovered that little freezer is missing. It used to be plugged into where that arrow was pointing, but it's no longer there. The state of decomposition on the body indicated that she was likely killed the day she vanished, but for some reason she hadn't decomposed over the course of 2 years. It should have been more, but they believe that she was actually in that freezer for quite some time. That she was probably put in there after police searched the home. Then he kept her in the freezer until he needed to move out. Elizabeth had been stabbed numerous times. It actually pierced her bones. But they still didn't have evidence to connect him directly to her murder, so they end up searching the home again after he moved out. One of the detectives goes up to the attic and just begins to remove insulation. And they were in luck, because they found a knife. Someone had very deliberately hidden this knife under a bunch of insulation. The knife had dried blood on it, which later matched Elizabeth's blood. The handle had skin cell DNA, which matched Matt Sullivan. Matt Sullivan was then arrested and charged with the murder of Elizabeth, and he would go on trial, and he would continue to profess his innocence. The motive was that night he found out that Elizabeth was officially leaving him, and it caused an argument, which then she called her friend to say how scared she was, and then she says, oh my God, he's coming, and then the call drops. A jury would end up finding him guilty of the murder, and he was sentenced to 16 years to life. And in a prison cell is where he remains to this very day. Elizabeth Sullivan was larger than life. She had the most infectious personality, and everybody loved her. Everybody that knew her adored her. Her kids missed her dearly. A monster took her away from everybody, but thankfully that monster was eventually captured, and he will now be in prison, hopefully, for the rest of his life.
ahead, ma'am. Suspect's still there.
Okay, there's still a person out there. There's a black gentleman. He's wearing a black shirt and a black pants. The lady is down in her garage. She's been shot 2 times. There are 2 shots.
Oh, dear. Okay.
And I'm right across the street.
Now, you were across the street at Timber Trail.
That is correct. Oh, my God.
Okay.
No, the suspect is, there's a car that just pulled up. The suspect is behind a tree, and he can't see me. I have my lights up, but there's a car that just pulled up, and I can't tell what color.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Farah Fratta. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the night of November 9th, 1994, when the 911 call you heard just a moment ago was made. A neighbor who lived across the street from 33-year-old Farah Fratta in Humble, Texas, said she just heard a gunshot and then saw someone flee the scene. When police arrived, they confirmed that there is a person lying on the floor of the garage covered in blood. It appeared as if the woman had possibly seen her attacker for a moment and tried to get away, but unfortunately she was not successful as at least 2 gunshots entered her body. Later determined that she actually had 2 shots to her head. Farah Fratta would be pronounced deceased at the scene. She was very clearly ambushed at her own home, but by who and why? Farah was actually born in England in 1961. Everyone described her as a very free-spirited, very kind of happy-go-lucky type of person. She was spunky, she was energetic, she had a lot of fun. Now, even though born in England, she would eventually find herself living in the United States, where she got a job working for American Airlines. Along the way, she met a man named Robert Fratta. They hit it off, they became engaged, and then they got married, which then led to them having 3 kids, 2 sons and a daughter. Farah was destined for motherhood, and she loved every second of being a mom. Unfortunately, the same could not be said about the marriage she had with Robert. At some point, it became a very sour marriage. It just began to fall apart. It led to an estrangement, which then led to filing for divorce on Farah's end. For the next 1.5 to 2 years, there was a very bitter custody battle. Which brings us back to November 9th, 1994, after Farah is pronounced dead in her home. So the neighbor described that they saw Farah get home, she got out of her car, and then it looked to be a younger black male who approached her. They heard a pop, and then another pop, and then a third pop. Then this male was hiding behind a tree nearby, and then a car pulls up and seems to pick this guy up, and then they go away. Naturally, they suspect that Robert Fratta had something to do with this, even though he's obviously not, a young black male. Where was he when all of this happened? Well, actually, he was at church with all 3 of the kids, and many people would confirm this, that he was definitely there. They know he didn't pull the trigger, and they also know he wasn't the person driving the car that picked up the alleged shooter. However, witnesses at the church would say that he did walk away outside for minutes on end, and people saw him talking on the phone. They then discovered through talking to many different people that over the past few weeks leading up to this murder, Robert had actually been very openly telling people, like, for example, he was working out with people at the gym, and he said, "I'm going to find a way to get rid of my wife." He then also allegedly asked someone if they knew anyone that would be able to kill his wife. They wanted to know, who did Robert call while he was at church? Well, they're able to get phone records and discovered she called a woman named Mary Gipp. Well, Mary Gipp was the girlfriend of this man here, Joseph Priestash. He was an ex-con and also a gym workout buddy with Robert Fratta. The wild thing is that his girlfriend Mary, who was then talking to Robert on the phone the night of the murder, she said that she knew that Farah was going to be killed on November 9th. She knew it ahead of time, but she never called police. She says that Robert Fratta hired my boyfriend to kill her. And asked why she didn't call police, she said, quote, "I could have. I really just didn't want to deal with it, to be honest with you. You know, that sounds disgusting, but it's easier just to not do anything than it is to confront it and say, okay, this is going down. I just didn't want to be a part of it." Hey, Mary, go fuck yourself. Seriously. Mary could have saved a person's life. She chose not to because, I just don't want to be involved. Mary also wrote down a serial number for a gun that she saw somewhere in the house, and which was kind of crazy because this was before the murder. She wrote this down. But again, she didn't do anything about it. Well, the serial number just so happened to match a gun that police now had in their possession, because that gun was actually used to rob this bank a short time after Farah Fratta's murder. Once they recovered the gun, they realized this is the exact same gun that was used in her murder. The individual in question who robbed the bank using that gun was this man here. His name was Howard Guidry. Now, he was a younger black male who fit the description of what the neighbors saw that night. They found out through all of this that Howard Guidry was hired to be the one to pull the trigger, and Joseph Pricedash was hired to be the getaway driver. It was eventually determined to be his car that was seen picking up the suspect outside of the house and driving away. They found out he was supposed to be getting paid $1,000 in cash from Robert. That never actually had an opportunity to happen. That's because the police had already recovered $1,000 in cash out of Robert Fratta's glove compartment in his car. They did this during a search just after the murder happened. Robert Fratta was then arrested and charged with the capital murder of his ex-wife. Joseph Pricedash and Howard Guidry were also arrested and given the same exact charges. Howard Guidry would eventually go to the house and actually walk through police how exactly he did it. Both Joseph and Howard would eventually be convicted and both sentenced to death. Afterwards, there had been I think one or two of their convictions had been overturned. They went back to trial, they were reconvicted, and both resentenced to death. Both of them are still on death row. Robert Fratta also was awarded a new trial at some point. He was also reconvicted and resentenced to death again. On January 10th, 2023, look, he's all smiles when he's about to be executed. 28 years after his wife's murder, he was executed by lethal injection. I don't know what his final meal was, and also he made no final statement. And now, 3 kids have had to grow up without both their mother and their father. Both of their parents are now deceased because of this case. They did eventually go with Farah's parents, that's who they were raised by. But thankfully, the monster that took their mother away, all 3 of them were apprehended, prosecuted, and convicted. One of those monsters, their own father, is now deceased. The other 2 monsters are awaiting their execution. And so one day, justice will finally be served. When a prominent Georgia attorney was found charred in a burn pit, it instantly became a whodunit. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Gary Farris. Viewer discretion is advised. Gary Farris was born in Alabama in 1960. He grew up with a brother and a sister. He would go on to get his education at the University of Alabama, which then eventually led to him getting his law degree. Along the way, he met a woman named Melody. The 2 of them quickly hit it off. Eventually, they got married, and they would go on to have 4 kids together. And at first, it seemed like they had a storybook marriage. They would end up getting this beautiful 10-acre property in Georgia, and they settle down with the family. By the time this case happens, all of their children are now adults, and everything in the Farris family seemed like it was picture perfect. But there were secrets. It was July 5th, 2018. Gary and Melody's son, Scott, the only one still living on the property with them, was wandering around on the grounds when he saw the burn pit. And when he got closer to the burn pit, he realized, I think I see bones. And he got closer, and it looked like human bones. So he calls the police. Police arrive, and they confirm that this definitely appears to be human remains. And the following day, they confirm that these are the remains of Gary Farris. He had died. And Melody would quickly tell police, well, just a few days prior, he has some medical conditions and something led to something where he started an accidental fire. And so they believe that, okay, maybe this was another accidental fire that maybe due to medication or something, he just collapsed into and died. And they were ready to call this an accident. That is until they found the bullets. They found a bullet in the house, and then the coroner found another bullet in Gary's body. Gary didn't accidentally fall into a fire. Someone shot and killed him. There was blood evidence in the house. They found clothing that belonged to Melody that also appeared to have small traces of blood on it. And then police learned about the affairs. Not only that Gary was having, Melody was having. She had an affair in 2009, which apparently eventually Gary found out. Obviously this angered him. And once that came out, the marriage at that point was already beginning to crumble. When Gary found out about the affair, he took Melody off of the bank accounts. And mind you, he's got a lot of money. Then they learned that Melody was having another affair, a more recent affair with a different man. She told police, well, that ended like a year ago, so. Then they learned that Gary had recently been discussing removing her altogether from his will and giving everything to the kids. And then Melody, she got herself a nice $2 million life insurance policy on, you guessed it, Gary. And it turns out the relationship she said ended a year ago? No, it didn't. Because police found phone records of her in contact with this other man literally the day before, and even I think the day of the body being found. Including a communication that Melody sent to this man that said Gary was on a burn pile before his body was found. Prosecutors believe that Gary and Melody got into some kind of fight related to money or this relationship or the will or all of the above. Something led to something where she shot him and killed him. And then she got him to the burn pile where she set his body on fire. Melody is arrested and charged with the murder of her husband. Everything about it seems right to me. Everything seems like, okay, Melody obviously did this. She had plenty of reasons in her own warped mind to do it. But I have one question that I don't understand how she did it. How did she move Gary's body from the house to the burn pit? She's a very petite woman. She's like 5'4". Gary's a big guy. How did she do that? I was reading some people state that she was extremely experienced working on the farms, and she was very familiar with using tractors and ropes and how to tow things that way. So it's possible she could have done that to remove his body from the home. My brain also thought maybe this lover helped her move the body. But Melody said, I didn't do it at all. You know who did? My son did it. She blamed her son Scott for killing his father. As a matter of fact, she actually ends up blaming all of her kids, saying all of them had reasons to kill him. I didn't, but all of them did. Nice. Nice Mom of the Year award. Now, Scott was on the property. He was living there when all of this happened. He was the one to find the body. He was the one to call 911. She said that, Scott was always trying to borrow money from his dad, and his dad got to a certain point where he was going to start, cutting him off from finances. Sure, I mean, you can see it as being a motive. But this woman clearly did not love her husband. She had affairs with not one, but two different men, in which she continued to lie about. She was really angry when he took her off of the bank accounts. She was really angry when she found out that he was planning to remove her from the will and just put everything on the kids. And then she gets a $2 million life insurance policy a short time before he is killed. She benefits greatly from his death. Scott and the kids don't really. And why would Scott kill the parents that's actually giving him money? The parents that actually seems to care about him. Melody was the one causing issues in this family. Again, my only issue is how did she move the body? That would be one sticking point for me. But all the other evidence clearly points to her. And the jury agreed. She was found guilty of the murder and she was convicted. Melody Farris was sentenced to life in prison. Gary Farris sounds like he was a good guy. It sounds like he was someone who was more than willing to give people multiple chances, and he just loved his family, and he wanted to have a solid family, but there was one person in it who kept trying to push that aside, if you will. But thankfully, the person who killed him will now spend the rest of her life in a prison cell, and that is where she will die. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Gary Ray Hose. Viewer discretion is advised. And I do want to warn you, this one's hard to listen to. Gary Ray Hose was actually a twin. This is his brother, Jerry. They were two of multiple siblings. I know there was a younger one and there was an older brother at least. And when all of this happened, they were living in Phoenix, Arizona, somewheres around Cave Creek and Greenway Road. I'm actually quite familiar with the area. I used to live literally right down the street, but I don't know the exact location. Their mother, if you could even call her that, was named Charlene Hose. And she was married to the kid's father, Walter Hose. She was an awful person. She's dead now, so I don't care. She was a horrible person. She abused her kids, but she seemed to put most of the hatred onto both of these kids, Gary and Jerry. When they were younger, she left them in their crib, and their crib got so full of feces, and she never fed them, that they ate their feces just so they had something to eat, because she didn't feed them. She had told babysitters before, don't you dare let them out of their bedroom. Their bedroom door is locked. Basically, only she has the key. You are not to feed them. You are not to give them anything to drink. The babysitter, though, did try to get them help. It's just that nobody fucking listened. Their older brother, Guy, said that he only has 2 real memories of his younger twin brothers, because his mother kept them locked up in their dark bedroom almost the entire time, and so he never even really knew his brothers. Charlene built a little thing that she called the punishment box, and she locked the boys in there, without food, without water. People tried to tell the authorities what was happening in this house, and nobody did a thing. The kids were never removed from the home, not once. Charlene Hose physically assaulted these 2 children. She beat them severely. But Gary Hose became more defiant, and he unfortunately got caught by his mom, and she would lock him in a closet. One of their neighbors would have to literally rescue these 2 boys out of their bedroom several nights a week, because she saw them sitting in a crib full of feces. She saw the bruises, she saw the scratches, the cuts, the blood, and she tried to get these kids help. And how on God's green earth nobody helped them is beyond me. And maybe if they actually did something and helped these children, one of them would still be alive. Because the fact of the matter is Gary Hose vanished. The last time anyone credible ever saw him was on the night of April 30th, 1974. The police took the case, but it doesn't sound like, again, they did a whole lot. It wouldn't even be until the 1990s when one of the siblings, now much older, would go to police, I think it was Jerry, his twin brother, and said, my mother killed him. I know she killed him. She murdered him. He was disobedient one too many times, and so she murdered him. But it's like nobody seemed to search anything. It's very vague about what anyone did. So in 2015, the oldest brother, Guy, he goes to the property and he brings his own backhoe and he starts digging up the backyard. And unbelievably, the police go to his home and they stop him. And then he is removed from the property and he is permanently banned from it because Charlene, who was still alive at the time, said he cannot step foot on that property ever again. But then eventually, police would go back to that property and they would begin digging up, looking for a septic tank that Guy felt that his brother was in, but he wasn't there. His brothers are trying to find out where he is. They're trying to bring him home. But for some reason, it seems like everyone is trying to stop them from finding him. I know now that the police are actively, I guess, working on this case. But you know what? It's kind of too late. Because their father, Walter, who was also abused by her, and he wasn't any better himself, and Walter knew that his wife was mentally unstable. Many people knew she was mentally unwell, she wasn't being treated, and they were trying to tell people she needs treatment, but everybody just refused. At any rate, Walter died at some point in the mid-2000s, and then Charlene herself died a short time later. This horrific monster knows exactly where her son Gary is, but she died taking that information to her grave, and I don't think she was ever going to tell anybody. He may have been buried in their backyard at one point, but she owned that property until the day she died, which she ended up leaving to her son, her youngest son, Jeff. But she probably dug him up and moved him God knows where. And to me, that's just continuing the abuse. Even from beyond the grave, she seems to still be harming that family. Every adult person in this young boy's life failed him, with the exception of a neighbor and a babysitter who were trying to get him help, but nobody would do it. This boy should still be alive. But because no one acted, because no one in the authoritative realm did anything to protect this child, he died. And his twin brother has to grow up with all of that in his head. He survived the abuse. Guy survived the abuse. And that probably haunts them. And I hope both Jerry and Guy don't feel any genuine guilt. I mean, I understand why they would feel it just naturally because they're his brother. But there was absolutely nothing those two children could have done. But now as adults, they are trying to get something done. That horrific monster who was a pretend mother clearly murdered her son and buried him God knows where. But somebody somewhere out there might know the truth about where she put him. And perhaps that someone who knows is you. It is now time to come forward and tell the truth. Both the parents are now dead. They can't cause you any harm. So if you have any information on this case and where he is, you were asked to please call 602-876-3868. The last time anyone saw the little 8-year-old girl, she was walking down this road. That was 80 years ago. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Georgia Jean Weckler. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to the Fort Atkinson area of Wisconsin, and it is 1947. Georgia Jean Weckler, born in 1938, had 3 siblings, and they lived on a big farm property that their parents had owned for a very, very long time. Georgia Jean Weckler was described as, quote, an awfully good artist for an 8-year-old. She was one of the sweetest and kindest students in class. Georgia was always the first student who would help her teachers if they ever needed it. She was liked by all of her peers in school, and she was just a really well-behaved, respectful young child. It was May 1st, 1947. That morning it was raining a lot, and so the ground was very muddy. So that morning, Georgia's mother would take the kids to school instead of doing their normal walk. And then after school was over, Georgia would get a ride home from one of her friend's moms. The woman, named Mrs. Florkey, would end up pulling up to the Weckler mailbox, which would then lead down this really long stretch of road to their farm property. She sees Georgia get out. Georgia goes to the mailbox, opens it up, takes out all the mail, puts it underneath her arm, and she waves goodbye to Mrs. Florkey. Mrs. Florkey then watches Georgia begin to walk down the road, which I believe is this road here, and the property was just down the end there. And that's it. That's the last time anyone ever saw the 8-year-old child ever again. Georgia Weckler never made it to her house. Not but a couple of hours later, once her parents are done kind of doing their stuff around the property, and her siblings had not seen her, they're like, where the hell is Georgia? No one knows, and so they report her missing. The search for Georgia begins, and they actually at one point, they constructed their own dam to stop the water flow of the river nearby so that they could properly search it for her, but they never found her. Police would go to the property, they would search it, they would check for anything maybe on the road or near the mailbox. What one detective found was that in the gravel on this road, it looked like someone, you could tell that the tires had spun really rapidly and someone sped away quickly. This would coincide with witnesses who stated they think they saw a black sedan driving away pretty quickly down this road just a short time after Georgia was dropped off. The search, unfortunately, just proved fruitless, though, because they found no trace of the 8-year-old girl. They found no clothing. They found no, ripped out hair. They found no blood. They found nothing. Enter this man here, Buford Sennett. By the time he ends up coming into this, he had then been convicted of committing another murder of a college student in Wisconsin. But when Georgia disappeared, Buford Sennett was out. He was not arrested at that point. He also drove a black sedan. And then out of nowhere, Buford Sennett confesses. He says, I did it. I kidnapped her and I killed her. He said it was for ransom. I don't know if the Wecklers were considered a super wealthy, but they had money and they had this farm property that did really well for them for years and years and years. So it did make sense that someone could have potentially kidnapped her to ransom her. But a ransom letter or a ransom call, none of that ever actually happened. And what Buford said happened is that they did abduct her. He said he had help. He has never named the other individual. They did so for ransom, but somewhere along the way, they gave her drugs to sedate her or to calm her down. He says That's how she died. She died, I gave her too much, and she just died. So I threw her into the river. Buford even took them to that part of the river where he says they dumped her, but she was not found there. And they searched it for quite some time. And his confession, he said some things that, according to police, were things that nobody else should have known other than her abductor. But then, a short time after that, they were realizing that the story he was telling also was full of a bunch of glaring holes. Improbable things that could not have happened. And they began to wonder, is Buford Sennett just confessing for the sake of confessing? Is he, because now at this point, he's now in jail because he had been caught for killing somebody else. Is he just a psychopath who is just hell-bent on torturing people, mentally? And because of all of that, because they never found George's body, they never found any evidence, physical evidence connecting him to the little girl's disappearance, they never actually pressed charges against him. Quite some time later, they would end up re-looking into Buford Sennett's story, and when they go back to him to speak to him, he says, I lied, none of it was real, and he recanted his entire confession. He had been released for his other murder at some point in the 70s or the 80s, but he was then rearrested in the 80s for sexually assaulting young girls. And he was put back in prison, in which he died in prison in 2008. He was 82 years old at the time. 10 years after her disappearance, they also considered the possibility that Ed Gein might have had some responsibility in this. There were a lot of cases that were unsolved that once Ed Gein came into the picture with the murders he committed and all the crazy stuff he was doing came out, they thought, well, let's just look into him for any of our unsolved cases. He was more of just like a desperate grab for anything, but he never confessed to having anything to do with Georgia's disappearance or murder. Not to mention, the only people he ever actually killed were two older women that more likely resembled his mother. And the rest of his crimes involved digging up graves because he couldn't dig up the grave of his mother to do unspeakable things with these bodies. Georgia Jean Weckler just did not fit the MO, and so he was cleared. Nearly 80 years ago, something mysterious happened to 8-year-old Georgia Jean Weckler on this stretch of road. Nobody knows what that thing is. Nobody knows where she is. Nobody knows what happened to her. All the people who could potentially be involved in her potential abduction and murder are now long gone or very close to death. And unfortunately, because of that, the mystery of what happened to Georgia Jean Weckler on this road back in 1947 might remain a mystery forever. What really happened in this convenience store in 1994? Some will tell you it's case closed, but others might tell you they got the wrong guy. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Heidi Marie Allen. Viewer discretion is advised. Heidi Marie Allen was born in September of 1975, and I know she had at least one sister. And when all of this occurred, they're living in New Haven, New York. Heidi Allen got a job at a convenience store, which was then called the D&W Convenience Store. This is what it looks like today. And she went into work on the morning of April 3rd, 1994. It was business as usual. Now, typically her boyfriend at the time would go to the store with her and hang out with her until the store became busy where there was more people, just so that Heidi felt safe. She opened the store that morning at about 5:45 a.m., and once traffic picked up, the boyfriend, said goodbye and he left. At 8:15 a.m., just a few short hours later, a customer goes up to the store, walks inside and expecting to buy something, but there's no clerk there. There's nobody there. And they just so happen to see there's a sheriff's patrol car driving by, so they flag the sheriff car down, and they say, hey, something feels weird here. So the sheriff's deputy goes inside. He sees that everything appears to be normal. The belongings of the cashier are there. The cashier's vehicle is still in the parking lot, but she herself is not there. They search all around the building. They find no one. They contact the owner of the store. They then find out that it was Heidi Marie Allen who was supposed to be working there, and now she's missing. And so a missing persons report is filed. So they're able to pull up all of the transactions that were done, and they determined that at 7:42 a.m., that was the last time anyone purchased anything at this store. They put out flyers, and they're looking for anyone who has information on Heidi's whereabouts. And eventually, a man named Richard Thibodeau comes forward to police just to say, hey, I was there that morning. I purchased a couple of packs of cigarettes at about 7:30 in the morning, which there was a receipt to confirm that. He said goodbye to the cashier, who he confirmed was Heidi. He got into the van that he drove there, and that was it. But now he is admittedly the last person to have ever seen 18-year-old Heidi Allen before she disappeared. Even though his purchase was at 7:30 a.m. and the final purchase, according to the register, was at 7:42 a.m. Now, other witnesses stated that they saw a van driving very erratically near the convenience store that morning and also driving away from it. Thibodeau also happened to drive a van, a very similar looking van to what people said they saw. So they begun to look deeper into Richard Thibodeau, and they end up doing some surveillance on him, and they have him interacting with his brother Gary Thibodeau. Now, no one could place Gary Thibodeau at the convenience store that morning. It's Richard who came forward to state, I was the one who was there. He thought he was saying that to help police say, hey, I was there, I saw her. So Gary Thibodeau is actually arrested for unrelated charges, and when he is in jail, reportedly, a couple of inmates come forward to police to state that Gary actually confessed to being a part of killing Heidi Allen, that he and his brother abducted her and killed her because of something to do with a drug deal gone wrong. To everybody's understanding, Heidi Marie Allen had zero involvement in drugs. She did not do them. She certainly did not sell them or purchase them. But now you have someone who has confessed to killing her. So Gary Thibodeau is arrested and charged with first-degree murder. His brother, Richard Thibodeau, is also arrested and charged with first-degree murder since he was the one who actually admitted to being there that morning. Both men denied having anything to do with it. Again, I need to remind you, he willingly came forward to police to say, I was there that morning, I made a purchase, here's proof that I purchased something. If I'm someone who has abducted and murdered the cashier, I'm not going to go to police and say, hey, I was there right before she disappeared. Personally, I think I would want to distance myself as far as humanly possible from it. Why call attention to yourself? They had no physical evidence connecting Richard or Gary to this case. Just they drove a similar van. They were both involved with drugs. There were these rumors of Heidi being involved in drugs. But when Richard Thibodeau goes on trial, the jury doesn't convict him because what evidence do they have? None. So he is acquitted, meaning he could never be charged with this case again. The same could not be said, though, for Gary Thibodeau. The jury found him guilty of the murder, and it looks like it had a lot to do with the fact that that was based on that confession. So he was sentenced to life in prison. He appealed, but eventually he loses his appeals and he dies in prison, swearing up and down he had nothing to do with it. His brother Richard also continued to deny having anything to do with the abduction and murder, and I believe he also eventually passed away. But 10 years after Heidi's disappearance, by the way, they still have not found her. The authorities get a phone call from a woman named Tanya Priest. She was a friend of another woman named Vicky West. Vicky West was dating a man. Right. A man named James Thumper Steen. Well, one day he sat down with Tanya and Vicky and said, hey, do you want to know what really happened to Heidi Allen? Because I'll tell you. He said that he and two of his friends went to the convenience store that morning with the purpose of abducting Heidi and killing her. Why? Because he said she was a rat. And this is when it's discovered that Heidi was not involved in drugs. However, she was at one point a teen drug informant for the sheriff's office there. She worked under the nickname Julia Roberts. Then, one of the deputies who had been involved with working with Heidi then admits her identification card naming her as an informant had been lost. Where was it lost? It just so happened to get lost in the parking lot of the gas station where she worked. Meaning, and that card was never found, meaning that anyone could have picked it up and realized she's a drug informant. None of this was ever presented during the trials of both Gary and Richard Thibodeau. None of these suspects were ever considered. A lawyer would later file a Brady violation stating that other suspects should have been named. This should have come out that she was working as an informant and that card with her identification on it was lost. Then you have meth head Mark here basically stating she was a rat. That's motive. Also, he drove a van, one very similar that was seen leaving the area. Now, he would eventually be convicted for murder. Not Heidi's murder, the murder of his then girlfriend, Vicky West, the friend of Tanya Priest, who eventually came to police about all of this. Not saying he actually is the guilty party, but the defense was owed this to say, hey, this could have been a possibility. But at the end of the day, what really happened in this convenience store? What was the real reason and who really did it? Someone's been convicted of it, despite there being no physical evidence and despite there still being no body found. You have another guy who actually did admit to doing it and for reasons that actually make sense. And yet the convictions of Gary Thibodeau remains. But the most important question here of all has yet to be answered. Where is Heidi Marie Allen? What did they do with her body? Whoever that may have been. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where she is located to help bring her home to lay her to rest. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you are asked to please call 888-349-3411. 24 years after a double homicide occurred in this home, an arrest was finally made. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Jacqueline Barton and Hugh Gresham. Viewer discretion is advised. I apologize in advance because this video is probably going to be pretty vague because there's not a lot of detailed information out about it. But 33-year-old Jacqueline Barton and her 37-year-old boyfriend Hugh Gresham were living in a home together somewhere on this property. I don't know if it's the exact same home as it was back then, but this is the area it was on Ponderosa Way in Weimar, California. On Monday, January 7th, 1991, Jacqueline's brother would end up going to her home because no one in the family had heard from her, and no one from Hugh's family had heard from him since the previous Friday. This was very unusual for them. The brother ends up climbing through an open window to enter the home because the front door was locked. And it was there that, unfortunately, he found something that will haunt his nightmares forever. The nude body of his sister. She had been shot numerous times. Jacqueline's boyfriend, Hugh, was also found partially nude. He had been shot through his head. This was a double homicide where no one really knew the motive because there were no indications that Jacqueline had been raped, and from what it sounds like, I don't know for sure, but nothing was stolen from the home. I know at one point they investigated this as a possible drug-related thing because I guess 2 years prior, police had gone to the house because something to do with Hugh and drugs. They thought maybe there's a drug motive here, but I guess they didn't find anything. But the case would end up going cold very quickly after they got no evidence. No witnesses would come forward. They had nothing. Fast forward to 2015 when the Placer County Sheriff's Office announces they have arrested a suspect in the double murder. A man named Joseph Victor Foster, who, according to a news clip I saw, he actually knew Jacqueline and Jacqueline's brother. They were acquaintances. As a matter of fact, the day after the double murder, he went to Jacqueline's family to help console them. I don't know what evidence they had. All I know is that they said it's forensic evidence, so that could be fingerprints or DNA. But the reason why that evidence matched him was because they resubmitted evidence, and he had already been in prison at the time of this announcement. He had been convicted and sentenced to 50 years to life in prison for the kidnapping and rape of one of his own family members in 2006. When he was arrested for that crime, he had just been released on parole. And that was for a crime that was committed in Modesto, California in 1994, where he kidnapped, assaulted, and raped another individual. He only served 11 years for that case, well, then he was paroled and then committed another crime. But here's kind of the weird thing about this. This was all announced in late 2015, early 2016, and since then, nothing. I have been searching for hours to see if I can find any court records or case documents with regards to the double murder. But when I searched for Joseph Victor Foster in the Placer County inmate records, I did find one. There was the only one there. And the age of today would be the age that he is today. And this individual is there for murder. According to this inmate record, it says that his next court date is April 27th, 2026, and that is about 5 or so days away from when I'm filming this video. It's been over 10 years now, so I don't know why it's taking so long or what the deal is. The victims' family members finally have the answers as to who murdered their loved ones, and now all that's left is for them to get justice. Hopefully one day, very, very soon, that justice will come, and the monster who took away their loved ones from them will die in a prison cell. A man enters a convenience store with the intent to rob it. Somebody ends up dead, and the question would become, is the death penalty warranted? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of James Mahoney. Viewer discretion is advised. I obviously don't have a photo of the victim in this case. I have been looking, but I cannot find one. But 42-year-old James Mahoney worked here at the Nicky's Speedy Mart in Spartanburg, South Carolina, where on September 16th, 1999, as he was working a late shift, a man enters the store. He is unarmed, and what happens next seems to be, I guess, debated. The man who entered the store was Richard Bernard Moore, and the debate is, some stories will tell you he entered that store with the intent of robbing it to basically get money for drugs because of his addiction. According to him, he went in there to purchase some beer and some cigarettes, and he ended up being a few cents short to being able to pay. And then an argument ensued between him and the would-be victim, James Mahoney. There was another individual in the store who was playing on some casino video machine thing, and he overheard a commotion between James and Richard. The witness says that at some point, James Mahoney, the clerk, pulled out a gun, which they are legally allowed to have in the convenience store, and you are legally allowed to use a firearm to defend yourself. But Richard Moore, and there's ample proof of this, he did not enter the store with any weapon. But the witness sees Richard and James getting into this physical altercation where one of them has a gun, but then Richard Moore grabs the gun from James's hand and yanks it out. Then what happens after this is also debated, because according to the witness, Richard Moore saw him, locked eyes with this witness, and then pointed the gun at him and told him not to move. Then the witness says Richard Moore ends up firing that gun towards him. The witness pretends he was shot and falls to the ground to make it look like he was dead or dying. Meanwhile, James Mahoney pulls out a second gun and he points it at Richard Moore. Then another fight ensues, a physical altercation where the gun goes off and James, with the gun in his hand, and shoots Richard in his arm. Richard then takes the gun he had taken out of James Mahoney's hand, the first gun, and shoots it at James's chest. Richard then flees the store and, he takes off. The witness then gets up and checks on James Mahoney, realizes he's in a massive pool of blood and he is not responsive, but he calls the police. Fire and rescue arrive. James Mahoney, though, is pronounced dead at the scene. It was reported that Richard Moore ended up taking over $1,400 in cash from the convenience store. So police put out basically an all-points bulletin trying to find this man, and a deputy named Bobby Rollins ends up seeing something where a man in his pickup truck backs into a pole or something and gets himself stuck. This deputy then approaches the man in the truck and sees a black male who is bleeding from his arm. The individual resembled what the witness said the shooter looked like, and also he had a matching injury. So the deputy points his gun at him and says it orders him to get out of the truck, at which point Richard Moore then admits that he was the one who shot James Mahoney. It was him. They did recover the stolen $1,400 from his truck. He is arrested and charged with murder. He's also charged with armed robbery and assault and battery with the intent to kill, because he did allegedly fire at the witness. And that's where it also gets tricky again, because according to his defense attorneys, There is forensic evidence that shows that it was actually James Mahoney who fired the bullet that went towards the witness. That it was not or could not have been Richard Moore. A lot of stuff was happening, was very chaotic. This witness, who was also standing kind of far away, didn't get the clearest view of who actually fired the gun where the bullet went towards him. It could have been James Mahoney trying to defend himself, maybe, shooting towards Richard Moore, but then it, misses and it goes towards the witness. But it also could have been Richard Moore who fired that gun, because according to the witness, Richard turned and looked at him and told him don't move and pointed a gun at him. Was the witness telling the truth or not? They also have proof that Richard Moore did not enter that store with any weapons in his hand. He says he went there to purchase some things, then he was a few cents short where he started an argument with the clerk. The clerk then pulled out a gun, basically threatening him, and it's what he says. But the witness says it sounds like he was intending to rob the place without a weapon, which is kind of strange to not even bring a weapon with you. And something happened where James Mahoney again pulled out the gun. Again, which is also legally allowed. You are allowed to do that. You are allowed to use deadly force if you believe your life is in danger. Richard Moore says that he too had fired that bullet that hit James Mahoney. He did that in self-defense because James Mahoney had another gun pointed at him. Unfortunately, it's a lot of he said, because the victim is dead. You have a witness who might be exaggerating the truth or telling the exact truth. They don't know. You also have the would-be killer admitting that he went there not to rob it, but to instead purchase something. But then why did he take $1,400 in cash? You can't prove what his actual intent was. But they can show that without a weapon on his person at all, that he did not go into that store with the intent of killing or hurting anyone. But Richard Moore is convicted of the capital murder of James Mahoney. The jury sentences him to death. He has multiple appeals. He actually has his execution stayed on a couple of occasions. His attorneys again argued that he did not go in there with the intent to kill. Yes, it was him who did fire the fatal shot. They're not denying that. They're saying he did so to protect his own safety because someone pointed a gun at him, but did he go there with the intent of committing a crime? In which the clerk, if they think their life is in jeopardy, is allowed to bring out a gun. It's tricky. It's complicated. And because there's so much sort of dust here where you can't see through all of it, a lot of really unanswered questions, and there's some assumptions you have to make. Is the death penalty the right call here? In my opinion, no. And Richard Moore had a lot of support in the public. Of course, you have to think about the racial motivations with this execution. His jury did not have a single African American on it, which he was the only one sentenced to death in South Carolina by that time where that actually happened. But to me, the death penalty, I feel, is reserved for people who intend to kill someone. They have this premeditated intent to cause a person's life to end. They don't have that in this case. They don't even really know if he went there truly to rob it and cause anyone harm, or if he went there to buy something and then an altercation happened when he couldn't pay. Either way, he did fire the fatal shot that killed a person. But did he do so in self-defense, or is he using that as an excuse to try to diminish his responsibility for what happened? But because there is so much doubt kind of lingering around it, where you don't have a definitive answer to every question along the way for this case, in my opinion, and you could disagree with me, but I do not think the death penalty should have been what he got. Life in prison? Sure. I mean, he did take a life. But to kill him, Again, I know there will be disagreements about that, but regardless, in November of 2024, Richard Bernard Moore was executed by lethal injection. The powers that be stated that it was because of previous crimes he had committed, which were less than murder, the death penalty was still something that should occur here. Which is it's bullshit to me, but And look, I know there's going to be racists out there who are going to want to have their word in all of this, but we should not be executing people where the crime committed is full of so much ambiguity, where we are relying primarily on what people are saying happened. He did take a man's life, but in my opinion, I do not think the death penalty was the right way to go here. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Gene McKinney. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to a little area called Percy in Arkansas. That is where 55-year-old Gene McKinney lived with her husband, G.A. McKinney. At the time this case occurred, and unfortunately I only have blurry photos that I can find, but at the time she had 2 adult children. The last time they saw her was on April 13th, 1982. She worked at a company called Abilities Unlimited, and she was always extremely punctual. But on April 15th, 1982, she failed to show up to work, and that was very much out of character for Gene. There was a witness who would later come forward to state that they believe they saw Gene inside of G.A., her husband's truck, on April 15th at some point that morning. But she would soon be reported missing because her kids had not seen her, she did not show up to work, and her husband's claiming he doesn't know where she is. A short time after she was reported missing, her vehicle was found at the Little Rock airport, and nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary for it, but everybody believed right away that there's no way she went to the airport because Jean was petrified of flying. She avoided planes, she did not go on them, and even the authorities believed that this was likely, her car being found there was likely some sort of ruse to make it look like she had gone to the airport. But they found no plane tickets, no boarding passes, anything with her name. No financial records to show she purchased a plane ticket. When police questioned G.A., he says that she was not in my truck on April 15th. I don't know what they're talking about. Also confront him with witness sightings who said that on that same day, they saw him struggling to carry a large barrel off of his property and put it into his truck. That's not anything to do with her, says he. Well, the police also found out that he had replaced a specific part of carpeting inside of his home. Well, yeah, I did that because there was a leak in the washing machine, and so that's why I did that. None of it felt right to anybody. Everybody involved knows that something bad happened. Foul play is absolutely suspected in her disappearance. They just don't have any evidence of it. They don't have a crime scene. They don't have any witnesses who heard or saw something physically happening to Gene McKinney. And most importantly, they don't have Gene. Police do believe that her body is buried somewhere, possibly in a barrel, somewhere in Garland County in Arkansas. They just cannot find her. They have done as much extensive searching as they could do and have come up with nothing. And GA is not cooperating. I have to imagine now it's 2026. I have to imagine that he's probably deceased now. This was well over 40 years ago, and I believe he was the same age, if not older, than Gene. And so if he is dead, he took whatever may have happened to her to his grave. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to her and where she is. Most importantly, just to help bring her home to lay her to rest so that she's not in some barrel or in some shallow grave somewhere alone in a random location. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you are asked to please call 501-622-3690. She kissed her children goodbye, sent them off to school, went back inside her home, and was never seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jean Zapata. Viewer discretion is advised. She was born Jeanette Hurling, but would go by Jean to everyone. She was born in 1939 and had 4 siblings. She grew up in a really loving household, well-respected family, and Jean was always a very, very active person, even from a very young age. She loved sports, and then eventually she grew in love with flying. By 17 years old, she got her flying license, and then she became a cadet at the Madison Squadron of the Civil Air Patrol. Along the way, in 1959, she would marry this man here, Eugene Zapata, and the two of them had 3 kids together named Christine, Stephen, and Linda. Jean was an excellent mother. She loved her kids, but she also wanted to make sure she had a successful career to be able to take care of her kids, in which she then became a certified instructor herself. But by May of 1976, the marriage between her and Eugene, it just was not working out. And Jean ends up filing for divorce, and Eugene moves out of the house. And she continued living here in this home in Madison, Wisconsin, where on October 11th, 1976, she got up that morning, got the kids ready for school, made them breakfast, she gave them a kiss goodbye, said I love you, and sent them off to go to school. She then closes the door, and her kids and no one would ever see her again. Jean failed to show up to work, and that was immediately concerning to her coworkers because that just wasn't like her. Jean is then reported missing within a few days. And the first person they're going to look into is the obvious first person, the soon-to-be ex-husband. They found out that they were going through a divorce. It was not the most pleasant divorce. They learned that Eugene took some very scandalous, very intimate pictures of his wife, Jean, and sent them to X-rated magazines. And they discovered that he used to take her to bars with the intent of getting other men to hit on her. But she was like, what is this? So along with the divorce, she also ends up filing a restraining order against him. And the only time he was allowed to visit the kids was between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Saturdays. I believe also there was a certain chunk of time on Sundays, but he was not permitted to enter the home Monday through Friday. Jean vanished on a Monday. However, when a friend or a coworker called the house at some point that day, Eugene answered the phone, which was immediately concerning to the friend because she's like, he's not supposed to be in that house. Eugene then tells the kids that Jean just, your mother just left on her own. She abandoned you. Everything was very suspicious towards him, and so they end up asking him to take a lie detector test, which he does, and he actually passes that test. They also investigated the man that Jean was currently dating. They determined that he had nothing to do with whatever happened to her. And they brought in cadaver dogs. They brought in, they searched on foot. They searched by air just to see if they can find her literally anywhere. They had no luck. Meanwhile, Eugene goes on to marry another woman and eventually moves to Nevada. Then a cold case team begins to look back into this case around 2005. They learned that in 2001, Eugene actually went out and purchased a warehouse. Then in 2005, he ends up returning to Madison, Wisconsin, where they discover that he makes a large purchase at a Walmart. He purchases 2 gallons of water, an odor-absorbing mask, several large containers, a tarp, 2 cans of Lysol, Pledge wipes, scissors, recycling bags, and paper towels. And then they actually found out that after this, he drove to a landfill about 80 miles away from the Walmart. Police go to search that landfill in 2005, and they search as thoroughly as possible, but they find nothing. But they do end up arresting Eugene Zapata and charge him with the murder of his wife, Jean, despite still not having her body. He was charged officially in 2006. By February of 2008, Eugene takes a plea deal and admits to what he did. And he agreed to the deal as long as they dropped the charges down to homicide by reckless conduct. He says that he went to Jean's house that morning. They got into an argument. He grabbed a paperweight and he bashed it over her head. Then, when she was on the ground, he put his hands around her throat and strangled her until she stopped breathing. Then he took her, buried her somewhere. Then in 1977, he found an empty lot where he says he reburied her body after he moved it. Then in 2001, he purchases that little warehouse in Nevada and he moves her body there. And then in 2005, he then admits that he purchased all those items, took her body, dismembered what was there, and then threw her body into the landfill. Because of the laws that were in 1976 for reckless homicide, Eugene Zapata was only convicted and sentenced to 5 years in prison, where he has since been released and continued to live his life. I don't know if he's still alive today or not. There really is no happy ending to this story. A woman is murdered, the person who kills her gets to live a full and free life, gets caught, then gets a slap on the wrist, is released from prison, and got to continue living his life. Meanwhile, Jean is somewhere out there, buried in a landfill in pieces, or God knows where else she may be now. Her kids do not get to bring her home. Her children do not get to lay her to rest. And the monster that took her away from them got to live his life, while their mother did not. They murdered him simply because they saw him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of John Swain. Viewer discretion is advised. John Swain was actually born in Hong Kong back in 1995. At a very early age, he actually needed several surgeries regarding his liver. He actually had to get a liver transplant. And then after that, he was actually adopted by an American couple who would bring him to South Dakota here in the States. His adoptive parents also had their own child, and so he had a brother, and his brother treated him like he was his brother, like an actual blood family member. He was very intelligent. He always got good grades in school. He was just, a young guy who loved playing video games. He collected anything to do with penguins. He loved being outside. He also loved playing sports. In particular, he really, really loved soccer. When he turned 18, he would end up moving out of the house and actually moving to Bismarck, North Dakota. He went there to get work and kind of just live his life as an adult now. But unfortunately, that would not last very long. Last time anyone can recall seeing John was on May 11th, 2013. He was living with a roommate at that point. When his roommate hadn't seen him for 3 days, he ends up reporting John missing. Fortunately, police were not getting anywhere in trying to find him. They couldn't ping a cell phone. They had nothing to go on. And then on June 20th, 2013, the police are notified that a woman has found some belongings, some clothing and shoes and whatnot in a bucket on her property. When police arrive and they can confirm the last time that John was seen, he was wearing certain clothing. The clothing and shoes they found in this bucket on this random woman's property belonged to John Swain. And this woman said she also found blood in her home when she returned home from being on vacation. But when she got home, a family member of hers named Theo Crow was staying in the house. Theo Crow was then questioned, do you know anything about this John Swain individual? He says, no, I don't know who he is. Why are his clothing items in a bucket on the property of your family member when she was out of town and you were there? Well, I don't know. As they're talking to him, they're still looking for John himself, and eventually they find human remains on the property. Remains were obviously dismembered, and they were set on fire, and clearly that this person was murdered, and they are able to identify the remains using DNA and stuff like that as 18-year-old John Swain. Now convinced that Theo had something to do with it, but Theo's not talking. He gets a lawyer. I'm not talking to you guys. So the police go to his ex-wife, because I guess he was estranged from his wife. She says, Theo, he admitted to me that he killed someone. I didn't know who it was. I didn't know if he was being serious, but he said he killed someone. And she said that he said he did it with a friend named Joshua Clark. So now they bring in Josh for questioning, and they ask him, what do you know about this? He tells police that he and Theo were drunk on the night in question. They went outside and they saw this young guy playing soccer by himself in a field near the property where Theo was staying. And they decided, we're going to grab him. We're going to lure him in and we're going to kill him. For what reason? None. They lured John in with the promise of having some beers. He went inside, and within minutes they take a hammer and they beat it over his head. They both will end up taking turns hitting him over the head with the hammer. And they end up dismembering him and setting his remains on fire. Joshua says that he was forced into doing all of this by Theo, that Theo put a shotgun to his head and said, you're going to help me cover this up. But then finally, when Theo agrees to talk, he says, no, this was all Joshua's idea. He was the one who said, I want to go kill someone. Let's go find someone and kill him. So ultimately, both of them end up essentially confessing to taking part in this murder, but they're both trying to put the blame on why it happened on the other person. And initially, they both end up pleading not guilty. Then Theo Crow changed his tune. Theo will end up taking a plea deal agreeing to conspiracy to commit murder and murder itself, and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. Joshua Clark says, I'm not taking a plea deal. I'm going to trial. I didn't do this. I was forced into all of it. The jury disagrees and says, nah, man, you're guilty too. Joshua Clark is found guilty of the murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. Both men are still in prison, but both men at some point can ask for parole. John Swain was simply guilty of being outside playing soccer on his own, and two monsters lurked in the shadows, saw him, lured him in, specifically to kill him for no reason. But thankfully, both of them got caught, both of them are in prison, and hopefully none of them are ever paroled, and hopefully both of them remain behind bars forever. He probably could have seen his home right before he was abducted and killed. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Joshua Harmon. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Roswell, Georgia. Roswell, Georgia. Joshua Harmon was just an 8-year-old kid. Everyone said he was just an amazing young boy. He had a really close connection with God. But unfortunately, there isn't much known about him because he only got 8 years on this planet. It was May 15th, 1988. Joshua was living here at these apartments with his parents when he decided to go out and play in this kind of wooded area just behind the apartment building. They said, you need to be back by dinner, but, go have fun. I know it sounds like a broken record here, but again, in the 80s and the 90s, this was common. Kids go out and play way beyond where their parents could see them. And that was just normal for us. And it's because that we didn't have the internet back then. We didn't know about all the horror stories and the monsters that were out there. But in this particular situation, Joshua never came home. His family would report him missing right away, and the police would begin their search. Because he's an 8-year-old child, they know that this is not likely a runaway situation or anything that he did. Foul play is obviously going to be suspected immediately. They searched the wooded areas near his home, but for some reason they did not find him right away. But a little less than 2 days after he was reported missing, in a field just outside of this big wooded area, they found the body of a young boy. And this was literally just behind the apartment building. But the body they found was, in fact, Joshua Harmon. The little boy had been beaten and strangled to death. Back in 1988, we did not have the extensive forensic technology we do now. And DNA was still, as they would always say on forensic files, in its infancy. We were extremely limited what we could do with it. And they really had nothing to work with in terms of evidence. So they had to canvass the neighborhood, ask people, did you see anything? Did you hear anything? And nobody saw or heard anything. Whoever did this to him was basically a shadow in the woods, a ghost. It would actually take 33 years to find out who his killer was. Now that DNA technology at that point is significantly more advanced and there's a lot more we can do with it, they were able to find DNA from the crime scene that they were then able to link to one individual, a man who had been convicted in the past of child molestation. This man here, James Michael Coates. It doesn't sound like the family knew him personally, but they did learn that he lived in the apartment complex when all of this happened, and it's believed that the family had just sort of seen him in passing before. He had been convicted in the past for 1990 and 1993 different cases of child sexual assault and molestation, so his DNA was already on file when they finally reprocessed the evidence. And they actually ended up arresting him while he was in an Uber. They knew where he was and they were following the Uber. They pulled the Uber over and arrested him. But here's the issue. That was in 2021. It is now 2026. He still has not gone to trial. This is because 2 different court-appointed psychiatrists have deemed that he is unfit to go to trial. He is considered mentally incompetent. And as of now, he is in a mental institution awaiting, I guess, a time where he is able to go to trial. And he will be in that facility indefinitely until I don't even know when. They haven't released if he knew Joshua, if he had been stalking him, or if this was just an incredibly random event that if he just happened to cross paths with Josh and that's why he took him. They still haven't really released much information about it. Another sad tragedy to all of this is that Joshua's mother, about 5 or 6 months before the killer was arrested, she actually died, I believe, of cancer. And so she never got to find out who did this to her son. She never got to see justice happen. And so far, his family is still awaiting justice, but hopefully one day very soon that will occur. But in the end, the monster was finally captured. Unfortunately, he was able to harm more children after he did what he did to Joshua, but hopefully that monster will be locked up for the rest of his life. She was last seen with a man who had escaped the psychiatric hospital in 1977. That man is a killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Judith Ann Brown. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Judith Brown, who would go by Judy to everyone, was 19 years old. And I believe she grew up with 7 siblings, and they were raised in New York. At a certain point, Judy's family inherited a farm in Kansas, and so the majority of them moved there, but Judy actually ended up staying behind in New York. And that's mainly because she wanted to attend college there in New York. According to a family member, at some point she did have a mental health episode. They think it was probably like a nervous breakdown or just like a panic attack. And so she would voluntarily check into the Creedmoor Psychiatric Center there in New York. At some point in 1976, while still at Creedmoor, she met a man named Richard Riesenberg, who I guess they would end up dating. But at a certain point, she ends up being taken out of Creedmoor, and she was put into an outpatient program at another hospital called Hillside. And through this outpatient program, she ended up getting housing in the Kew Gardens, Queens area. And she was still reportedly dating Richard Riesenberg at this point, and it sounds like they were engaged to be married. But the last time anyone could ever recall seeing her was on April 20th, 1977. And April 20th also happens to be the same day that Richard Riesenberg seemed to vanish from Creedmoor. Both Judy and Richard have never been seen again. This was a major concern because Richard was a killer. On January 10th, 1971, sometime shortly after 6:30 p.m., Richard Riesenberg murdered his wife and his baby. He stabbed his wife Diane 60 times and then strangled Andrew, his son, to death. He was arrested, and then he went on trial, and he was actually found not guilty based on insanity, in which then he was required to go to Creedmoor Psychiatric Hospital to only be released when they deemed that he is normal again. And at a certain point, Creedmoor said, you know what, we think he's rehabilitated. I think it's time to start considering, getting him out. But then the NYPD and the Queens District Attorney says, whoa, I don't think that should happen. So working together, they were going to try to get Richard into a different hospital, a more maximum security hospital. But before they could enact that plan, Richard had vanished from Creedmoor. And he is now considered an escaped killer. He was not released by the hospital. He walked out of there on his own, and he took Judy with him. The family doesn't really know if Richard and Judy ever actually got married. She had sent them letters saying, I'm engaged to this guy, we're gonna get married. I don't know if she knew about his past or not. Judy was voluntarily at Creedmoor because of a nervous breakdown. She had panic attacks. Judy isn't a danger. I think back at that time in the 70s, if you were put into a mental institution, people were like, oh, you must be cuckoo crazy. That just wasn't really the case though. But there was always kind of that stigma. The issues that brought her to the psychiatric hospital back then are issues that a lot of us have now. By all accounts, she was a sweet, kind, and caring person. And she took herself to the hospital because she wanted to better herself. And she got better. And she was doing the right thing. She was, she got admitted to another hospital, which then helped her with housing. Everything was going fine. But then she also had a monster in her life that I don't know if she really knew if he was a monster or not. I was reading something that a family member wrote, and I think the overall belief is that Judy, unfortunately, was probably killed by Richard shortly after they disappeared, knowing that Richard has these violent outbursts where he has killed before. And there's also belief that Richard either somehow managed to hide from authorities, created a new life for himself and moved to a different part of the country or out of the country. Or it's also possible that Richard, after potentially killing Judy, ended his own life. The fact of the matter is nobody has seen him. Nobody has seen Judy. Judy Brown was a perfectly normal, well-liked individual, and unfortunately, she just crossed paths with a monster. And it's possible that that monster ended her life, and it's possible that that monster is now dead himself. Judy's family deserves to be able to bring her home and lay her to rest properly. Someone somewhere out there might know where she is and might be able to help bring her home. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Judith Ann Brown, you are asked to please call 212-694-7781. Four bodies are found inside this home, but it led to another mystery. Where is Helen? Hello, true crimers. This is the case of the Kunz family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. About 6 miles west of Athens, Wisconsin, you would find this little property secluded. It was a property that belonged to the Kunz family, and it was a large family, but they were known as very reclusive people. They did not mingle with people in the town often. They had no plumbing inside their home. They wore stitched together hand-me-down clothes. This was a family who paid all of their bills in cash. This was not the type of family who bothered anyone, though. They just kind of kept to themselves, and that's how they liked it. But then it turned into a horror story on July 5th, 1987, when one of the Kunz children had entered the home and found something ghastly. 4 members of his family were shot to death inside the home. I don't have confirmed photos of each of the victims, but 72-year-old Marie Kunz was found in the doorway, shot through her head. 30-year-old Randy was found shot to death inside the family's kitchen. 76-year-old Clarence was found shot to death inside of a bedroom. 81-year-old Irene Kunz was found dead, shot to death on a chair in the living room. But then, bizarrely, one of the family members was just outright missing from the home, and that was 70-year-old Helen Kunz. This got people to think, was she involved? Did this 70-year-old woman shoot and kill all of these people and then flee? Was she just a witness in all of this who was kidnapped? Is her body somewhere else on this property that we just haven't found yet? Now, the victims found in the home were all shot to death with a .22 caliber, which a gun like that was not found anywhere on the property. As a matter of fact, a murder weapon has never been found. The people in and around Athens, Wisconsin, they treated the Kunzes like they were strange people. You know, because they were just different. They wore hand-me-down clothes. They didn't dress with the fashion of the day. This was a very reclusive group of people, but again, they never caused anyone harm. About 6 months or so into the investigation, this man here, Chris Jacobs, who was about 21 years old at the time of the murders, his name came to the top of the list. They discovered that he had purchased a car from the Kunz family a short time prior to the murders, and he also knew that this family actually had about $20,000 in cash at their home. When they searched his car, they found some newspaper clippings all related to the Kunz family murders. They also found .22 caliber shell casings, but none of the guns he owned when test fired was proven to be the murder weapon. There were, however, tire tracks at the scene of the crime, which would later match the tires on Chris's car. 3 months into Chris's name coming into focus as a suspect, and 9 months total after the murders, Helen was finally found. A couple of young boys were out about to go do some fishing when they stumbled across the decomposing body of a woman later identified as Helen. She too had been shot to death, and she had been dead pretty much the entire time. So now they know that Helen, for whatever reason, was abducted from the home and just shot and killed elsewhere. Chris Jacobs is then arrested and charged with all 5 counts of murder. At his trial, they would present testimony from people who said that they were once in a car with Chris. They drove past the Kunz family farm, and he told them they have a lot of cash inside that house. And he inferred that he was going to get that cash. There was, from what I understand, a significant amount of money, cash, that was missing from the home after the murders. So they believe that the motive here was robbery, and he just shot and killed everyone that was there. At his trial, the prosecution presents evidence, physical evidence, witness testimony. They have tire experts present their findings with regards to the tire tracks found at the scene. Chris Jacobs, though, does not testify, and he is actually found not guilty. He is acquitted of all 5 murders. This means that he can never be tried again for the physical murders. It was a big celebration for him. This was good news for him. Except prosecution got creative. A few years later, they arrest him again, and they charge him in connection to the case. But then you're probably thinking, well, they can't do that. Double jeopardy is in play. That's what he and his attorneys also stated, but they were allowed to do this. Instead of charging him with murder, which they cannot do because of double jeopardy, they instead charge him with the kidnapping and the wrongful imprisonment of Helen Kunz. Not murder, not her murder, just the kidnapping. Now, at this trial, they have his girlfriend testify against him, stating that one day after they went bowling, he drove her to the location where Helen's body was later found and said, "That's where I killed her." He then told the girlfriend about how he killed the family inside the house because, well, I wanted to prove my manliness. I wanted to prove, that I'm a real man. So she testified against him at trial. They also represented evidence they used at his murder trial, like the tire tracks and stuff like that. This time, he is actually found guilty of the kidnapping and the wrongful imprisonment of Helen. He is sentenced to 30 years in prison. So in 2020, he was set to be released, but he actually refused to sign any type of parole paperwork. He didn't want to have anything to do with the probation officer. He didn't want to have anything to do with what has to happen when you're released from prison. And so at his own request, he was put back in prison for 14 more months because of his refusal to cooperate with all of that. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. It's very strange, but I don't think there's any doubt that Chris Jacobs killed this family. Just the prosecution was unable to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so technically he walked free from the murders. And the way it stands now, technically and legally, the murders of the Kunz family remains unsolved. Imagine falling 10,000 feet to the jungles below and surviving. Hello, true crimers. This is the story of LANSA Flight 508. Viewer discretion is advised. LANSA Flight 508 was a Lockheed Electra, and on this fateful day, it had 92 total people on board. This included 17-year-old Julianne Kopka. Parents were actually well-known German zoologists. And at the time, the family was living in Peru. On December 24th, 1971, Julianne was already with her mother, but her father was at one of their research stations in another part of Peru, which would have required them to get on a plane to go see him, which is what they were doing. It sounds like the pilots were aware that there was some potentially hazardous storms up ahead. These were not the best conditions to fly a plane through, but for some reason, the pilots flew right into the storm. It was a major thunderstorm. The turbulence was very bad, and also there were lightning strikes. When all of a sudden, obviously this was a recreation, lightning struck the plane. One of the lightning bolts, again recreation, struck the wing of the plane, and the wing of the plane caught on fire, and then it ripped apart from the plane. And all of a sudden, this is a thing they did back in the late 70s or 80s, so it's not the highest quality, but the plane basically ends up disintegrating and blowing up midair, which means obviously everybody on board is now either dead instantly from that, or they're falling 10,000 feet. 17-year-old Julianne Kopka was still seatbelted to her plane seat. And the next thing she remembers, she briefly wakes up, she is in her seat, but there's no plane around her. And for a brief time, she sees this, her falling rapidly to the ground below. The row of seats that she was still attached to, but was no longer attached to the plane, began to spin like really rapidly, and it began to almost like float because the storm was so bad that the upwinds would help almost treat the seats kind of like a parachute. Then she falls unconscious again. And then, probably thinking to herself, this is it, I'm dead. But then she wakes up, still attached to the plane seat, somewhere in a jungle in Peru. She's alive. She lived. Plane was struck by lightning and disintegrated while it was still a little over 10,000 feet in the air. So that is how far Julianne Kopka fell. She would wake to a broken collarbone and some severe gashes on her body. It took some time because obviously she's in pain and in extreme shock, but she's finally able to free herself from the seat. She lands kind of in the earth below her, and then for the next 11 days, she is out there surviving in the jungle. A lot of that survival is thanks to her previously kind of having training, and she was really well equipped to live outside. She knew, this kind of terrain. She was very familiar with it. Now, they were out there searching for the plane this entire time. They knew it crashed. They just couldn't find it because the jungles there in this area of Peru are obviously extremely dense. And if you're looking for aerial shots to see this plane, you're not going to see it. After 11 days, there were some locals who I guess were cutting down some trees who found her and put her into a canoe and brought her back to humanity, to life. She was finally saved. She was rescued. And she was the only one. 92 people aboard that plane. She was the one and only survivor. I guess according to some autopsies, they were able to see that probably somewhere between 10 to 14 of the passengers and crew also survived the crash, but died because they were in situations where they just weren't going to survive without medical help immediately. And I think by the time she came to, they were already dead or they weren't making any noises or anything. This unfortunately included her mother. Parts of the plane were in that jungle for quite some time. I don't know if they ever actually officially fully recovered it or not. I do know that the company that basically operated this plane obviously ended up losing their operating permit because their pilots literally flew directly into a dangerous situation. A few years later, a well-known documentarian named Werner Herzog would end up doing a documentary on Julianne's case, and it was called The Wings of Hope. You can actually see it on YouTube. And exactly how she survived that, all really thanks to timing and extremely good luck. The storm, which had such high winds, was able to kind of keep the seat she was in, sort of almost afloat, so it kind of rotated down slowly. And then the extreme foliage, the trees and the bushes and all that, really cushioned the blow as well. 17-year-old Julianne Kopka survived the unimaginable. She fell 10,000 feet to what was supposed to be her death, because we've always been led to believe there's no way you could possibly survive a fall like that, but she did. Julianne Kopka is a walking miracle, lucky to have survived what she survived, and her story is not one that will ever be forgotten. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Larry Morris. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have any clear photographs of the would-be victim in this case. But Larry Marvin Morris was originally from Oklahoma. That's where he was still actually living. But Larry Morris was actually last seen in the city of Riverton, Wyoming. He was there doing seismograph work. So he was doing work there at a park, and he was last seen by anyone on April 26, 1974. According to a few people, on that date, he was supposed to be going from Riverton to the Yellowstone National Park, but he never made it to the park, and afterwards he was supposed to be going back to Oklahoma. He never got there either. Larry Morris vanished off the face of the earth. And here's where it gets kind of crazy, because by no means is Larry Marvin Morris still out there alive somewhere. It's pretty obvious to, I think, anyone who hears this story that he is definitely deceased, and he was probably killed the day he disappeared. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. Jump scare alert. Sorry. A short time after Larry was last seen, this man here, James Jaggers, was arrested along with another individual, and they were arrested, and they had in their possession Larry's stuff. They were using Larry's stolen debit and credit cards. I don't have a photograph of the other individual, but the other individual was named Jack Lincoln. Jack Lincoln, just a few days before Larry disappeared, had escaped from a prison in Colorado. He then meets up with his buddy, James Jaggers. The two of them then are, days after Larry disappeared, both arrested in possession of Larry's stuff. Larry's credit cards were being used not only in Wyoming, but also in Idaho and Montana. And all the witnesses who said those cards were being used, they would identify these two men as being the ones who were using them, not Larry. Now, the men were also arrested after they had gotten a rental car in with Larry's credit card. The rental car was way overdue. They got that car in California, which is also where they would end up finding Larry's missing vehicle. And again, people in California identified the two men as the one using the card and renting this car, and they were the ones identified as the ones leaving Larry's truck behind. Nowhere in all of this did anyone ever see Larry. They only ever saw James and or Jack, or the two of them together. So obviously, somewheres between Riverton, Wyoming and Yellowstone National Park, something happened to Larry. What they believe is that the two men, because one of them had just escaped prison, were likely hitchhiking, and Larry likely picked them up. And then they probably killed him and stole all of his stuff, took his truck to California, where they then got a rental car using his credit cards and information, and did God knows what with him. Obviously, they killed him. I don't think anyone's doubting that. But where did they put him? That's anybody's guess. But what's more insane is that neither man was ever arrested or ever charged with Larry's disappearance and or likely death. There were charges placed on them for robbery, for grand theft auto, all in relation to Larry's belongings. But since they don't have his body, they could not, especially in the 70s and the 80s, it was nowhere near as common as it is nowadays, where it still isn't super common, but to charge someone with murder without a body. They don't have any physical evidence that Larry is dead. They don't have any blood. They don't have a crime scene. His vehicle, which was found, did not yield any forensic evidence suggesting he was dead. But also, Larry is gone. He fell off the face of the earth. He just poofed into thin air. We all know that doesn't happen. Other than what the two men did with his credit and debit information, he himself has never touched his debit or credit card accounts. He has never used his social security number anywhere. And more importantly, not a single person, even an uncorroborated possible sighting, has never been seen. They know he's dead. They just don't have proof that he's dead. And Larry will also never get justice, because both men who had been in and out of prison since then, who had gone to prison for the theft of his belongings, both died. There was a point where one of them said, if you give me a deal, if you move me out of this particular prison and into another one, I'll tell you where we buried him. And that's the most proof they ever had from one of the men directly that they killed him. But something happened where he was not willing to cooperate with the police in Wyoming and the prosecution in Wyoming, and so the deal fell through. He never told anyone where the body was. Therefore, Larry has still never been found. Larry Marvin Morris is obviously a homicide victim that they just have not been able to find. His body is out there somewhere, buried in some shallow grave, and he is all alone. His remaining family, his friends, his loved ones, whoever is still out there, deserves to be able to bring him home and lay him to rest. Despite his two likely killers being dead, there still is a chance that they could bring him home. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Larry's body is, and perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously. If you have information, you are asked to please call either 307-856-4891 or 307-777-7181. It would take 23 years to finally find out what happened inside this home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Leslie Preer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the town of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Leslie Preer was born in 1952, and she was one of, I believe, 8 siblings. Leslie was someone who was always known for her big personality. She was a kind and gentle person, and she was someone who always seemed to have motherly instincts, which was perfect because one day she became a mom. And she was just the absolute best mom. Leslie married the love of her life, Carl Preer, in the 70s, and a short time after that is when they had their daughter. Then the family found themselves living in Maryland. They had this wonderful, idyllic life. They were a true, happy family. It was May 2nd, 2001. Carl left the house sometime around 7 or 7:30 that morning. And when he left, Leslie was there, and she was supposed to be getting ready for work, but she never got to work. And so her employer, named Brett, would call Carl and say, hey, what's going on? I haven't seen Leslie today. Is she okay? And so it got to a point where both Carl and Brett would leave their works and they would go to the house. Right when they walked in the house, there was this immediate sense that something was wrong. You had a little table knocked over, some rugs were bunched up and kind of slid over to the side. Later down the road, they would determine that someone was in this house desperately trying to clean up. But as they go upstairs, they hear running water. It sounds like the shower. And that is when they found out why Leslie did not show up to work, because Leslie had been murdered. So obviously they called 911. The coroner would later determine that there was a lot of blunt force trauma to her body, and she had lacerations all over her body. This was a very vicious attack. They also determined that strangulation played a factor as well. Obviously the first person they're going to think of is the husband. He says to police, when I left, she was alive. But there's also the possibility that she was already dead when he left the house. Neighbors would tell police that the night prior, they noticed that all of the lights seemed to be on in their house, but all of the curtains were drawn. Then the following morning, when Carl left the house to go to work, he made a point to greet and say hello to his neighbors, but his neighbor said he literally never does that. That was the first time, so that was very strange. But when the coroner examined Leslie's body, they found DNA underneath her fingernails. And it came from a male profile. They also found that same profile in other locations in the house. The belief is that the DNA under her fingernails especially would have come from probably her killer because she fought back. That DNA did not match Carl. Carl was cleared, which means Leslie was alive that morning, and when he went to work, she was alive, and then at some point later, she was killed. But by who? Unfortunately, Leslie's case goes cold for quite some time. Even back in 2001, 2002, there was still, DNA technology was very advanced, but it wasn't advanced as we have today. But we were at a point where you could put that DNA profile into the CODIS database and you would get a hit as long as that person, that suspect, was already in the database, which when they did that, it didn't match anyone. And so they used genetic genealogy sometime around 2023. They built up the profile and then linked them to a particular family, which then narrowed down to a particular person, a man named Eugene Gligor. Once his name came out, the family said, we know who that is. Eugene Gligor had once dated Leslie's daughter in high school. During the murder, he only lived about 5 to 10 minutes away. He had been to their house all the time. And then in 2023 or 2024, they learned that when Leslie's funeral happened, he didn't show up despite knowing the family. But they needed to make sure it was in fact his DNA. So they did a little sting operation, which then led them to basically the police deliberately making sure he got a specific water bottle. They confirmed that he drank from that water bottle, then they collected it without him knowing. They took his DNA, and then they confirmed with 100% certainty it was his DNA underneath Leslie's fingernails. It was his DNA inside the house in various locations. He was Leslie's killer. When he was arrested, he said, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. I don't know what to tell you. But then in May of 2025, he changed his story, and he ended up pleading guilty. And what it led to was him basically trying to blame his mental health as to the reason why it happened. He said, I remember what I did on May 1st, but then on May 2nd, I woke up, but I had blacked out. I had several blackouts in the day leading up to the murder, the day of the murder, and then the days after. He also said that he was on alcohol and drugs when all of this occurred. He says that the only thing he can remember is that he went to Leslie's home. He got there about 9:30, and then something happened where we got into an argument, and then I blacked out. So what his motive was, I don't think they really have that answer, but they do know it was him who killed her. I mean, the DNA tells them it was him, and then he even admits, yeah, it was me. So at that point, a motive isn't necessarily something you need. He was found guilty and convicted and sentenced to 30 years in prison. 8 of those years were, I guess, suspended. And so ultimately, he's only serving 22 years in prison. Then he has a 5-year probation period after that. This all happened just last year, so he is in prison and he will be in prison for the next couple of decades. But there will be a time where he will be released. He will once again experience freedom, but this loving wife and mother will never get that. She was brutally killed for reasons really unknown, and her monster is in prison now, but unfortunately, one day, he will be free. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Linda Carol Taylor. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Nashville, Tennessee. I don't even know if they talk like that. That is where 34-year-old Linda Carol Taylor lived. Unfortunately, I know very little about her. There are very few details about the circumstances of her case. But on the night of April 23rd, 1983, Linda and a few of her friends would go to the Jungle, which has since closed. They were to go there, have a few drinks, just have some fun and unwind. According to Linda's friends, there was a little group of guys that came over to talk to them, and they kind of began to hang out with these guys. At some point that night, Linda's friends would end up driving her to this apartment building, which was on 2120 Belmont Boulevard near the Belmont University campus. The friends dropped her off, and they only labeled it as they dropped her off at apartment C. This, to my understanding, is not where Linda lived. This is where one of the guys lived, I believe, that they met that night. So, the friends dropped her off, they go back to the bar to keep going. Then, a couple hours later, they go back to the apartment to pick up Linda because that was the arrangement. They knock on apartment C's door, a guy answers and says, "She isn't here." He said, "Yeah, Linda left on her own. She's gone now. And no, you cannot come into my apartment to check." He refused to let them go inside his apartment just to see if she was there or not. Linda has never been seen again. Nobody has seen her. Nobody has heard from her. She's gone. She had no other way of getting places because she wasn't in her vehicle. She was a part of that group of friends. One of the friends was driving everyone. There's no sign she ever got back to her own home. She entered that apartment building, and only one person can say that she left, and that person really refuses to cooperate with anyone. No one else saw her walk away from that apartment building, not a single person. Nobody has come forward to state, "Oh yeah, I picked her up," which is entirely possible. She could have left that man's apartment, and somehow she ran into someone else who was just the worst possible person. Regardless, police pretty much believe that foul play is involved here and that she was likely killed that night. But was it by this unnamed man who didn't let the friends in the apartment, who they know that's the last place Linda ever was? Or was it a stranger that accosted her after she walked out of that man's apartment? Again, nobody heard an altercation, nobody heard screamings, nobody heard or saw anything. But without a body, especially in the early 80s, it's extremely difficult to move forward with the case. So her case went cold, and it's been cold ever since. Someone somewhere out there, though, has to know the truth about what happened to Linda Carol Taylor, and perhaps that someone is you. Maybe you can help bring her home so that her family and friends can lay her to rest. If you have any information on her case, you are asked to please call 615-862-7557. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Linda Barker. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Colorado Springs, Colorado. I don't have much information for the case or for the individual in question. Linda Jeanette Barker was 29 years old at the time of this case, and she was living in her own place. She drove a white and blue Chevy Blazer, and the last time anyone ever saw her was near her home at the 11,300 block of Goodson Road. I'm not exactly sure precisely where she lived. But she apparently drove away from her home in her car and was never seen again. That was on April 7th, 1982. Now, she wasn't reported missing for like almost a week or so, but then the next thing I know is that they found her vehicle parked at the parking lot at the Stapleton International Airport in Denver, Colorado. This was roughly 90-ish minutes away from her home. They thoroughly checked to see if she had purchased any plane tickets, and she did not. There was not a single boarding pass ever found purchased in her name. Her bank records showed no purchases for a plane ticket. There are no witnesses who actually saw her there. There are no witnesses who ever saw her get onto a plane. I don't know if her vehicle showed any signs of a struggle or if there was any indications that there was maybe foul play involved in the car. I don't know if there's any indications at her home if any foul play was there. The only other thing I know is that according to family, this was something very unusual for her. She is not the type of person who had ever picked up and just left without telling a single person. Her social security number has not been used since, and to those, who don't know, you need your social security number to get a job, you need your social security number to rent a place, get a home. We need it for all the major things we do, and hers has never been used. Her bank account has never been touched. And the authorities do believe that foul play is quite possibly involved here and that this might actually be a homicide. They just don't know who, and they don't know why. And more importantly, they don't have Linda. 29-year-old Linda Jeanette Barker was last seen on the afternoon of April 7th, 1982. A few months later, her vehicle is found at an airport in which no records of her ever boarding a plane were found. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Linda and where she might be. Her family at least deserves to be able to find her, bring her home, and lay her to rest. If you have any information on her case, you are asked to please call 719-520-7225. Three women at different times in their lives dated the same man. All three women have never been seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Margaret, Retha, and Danielle. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will actually take us to Florida. 21-year-old Danielle Johnson was living in the Clearwater, Florida area in 1989. The last time anyone ever saw her was on the afternoon of April 4th, 1989. She was seen getting into her car after leaving her home because she attended St. Petersburg Junior College in Clearwater. She never made it to school. A short time later, her vehicle, a 1987 Nissan Pulsar, was found abandoned behind a fast food restaurant. Nobody knows how it got there. The only thing they know is that an unknown male called a tow truck company to have the vehicle towed away. When the tow truck people got there, they realized that there was only one thing wrong with the car. Apparently, it just had a loose battery connection, and that was it. But it was soon identified as the car belonging to Danielle Johnson. Her family, because she lived on her own, they didn't really realize she was missing for a couple of days, and so about 2 days after she was last seen, they do officially report her missing. Reportedly, the day that the father called the police, they also got a letter in the mail, and it was a letter that claimed to come from Danielle Johnson. It stated that she decided to move to Orlando, Florida, out of nowhere, and she was going to get her life back together. The letter kind of claimed that she was into drugs, and allegedly, handwriting experts looked at this letter and deemed that it was, in fact, Danielle's handwriting. But the family, I think anyone realistic also would think that foul play is involved here. Because just before she vanished, she was dating this man here, a man named Cleveland Hill Jr. Cleveland had reportedly doted on Danielle. She gave her all sorts of lavish gifts, but her father tried to always make sure she returned those gifts to him because they just felt something was off with Cleveland. Then he actually bought Daniela a new car, and her father was like, you need to get that back to him because we feel like the intention behind all of this is not right. And so Cleveland Hill goes to Daniela's house, or her parents' house, and gets into an argument with her dad. And he says to the father, quote, well, you better enjoy your daughter now because this may be the last time you see her. Then, a short time later, she vanishes off the face of the earth. In the days leading up to her disappearance, Danielle was becoming more and more scared of Cleveland. He had shown a more threatening side. Friends were beginning to warn her about him because he had repeatedly told people that if he needed someone to disappear, he could make them disappear. When police talked to him, he's like, well, she got really involved in drugs and cocaine trafficking, and she probably just, ran away from her problems. And then when they dug deeper into Cleveland Hill, they realized this is not the first time this has happened. Pictured here was 38-year-old Margaret Dash, also living in the Clearwater, Florida area. The last time anyone ever saw her was on June 14th, 1974. She left her home to go buy some medicine for a family member, but she never got to the place to buy the medicine, and she never came home. It turns out she would eventually have an affair with Cleveland Hill Jr., and she was married at the time, and apparently Cleveland Hill went to the husband and told him about the affair. Margaret then goes to her husband and says, listen, it's been happening, but I'm cutting off ties with Cleveland. It's going to be over. And so she tells Cleveland, then she comes back home and tells her husband, I broke it off with him, but he became very scary. He threatened to kill me if I left him. And then she disappears a short time after that. And it was then learned that Cleveland Hill in 1968 had shot his wife and his mother-in-law. Both of them ended up surviving. But he shot them after the wife basically said, I'm going to be leaving you. He only got 5 years of probation for that. Then the wife that he had shot, once he got out of prison by 1970 or 1971 or so, she ends up remarrying him. Apparently, church leaders told her that divorce is, you can't do it. It's a sin. And so they almost convinced her and forced her almost to remarry the man that shot her and her mom. Margaret Dash has never been found. In 1982, it happened a second time. This was Retha Hires. She was 43 years old in 1982. The last time anyone saw her was on December 19th, 1982. She left her house just to go to the grocery store to buy a couple of things, and she was supposed to be home within, maybe half an hour, but she never came home. Then her husband gets a letter, and it states that she is leaving the husband to be with a man named Cleveland Hill Jr. But the children they had together, they need to stay with the husband. I don't know if the handwriting experts determined if it was her handwriting or not. But when he found out about this affair she might have been having with this man named Cleveland Hill, obviously it upset him. And actually got to a point where when the husband found out, she was so upset herself that she tried to end her own life, but she did not succeed. When she vanished, the husband would find Cleveland Hill and say, hey, where's my wife? Did you do something to her? He tells the husband, I saw her run off with some white man. And despite now being a suspect in a second woman's disappearance, nothing was done. Which then takes us back to April 4th, 1989. The third woman disappears, who had recently been dating Cleveland Hill. He has never been charged in connection to any of the three women's disappearances. He was convicted in 1992 of drug trafficking and sentenced to 19 years in prison. He was released from federal prison in 2008, and then by 2018, while living in the state of Virginia, he dies of cancer. These three women never had the opportunity to know each other. All three women disappeared at different times in their lives. All three women disappeared shortly after leaving or trying to leave Cleveland Hill Jr. Neither of them have ever been seen again. Cleveland Hill Jr. is reasonably the only suspect in their disappearance, yet was never formally charged with any of them before his death. Someone somewhere out there has got to know at least where these three women are so that they can be brought home and laid to rest properly. Their families deserve that. If you have any information, you are asked to please call 727-582-6200. The image you see here is that of a man allegedly trying to save a woman's life. The problem is he's the one who did it to her. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Mary Ann Schmitz. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Whitefish, Montana, and it was 1999. This, unfortunately, is one of those cases where there's not a ton of information, and I really don't have much backstory for the victim. Mary Ann Schmitz, though, was described as a very adventurous person, someone who was eager to experience new things, someone who just loved life. She was a type of person who wanted to see the good in everyone. But unfortunately, as we all know, there isn't good in every single person. Towards the end of 1998, she ends up meeting a man named Leroy Schmitz. She meets him at a bar, the two of them start talking, they hit it off, and very quickly they start dating. They then move in with one another, and then eventually they tie the knot. Marianne Schmitz appears to be very, very happy. She seems like she's gotten the fresh start in life that she wanted, but unfortunately it only lasted a couple of months. On June 17th, 1999, Marianne Schmitz went into town in Whitefish and she went to a bar. Then, not too soon after that, the police are called that a woman is found on the side of the road and there is a man hovering over her, apparently trying to give her CPR and save her. Once police and rescue arrive and they take over, they determine that the woman she's dead. The woman is identified as Marianne Schmitz. The man is Leroy Schmitz, her husband. When police ask him, okay, what happened here? Your wife is dead and we need to know what occurred. He says he doesn't remember. He just recalls snapping back into existence and all of a sudden he's got his knee on his wife's neck. Then he's like, what have I done? And then he tries to give her CPR to save her. He said, whatever may have happened, it was not intentional. I didn't do this on purpose. It must have been an accident. He then later tells police that night he and his wife Mary got into an argument because he claims that he walked into a bar there in Whitefish and he saw his wife Mary cheating on him, which no one can actually back that up. He then says he calmly asked her to get into the car. He put her in the car and then they began driving and then he just wakes back up and suddenly he's hovering over his wife's body. The police don't believe his story. He is then arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. You don't accidentally strangle someone to death, which is what she actually died from. She died of strangulation. Her larynx had been crushed. But also, what are the odds of this happening twice in a person's life? Because back in 1986, also in Montana, another one of his lovers, a woman named Barbara Seed, also died of strangulation. By whose hands? Leroy's. And here's where our criminal justice system really just fucks up. So he's arrested and charged with Barbara Seed's murder. He is then convicted of just manslaughter. He's only given 18 to 20 years in prison for that in 1987. But he was paroled after just 10 years. And just a short time after he's released after killing his girlfriend, he then meets another woman. They fall head over heels, they get married, and now she is found murdered. How? Well, the exact same way that Barbara Seed was killed. Then they learn that just 18 days before Mary's murder, Mary calls 911 and she wants to file assault charges against her husband. He is arrested and then immediately released on bail. You know, I can't help but think that perhaps if we were just maybe a little tougher on people who deliberately murder others, maybe he would still be in prison for the first murder he committed, and maybe Mary would still be alive. Maybe if this violent guy who assaulted his wife wasn't arrested and then immediately put back out onto the streets to kill his wife, maybe she'd still be alive. Leroy Schmitz goes on trial and he is found guilty of the murder of his wife Mary, and he is sentenced to a whopping 100 years in prison. And that is where he sits today, rotting in a prison cell, and that is where he will die. Mary Ann just wanted to see the good in everyone, but unfortunately, as we all know, there are a lot of very bad people out there. Mary Ann did the right thing. She reported her husband assaulting her, and the police just put him right back out onto the streets without any protection for her. And unfortunately, it would result in her unfortunate murder. But thankfully, her monster is now behind bars, and he will never breathe free air ever again. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Mary Dussich. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't have much information on the victim, but I know that she was born in July of 1918. And when this case occurred, she was 63 years old, and she did have a few adult children. Mary was married to a man that she was actually in the middle of divorcing, and it was a very, very bitter divorce. I don't know if this is what the house looked like back then. This is more of a recent shot of it, or the address at least. But her and her soon-to-be ex-husband lived in this house in Lighthouse Point, Florida. Neither of them wanted to give up anything to do with the house. They were fighting very bitterly over this, and so both of them decided to keep living in it, and they just lived in opposite points of the house. The last time anyone ever saw Mary was on the night of April 28th, 1982. The day before, her kids saw her. She hung out with them for a bit, and then she went to her friend's place to play cards, which is what she did all the time. Then she got home around 1:45 a.m., and nobody has seen her since. So a missing persons report was filed for her. The police did talk to her soon-to-be ex-husband, Joseph. He says he last saw her on the early morning hours of April 28th, 1982. The two of them got into, as what he said, a very big fight. And he actually admits to police that he punched Mary right in her nose, causing her to bleed. In which case, Mary then, according to Joseph, leaves the house, gets into her car, drives away, never to be seen again. The police discovered that this divorce is going as bad as a divorce could possibly go. Mary had actually called the police on Joseph on multiple occasions for physical assault. Joseph tried to tell the police, well, she was also abusive. She, hit me all the time, but no one could back that up. But they could back up the fact that Mary herself was physically abused by him. And again, leaving an abusive relationship is not an easy task. But Mary was doing her best to distance herself from Joseph as best as she could. The following month, in May of 1982, a little bit south from the house, Mary's car was found. She drove a 1978 yellow four-door Lincoln Continental, not this exact one, but this is what it would have looked like. But the car was found at the Miami International Airport, and in the trunk was Mary's purse. They also found her checkbook, they found photos of her kids, but they did not find her actual wallet and cash. We have seen this a million times before in cases similar to this, where a person goes missing and then suddenly their vehicle is found at an airport to make it look like that individual just got into a plane and took off. But, like is almost always the case in stories like this, there is no records of Mary purchasing a plane ticket. There is no manifest with her name on it. No one can report seeing her at the airport. Not a single person has actually seen her at all anywhere or heard from her or anything. Her bank account has not been touched. Her social security number was never used again. This clearly appeared to be someone who put the car there as an attempt to throw police off, to suggest that she just left. Mary loved her children. They were all adults, but she loved them, and she would never just pick up and leave them like that. I think it's clear to most people that her husband, who actually admitted to punching her in the face that night, did something to her that night. Something more than just a punch in the nose. The police found no blood evidence, though, in her car. Nothing. They also found no blood evidence in the house. But by the time they were able to search the home, this was already like a couple of days later, he had plenty of time to clean. It is more than obvious that Mary Dussich met with foul play that night. It's just they cannot prove it. And unfortunately, the man who probably did this to her, allegedly, of course, Joseph, died in 1996. And whatever answers he had about this, he took those answers to his grave. Even if Mary wasn't killed that night, she would certainly be deceased to this day because she would be over 100 years old. So they know she's not coming home alive, but her family deserves to know where she is so they can bring her home to lay her to rest. Because as far as they know, she is in a shallow grave alone somewhere out there in the world, just waiting to be found. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where to find Mary Dussich, and maybe that person is you. If you have any information, you are asked to please call 954-942-8080. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Mary Rico. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to a very familiar place to me, Oceanside, California. This is actually Mission San Luis Rey, one of the 21 missions in California. I used to live right down the street from this thing. Well, Mary at the time was working as an instructional aide at Mission Elementary School. She herself lived on Camelot Drive, but it was literally just down the road from where she worked. The last time anyone can recall seeing Mary ever was on April 2nd, 1992. Was at one point observed physically at her home on Camelot Drive. Another thing to notice, so she lived here, and then she was also seen on that same exact day up here at the Ralph's grocery store on Oceanside Boulevard. But she had been seen shopping there. Mary's niece was also getting married 9 days later, and it was actually a wedding she was helping plan, and she was very excited to attend the wedding. But she never attended because she vanished on April 2nd. And to this day, nobody knows what happened to her, nobody knows where she is. There was a point where there was a newscast happening a couple days after she disappeared where someone would later tell police, "Oh, I saw Mary in the background of this newscast." It was because they were documenting a capital punishment case, and Mary was very vocal, very anti-capital punishment, and so it made sense to people that you might have seen her in the background because she protested these things. And so at that point, once this friend told police, "Oh, I saw her in the background," police said, "Okay, case closed. She's out there somewhere. We're good." And her family was like, "No, we're not good because we still haven't seen her." It doesn't sound like any of her direct family lived within close proximity to her because her son would end up, who was living in Northern California, drove all the way down to Southern California to see what the heck is going on. When he got to his mom's house on Camelot Drive, he noticed that a sliding glass door was shattered. There were dried bloodstains on the bedding of her bed. The telephone line just outside of her home had been cut. So now police are like, "Oh, maybe something did happen." Yeah, no kidding. Why didn't you check the house, police, when she was reported missing? Now, nothing in the home appeared to have been stolen. As a matter of fact, they also found the receipt from the Ralph's grocery store from April 2nd. So they know she went there first, then she was observed by someone at her home or outside of her home later that day, and then nothing. Mary has not been seen by anyone. Her bank account has not been used. Then something else happened 2 years later. Coincidence? I don't know. This was Margaret Yossa. She too worked at Mission Elementary School, the exact same school that Mary Rico worked at. Here's an even bigger coincidence. The last time anybody ever saw Margaret Yossa alive, she was, I kid you not, at the Ralph's grocery store, the exact same Ralph's grocery store that Mary Rico was last seen at alive the day she disappeared. Two women who did know each other worked at the exact same school. Both of them last seen alive at the Ralph's grocery store, the exact same one, but their cases are separated by 2 years. Margaret Yossa, I believe, was found murdered, or they had evidence that she was murdered, because hers is listed as a homicide, whereas Mary is listed as a missing person. What are the odds? Well, police say it's just a coincidence. They say they have no reason to connect the two cases. Really. And for all I know, they're not connected. It just really is a coincidence, but it's just odd. And that's it. Foul play is suspected in the disappearance of Mary Elizabeth Rico, but nobody knows what happened to her. Nobody knows where she is to this very day. Someone somewhere out there has to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Mary Rico, you are asked to please call 760-435-4911. A 2-year-old girl was blamed for the killing of her baby brother. She was accused by her own mother. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Matthew Golder. Viewer discretion is advised. Matthew Golder was born on September 9th of 1971, and he was born to this woman here, Kathy Allman. Matthew got 4 months on this earth. That is it. Now, at the time, Kathy Allman was dating this man here, her high school sweetheart, Jan Sandlin. Now, she said that he was the father of Matthew. However, there's also belief that Matthew was the son of her ex-husband, a man named Ted Golder. Right after Matthew was born, though, Kathy leaves Ted Golder and then starts her official relationship with Jan Sandlin, even though they had already been seeing each other when she was still married. Kathy at the time also had a 2-year-old girl named Tracy Golder, and they were all living in DeKalb County, Georgia. This takes us to December 27th, 1971. Kathy and her 2-year-old daughter Tracy went out to do some shopping that day, and they left Matthew in the care of Jan. They got back home a few hours later. Apparently, Kathy has a thing of laundry she gets out of the car and brings into the home. And by the time she gets all of that done, she goes to check on Matthew in his crib, but he's not in his crib. She finds him on the floor, and he is not moving and not breathing. So she calls emergency services. They arrive, and unfortunately, it's already too late. 4-month-old Matthew Golder was dead. They speak to Jan Sandlin since he was the one at home with baby Matthew most of that day. Well, he says that once Kathy and Tracy got home, Tracy runs into the house, takes baby Matthew out of the crib, and throws him against a wall. Her own mother, Kathy, said, "Yes, that is what happened." She said that to police. She said, "My 2-year-old daughter picked up the baby and threw him against a wall and killed him." And apparently the coroner said, well, that matches with what we see with his autopsy, and so that's it. Okay, so this 2-year-old girl killed her brother, but it was an accident, so they ruled it an accident. And then life went on. But as Tracy got older, she was like, what happened to my brother? I don't know what happened to him. All I know is that he died when he was just a baby. By the time she's about 15 or 16 years old, she's able to access some of the records. And that is when she finds out she was blamed for killing her brother. And this, of course, horrified Tracy. She was then racked with guilt. It affected her deeply. And she's like, did I really do this? A couple more years go by, and she's able to, convince the powers that be to exhume baby Matthew's body because she wants to know if this is true. After exhuming baby Matthew's body and doing another autopsy and also looking through all of the records, they determined what they said happened to him is definitely not what happened to him. Matthew had severe blunt force trauma to his head, also had lacerations on his body. And based on the injuries and everything they have in their records, they determined that this 2-year-old girl just simply was not going to be strong enough to lift the baby out of the crib and then throw him against a wall with such force that it would kill him. The story that the mother and Jan told was a lie. Now that the coroner has determined that there's no way that this 2-year-old girl did it, somebody else did it, the only other people possible is his own mother, Kathy, and his, father, Jan. They start to learn about abuse. Kathy Allman denies any kind of abuse allegations, but this is all according to Tracy. And so with all of this, Jan Sandlin is then arrested and charged with the murder of Matthew Golder. What was his motive? Well, I guess basically stemming from the fact that Matthew may or may not be his kid. He didn't really want this kid in his life, and he just killed him. Sometime in the late 90s, he goes on trial for the murder of Matthew Golder. He is found guilty and sentenced to life, but the conviction is overturned, but he is once again found guilty. But conviction once again is overturned, but then again, he is found guilty. This time, he is sentenced to life in prison. Kathy Allman has never been charged with connection to Matthew's death, considering she was out with Tracy that day and was only home for a brief time before she found his body. However, it's believed that she knew that Jan did it and covered for him and accused her own daughter of doing it. Once he's convicted, police begin to look into another case. You see, in 1971, the same year that Matthew died, well, another person in Jan Sandlin's life died. A woman named Nancy Tegater. In September of 1971, her family comes home and finds her wrapped up nice and tight in a plastic sheet. They found out that she had a bullet wound to her stomach, which then, ricocheted off of her ribcage and then pierced her heart. They found a note, apparently written by Nancy, that stated that this was deliberate, that she did this to herself. They also learned that Nancy was pregnant, and she was shot in the stomach. They learned through this reopening of the investigation years later that she was actually supposed to be meeting Jan that night. Jan wanted nothing to do with her, but she wanted to, according to people, wanted to rekindle their marriage. And the issue they had with this being ruled a suicide is the fact that Nancy was wrapped up tightly in this plastic sheet, and the gun was found outside of the sheet. How does that happen? How does someone shoot themselves in a very horrifically painful spot and still have the energy and the strength to wrap themselves up in a sheet like that? It doesn't make sense. This is also when Jan is now dating Kathy Ellman, and allegedly might have another child with her, Matthew. What are the odds of the ex-wife dying, and then a couple months later, this baby boy, who may or may not be his, is also murdered? But unbelievably, they, to this day, still list Nancy Tegater's death as a suicide. They said they have no evidence, no physical evidence to support that Jan Sandlin killed her. Matthew Golder was a 4-month-old baby. He never even got to a year. He never really got to experience life. He never even got to walk or say his first words or anything, because a monster decided to brutally bludgeon him to death, kill him, and then accuse his 2-year-old sister of doing it. But thankfully the truth came out, and now Matthew Golder's killer is in prison, and hopefully he will be there for the rest of his life. She disappeared in 1992. She was found 2 months later, but she was not identified for 31 more years. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Melody Harrison. Viewer discretion is advised. It was August 6th, 1992, here in this open field in Apache Junction, Arizona, which is basically just outside of Phoenix. A man was out walking his dog, and when he was doing so, he thought he saw something lying on the ground in the field. And when he got closer, he realized this was a person. This was near the corner of Baseline in Idaho. He would reach out to the authorities, and they confirmed that this is the skeletal remains of a deceased human. And unfortunately, the bones did not indicate how this individual died. And so I'm guessing from that there weren't any indications of like bullet wounds on the bones or any kind of cuts like from a knife. The individual, who they did determine at least was a female, a younger female, was dressed in these clothes. And then in the pocket of the jeans she was wearing, they found this coin which says valid for one student fare, which was for the Phoenix transit system, the buses. They would end up coming up with this composite drawing. They believed that she was probably somewhere between 16 to maybe 20 or 21 years old, but nothing on her person had any identification, so they had no idea who she was. They had put her image on billboards, they put it on the news, they put it in newspapers, but no one identified her. Fast forward to 2023, 31 years later. The Apache Junction police would partner with the DNA Doe project, and using genetic genealogy, they were able to take DNA from the remains and identify her family. The Jane Doe would eventually be linked to one of her cousins, which then led them to a teenage girl who was reported missing in 1992. Her name was Melody Harrison. Getting DNA from Melody's mother and sister, they were able to now positively identify their Jane Doe from 1992 as Melody Harrison. She was reported missing very quickly after she went missing. Apache Junction is like 30-ish miles away from like the Phoenix area, which is where Melody was living when she disappeared. And so it's just crazy to me that with this image out there, which is pretty similar to what she looked like, that they weren't able to, that no one actually saw that and said, oh my God, I think that's Melody. But one thing I did read was that her family did report her missing, but the family was then told, I guess, by numerous people that they believe they saw Melody elsewhere in the surrounding areas. And so the family thought, oh, okay, she just ran away, because she had run away before for days and weeks on end, but she did always come home, but this time she didn't. So I think the family just said, oh, she must have started a new life. But at any rate, they now know who she is. But now that's only part of the mystery. The other part is who killed her. This is being treated as a homicide investigation. They have not determined, or have not released at least, her cause of death. Because again, she was skeletal remains when they found her. Which is also pretty crazy, because she disappeared in June, was found in August, and she was already fully decomposed to the point where she was skeletonized. But to those who don't know, summers here in Phoenix and Apache Junction and all that, they're brutal. We're at 115 to 120 degrees for months on end, so the body's probably going to decompose a lot quicker. They've now looked into everyone that was connected to her back then. Did she have any friends or ex-boyfriends? Did she have any fellow students that maybe she had argued with? Did she know anyone that would have wanted to cause her harm? They still have not been able to figure that out. There is one man for sure who has been linked as a possibility to her case. That's this man here, Brian Patrick Miller. I've covered him a while back, but he is known here in Arizona as the Zombie Hunter or the Canal Killer. He was convicted of the murders of these two individuals, but he is suspected of other murders as well, primarily people in their early 20s or teenage years. Melody would have fit the bill, the type of person he would go after and kill. She would fit it. But he has not officially been labeled as a suspect. It's really just more of a, it could have been him, but maybe not. The two women he was convicted of killing were killed in 1992 and 1993. So again, that is the exact time frame of when Melody disappeared. But also, he may have absolutely nothing to do with it. They have no definitive proof. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about what really happened to Melody in 1992 and who may have killed her. Perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 480-982-8260. He wasn't diabetic. He had no reason to take insulin, so why was it in his system? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Michael Cochran. Viewer discretion is advised. Michael Cochran was born in December of 1980. He was born and raised in West Virginia, and that's where he was living also at the time this case occurred. Around the year 2000, when he was about 20 years old, he would end up marrying a woman named Natalie Jessup. And by all accounts, they were a really happy couple. By 2008, they had 2 kids, and they were just sort of living the dream. They lived here in this beautiful property there in Virginia. Natalie was working at that point as a pharmacist, and they were also running 2 companies. One was called Technology Management Solutions, or TMS, and the other was Tactical Solutions Group, or TSG. Natalie was basically running the companies, and Michael was listed as an officer. They were making great money. They led a very comfortable life. But then some questions arose, more specifically with regards to Natalie's handling of money. So Natalie was also the treasurer of a middle school baseball league. And at one point they had a fundraiser where they raised like $15,000, $20,000. But then that money seemed to kind of just suddenly disappear. And when people dug into it, they realized that there were purchases to places like TJ Maxx and huge purchases at like restaurants. So they're questioning Natalie, like, what did you do with the money that we raised for the Little League stuff? And it sounded like she was kind of trying to dodge all of that. One of the companies, the Tactical Solutions Group, that was focused on bidding contracts to sell weapons and other goods to the US government. Natalie even made comments to her friends and investors in this company that she's sort of like doing it like they did in that movie War Dogs. She even said, we're going to have our employees at this company watch the movie War Dogs as an onboarding video. But then people told her, you do realize in the end, the people in that movie went to prison. Natalie was then being questioned by multiple investors who had invested money in both of these companies that she ran. None of them were getting any kind of returns on their investments. And every time they questioned her, she kept saying like, well, I'm undergoing cancer treatment. She wasn't. I'm also, because the government shut down. Michael at first didn't seem to really know about that side of things. And then in February of 2019, out of nowhere, Michael dies. He became very ill all of a sudden one day, and his friends noticed, and they're like, Natalie, you gotta take him to the hospital. Because she had sent them a picture of him lying on the kitchen floor. And she's like, no, I'll just let him sleep it off. And then finally, after a couple of days, like, no, he is very unwell. He's unconscious. Take him to the hospital. So he is taken to a hospital, and eventually they put him in hospice. He never regains consciousness. And then he dies. Now, the morning he got sick was February 6, 2019. That morning, the couple was supposed to fly to Virginia for a meeting with regards to the banks with these businesses they own. Michael had been suffering from a cerebral edema, and then his blood glucose level was all the way down to about 20, which was dangerous. But they would end up listing his death as basically natural. But then by later in 2019, beginning of 2020, investors for these companies began to come forward saying, we think something is up with how she's running these businesses. We invested tons of money. We're not getting anything back. We believe we've been frauded. And so she is investigated, and it's realized that she has been frauding them. She had run a $2 million Ponzi scheme. One of these businesses wasn't even an actual business. It was only a business on a piece of paper. She had taken all of this money from these people. In 2020, she pleads guilty to unlawful monetary transactions and wire fraud, and she's sentenced to 11 years in prison. And then Michael's family begins to realize, did Michael know? Because when all of this came to light, it just so happened to be a few months after Michael's sudden death. So they exhume his body, and at first they don't find anything. And then in 2023, they exhume his body again. Technology has advanced just a little bit more, where they're able to take tissue samples and whatnot, and they found that he had high levels, lethal levels of insulin in his system. He died of insulin poisoning. I don't know how tests didn't show that at the beginning. I'm not sure. But then a neighbor would testify that right around the time where he died, Natalie had gone to this neighbor and said, hey, can I borrow some insulin? I'm out of mine and I just need some. She didn't take insulin either, but the neighbor didn't know that. And then Michael becomes ill when they're supposed to be flying to Virginia to get to work with the banks. And she's probably realizing, oh my God, I'm about to be found out. So her husband didn't have any idea of the scheme she was running. He didn't know that she was operating fraudulently, but now he was probably about to find out. So in order to keep this all a secret, what does she do? She poisons her husband with insulin. He didn't take insulin. He wasn't diabetic. He had no reason to inject himself with it. She did it to him. So while in prison for her other conviction, she is now arrested and charged with his murder. And what's really sad about all of it is she killed him to prevent him from been all done. She would have been probably not trusted or liked by many people after that, but a person also wouldn't be dead. She would never be free from prison because she was convicted of the murder of her husband, Michael, and she was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Michael would have likely found out about her scheme. She likely would have been arrested. She likely would have gone to prison. And so she killed him to prevent that from coming out. But it comes out anyway. And now, instead of serving just 11 years in prison for those schemes, now she is sitting behind bars for the rest of her life, and she will never know freedom ever again, because she decided to take the life of the man she claimed to love because she feared that he was going to rat her out. Well, now she can stew in a jail cell for the rest of her life, where she will die. The Jerry Springer Show was known for its filth and its shock value and its entertainment, but it certainly was not entertainment when one of their guests was murdered. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Nancy Campbell Panitz. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't have a whole lot of information about Nancy, but I do know that she was born in 1948, and at one point she had been married and had at least a couple of sons. Nancy, it sounds like she really preferred to live a very private, kind of quiet life, which is totally understandable. And when the internet came about, and that came along with AOL, and of course, as people from my generation know, AOL chat rooms, she ended up coming across a man in Germany named Ralph Panitz. Nancy and Ralph had this sort of online relationship for quite some time, and then he ends up moving to the States, where she is living in Sarasota, Florida. And shortly after that, Ralph and Nancy would marry. But the marriage was not good. It didn't last very long. By 1999, Nancy would file for divorce. It was a tumultuous relationship. I was reading in a newspaper article that both of them filed injunctions against each other. They had like kind of this back and forth sort of relationship. And it sounds like Ralph was at times violent or abusive. And then enter the Jerry Springer Show. Yes. A show obviously that my generation grew up with for its kind of disgusting sensationalism, its over-the-top performances and theatrics. And I think at one point it was maybe a genuine talk show, but then it became this bizarre entertainment thing where spouses would yell at each other and throw chairs at one another. And in 2000 there was an episode called Secret Mistresses Confronted, in which Nancy Campbell Panitz was on with her husband Ralph, and Ralph has a secret to share. Ralph married another woman in 2000. Her name is Eleanor. And they married in secret because Ralph would go back to Nancy from time to time while he was still with Eleanor, and Nancy had no idea. It led to a very ugly confrontation where Eleanor, the mistress, called Nancy fat and ugly. No, Eleanor, like a cunt would do. Sorry. Eventually, it leads to one of those moments you see all the time on the Jerry Springer Show where, one of the people involved just kind of gets up and storms off stage, which was what Nancy did. And Ralph would say something like, I just wanted to go on the show just to tell Nancy that I'm with another woman and just to leave us alone, because he was accusing Nancy of stalking him, which I don't believe was true. But you don't go on the Jerry Springer Show and say, I just wanted to tell her that I was... No, just tell her in real life then. Don't drag her onto a TV show so that you can embarrass her. But that's what he did. That was obviously his intention, him and Eleanor. And then the threats started. After they filmed the episode, Ralph became angry. He became more violent. And it got to a point where Nancy filed restraining orders against him. And then Nancy would file for a court order to have Ralph basically banned from the house, that he was not allowed to enter it, which Nancy won that. Therefore, Ralph was not allowed to go to her home. But Ralph did not listen. July 24th, 2000, the Jerry Springer episode featuring Nancy, Ralph, and Eleanor, it airs. The studio audience obviously boos at Nancy and starts laughing and all the stuff they do. It's an embarrassing moment for her. The day the episode aired just so happened to be the same exact day that Nancy died. July 24th, 2000, Nancy Campbell Panitz was found murdered inside of her home. She was lying on the kitchen floor. Nancy had been severely beaten and she was strangled to death. The weeks and the months, fucking hell, the hair. Jesus. In the weeks and the months following the filming of the episode, Ralph, like I said, became more violent, and, Nancy had accused him of domestic violence numerous times. It seemed to get stronger after they filmed it. It sounds like that really kind of just set it in him to be like, I gotta take care of her. At the crime scene, they found shoe impressions, and they were an exact match to shoes that Ralph owned and wore. They also found DNA under Nancy's fingernails. That DNA belonged to Ralph. But Ralph and Eleanor here, they tried to flee. Ralph tried to go to Canada. It sounds like Eleanor was trying to hide on a native reservation, thinking maybe, they can't come after me if I'm there. But all of it failed, and Ralph and Eleanor were arrested. Ralph was physically charged with the murder, and also he was charged with breaking the restraining order because they had his physical presence inside that house when it should not have been. By his own admission, there was no physical contact between he and Nancy for quite some time. So there's no reason why his DNA should be underneath her fingernails. Eleanor was arrested simply to be a material witness, not as someone who was actually involved in the murder. At his trial, his defense tried to state that Nancy just simply died of a heart attack. Okay, sure, explain the beatings and the strangulation then. Typically your heart stops when you are murdered, so. One of, Nancy's sons was there the entire time, reminding everyone who Nancy is. His mom, a kind and lovely woman, whose life was so brutally ended by a man full of rage. Ralph also testified on his own behalf, and he says basically he blacked out. I can't remember what I did that day. I know I drank a lot, and then I found out a couple of days later that Nancy was dead, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. One of those convenient, I don't remember anything kind of excuses to get away with it, but it didn't work. Jury deliberated for 18 hours, and they found Ralph Panitz guilty of the second-degree murder of his wife or ex-wife, Nancy, and he was sentenced to life in prison. And you better believe it, he and Eleanor are still together. Eleanor stands by his side and said they got the wrong person. I know she had no involvement in the murder, I think, but it's still like, God, I fucking hate her still. She sounds awful. Sorry if you see this, you're terrible. Married to a wife-beater and a murderer. Wow, what a storybook romance, huh? One to tell the grandkids. Nancy Campbell did not deserve what happened to her, not in the least. She was a very quiet, private woman who just wanted to simply live her life. But unfortunately, someone decided to embarrass her on national television. And then the day the episode aired, she is brutally killed by the person who brought her on the show. I hope that man dies in a prison cell, and I hope it is painful. And thankfully, Nancy Campbell was able to quickly get the justice she rightfully deserved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nancy Kirkpatrick. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Columbia Falls, Montana, and it is 1976. That is where 16-year-old Nancy Lynn Kirkpatrick lived. Nancy's parents at the time were divorced, and so she was actually living with her grandma. Everyone described her as your typical, just regular old teenage girl. She got good grades in school. She was well-behaved. But Nancy did apparently have issues in the past with running away from home. Now, usually these were only ever for a couple of days at a time, and the authorities were always able to find her. But she at times had gotten far. Like, she had gotten to California, she got to Seattle. And a day before this case occurs, she actually was just picked up after running away. She spent a day, I guess, in a jail cell. Then the day this all happened, she was asked by some neighbors who she had babysat for before a couple of times if she could babysit for them. And she said, yeah. Which, all of that went fine. The folks came home and they said, Nancy, you can head home now. She was seen walking away from that house and walking towards the direction of her home, but then was never seen again. It sounds like because she was a person who had run away on more than one occasion before and she had gotten pretty far before, they just really considered this to be another runaway, which in this particular case, I understand that's why they would think that. But then after days, weeks, months, and then years, no one has seen her. No one has heard from her. Not a single sighting of her except for one possible one. In 1983, one of her former teachers was now in Anchorage, Alaska, and she said that she saw Nancy in a bar in 1983, but she also wasn't positive it was her, and the sighting was never corroborated, so they don't really know if that was her or not. But about a year or so before Nancy disappeared, there was another teenage girl who lived about 10, 12 miles away from Columbia Falls, Montana, named Robin Pettinato. She also vanished. She, too, has never been found. And there was some belief by the authorities and by other people that potentially both of these cases could be related, but they're also not sure. It really is just a guess. If Nancy is alive today, she may look something similar to this. Nancy would be in her 60s at this point. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Nancy Lynn Kirkpatrick and where she may have gone. And perhaps that person who knows is you. If you have any information on her case, you are asked to please call 406-758-5585 or 406-863-2420. Where is Naomi Wilson? That is a question that has remained unanswered for 45 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Naomi Wilson. Viewer discretion is advised. For this case, we're going to Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Naomi Wilson was born in August of 1948, and when this case occurred, she was 32 years old. She was actually born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama, but eventually she found her way to Iowa, where in the 70s she did get married, but by 1978 she had divorced her husband. She is one of 5 total siblings. By 1981, just a short time after she divorced her husband, though, she is trying to get her life kind of back on track, and she ends up getting a really well-paying job. She gets her own place, she gets a car, and everything was going great. Naomi was also in a relationship with a new man. She had started dating him a short time after her divorce, and actually the person she was dating was the uncle of her previous husband. His name was Colbert Beets. The last time anyone ever saw Naomi was on the afternoon of April 12th, 1981. She was seen by her boyfriend Colbert at the house that she had recently moved into, when at about 4 o'clock he says that they both left the house but were going to different places. Colbert was going to his mother's house, and then Naomi was supposed to go get gas, and then she was going to be meeting up with a friend. But Naomi never met that friend. Colbert says that about an hour or two later, he is driving down the road when he sees Naomi driving on the road going the opposite direction of him. She was in her white 1978 Ford Fairmont, and nothing seemed unusual. When Naomi failed to show up for work and when her boyfriend found out, the boyfriend is the one who reports her missing to police. 2 days later, at this address here, which used to be a Kmart, but obviously it's not that anymore, I guess some of Colbert's relatives were out looking for Naomi, is what they said, and they found her car. It was parked at a Kmart, and nothing seemed unusual. There was no signs of foul play, but Naomi was nowhere near it. Now, this is just a 4-minute drive away from where she lived, literally just across the street. But no one can recall seeing Naomi in the Kmart or anywhere. This is in 1981. There weren't cameras everywhere at this point. The next kind of weird thing about this is that Colbert ends up moving into Naomi's house without really any permission. He doesn't pay the mortgage, he doesn't pay anything in the house, and then eventually it forecloses, and at that point he's forced to leave. But he was just happily living there as his girlfriend disappeared. A lot of suspicion obviously is going to fall on Colbert being admittedly the last person to see her. But what I'll tell you is that Colbert Beets was never charged or arrested with her disappearance because Naomi Wilson still has not been found. I believe they do think that foul play is involved, but especially back in the 80s when you couldn't find a body, it was really hard to prosecute any kind of case back then. The Beets family themselves have a rap sheet, like all of them. They have been charged with fraud and wire fraud. Some of them have been named as suspects in the murder of another woman named Paula Jean Oberbrockling. One of them was a supposedly well-respected pastor who then later admits to abusing young women at his church. Colbert Beets does have a son himself. His son was later, I guess, convicted of assault charges. But none of that means that they did anything to Naomi. But it was, I guess, his brothers that conveniently found her car. And also it was Colbert Beets who reported her missing. You could kind of look at that as 2 ways here. One, why on earth, if he was the one who made her disappear, why on earth would he call attention to it, especially so quickly? But then the other side is, well, that might make sense that he does it. That way people don't suspect he had anything to do with it. And if he had waited days and weeks and months, that would have made him look suspicious, so reporting her within a day doesn't make him look as bad. But the fact of the matter is nobody knows what happened to her. I mean, I think you can probably say what we think is obvious, because usually it is the boyfriend, or the husband, or the fiance, or whatever. But you also have to have proof, you have to have evidence, and you have to have her. I mean, nowadays we can prosecute people, we do it all the time now without a body, but you also need evidence to present at a trial. And they just don't have anything. 45 years ago, to the very date I'm posting this video, Naomi Wilson's life was definitely on the upswing. Everything was going great. And then she suddenly falls off the face of the earth. It's not something that she typically would do. Foul play is suspected. They just don't have any proof. But someone somewhere out there does know the truth about what really happened to Naomi Wilson. Perhaps that someone is you. So much time has passed. It's time to come forward and tell them what you know. At least help them bring Naomi home. If you have information on her whereabouts, please call 319-286-5374. His car was found in a ditch along this road, but where he went is still a mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nathan Edberg. Viewer discretion is advised. For this case, we're going to White Bear Lake in Minnesota. That is where Nathan Edberg and his siblings lived with their family, or they lived just outside of White Bear Lake. Nathan himself was 19 years old at the time. He was described as a good, well-behaved young man. He was also very, very smart. But around the time of this case happening, he was falling into depression, and he was actually being treated for that, according to his mother. I guess Nathan had recently been involved in a breakup with his girlfriend, and that kind of, it upset him. And when all of this occurred, he was actually living with his cousin. It was April 14th, 1999 in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Nathan, I guess, would go to a place called Decoy's Bar and Grill. It was located somewhere on 4th Street. I don't think it's that establishment anymore. All that's really known is that at a certain point, no one really seems to know exactly what time he left, but he left the bar and got into his pickup truck and reportedly was driving home. But Nathan never got home. Now, his parents and his siblings, it doesn't sound like they realized something was wrong for a few days, because again, he wasn't living at their home anymore. But the parents were eventually notified after a couple of days that his pickup truck, was now at an impound lot because his truck was found abandoned in a ditch along this road. This was the 35E and I-694. When the truck was found, there was no obvious signs of any kind of damage. The car was in operating condition. There were no broken windows, no indications of foul play, no blood or anything like that. There were also no witnesses. Nobody saw or heard anything as to what exactly happened. But what they know for sure is that when they found the truck, Nathan was not with it. Nathan was nowhere near the truck. They did say that they found some foot or shoe impressions in the dirt that were heading in an eastward direction, but I don't know if they determined if they were his footsteps or somebody else's, but they have no idea where he is. According to the bartender at the bar that night, he said that he seemed to be in a happier mindset than he had been in recent days. He arrived at the Decoy's Bar and Grill sometime around 7:30 p.m. He ordered a beer, and he seemed fine. But once the parents found out about the truck being impounded, that's when they reported Nathan missing. Nathan was depressed. I don't know if they had any inklings or indications that maybe Nathan might try to end his own life. I don't know if they suspect that's what happened here. The authorities who are investigating this say they have no evidence of foul play, but they also have no evidence of anything. Nothing at all. They have no clue what happened to him. It doesn't sound like when he left that bar he was drunk or intoxicated because he only ordered one beer. Nathan Edberg's bank account, his social security number, none of it has ever been used or touched since the day he disappeared. Were there any enemies in his life that would have wanted to harm him? I don't know for sure, but there's no mentions of anything like that. I look at kind of an overhead of the area, so this is where his car was found. Now, normally you would say, do you look in the bodies of water? Because usually people might, drive into a lake. Well, his car was found in perfectly normal condition, but could he have wandered off? Maybe he went to get drinks somewhere else. Maybe he was more intoxicated and he found himself in a lake. Have they searched these lakes? I have to assume they have, but I don't know for sure. It really is a very bizarre mystery. There have been other cases kind of similar to this, you've heard a lot about. Cases like Brandon Swanson, very similar, where his car was found basically on the side of the road and he just vanished from it. Brandon Lawson, very similar case with him, but ultimately they have absolutely no idea what happened to Nathan. People cannot just vanish into thin air. They don't just evaporate. Something had to have happened to him, whether it be an accidental death, whether it be him ending his own life, or maybe he did meet with foul play. There's just no proof of it. Whatever the scenario is, he still deserves to be found. His family still deserves to bring him home to lay him to rest. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Nathan Edberg, or at the very least, where he can be found so that his family can have him back. Perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 651-266-7320. Please help bring Nathan home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Oliver Leo Green. Viewer discretion is advised. And this case will take us to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and it is 1982. Unfortunately, there is very, very little information about this case. Oliver Leo Green was 51 years old at the time this case occurred, and he was working at a place called Torque Masters of Oklahoma at the time. The last time anyone ever saw him was on April 8th, 1982. He was seen at his house leaving his home because I guess he had forgotten something at work that he wanted to go back there to get, but he never got back home. And Oliver has never been seen since. At some point, he is reported missing. Now, several days after his disappearance, his vehicle, his work truck, was found near his place of work, which was at North Rockwell and Wilshire Boulevard there in Oklahoma City. The truck was unlocked, which was extremely uncharacteristic of Oliver. He was very, very careful about locking his work truck because he was afraid that people might steal some of his supplies from his truck. But there were no signs of a struggle, no signs of foul play, no blood, no drag marks in the dirt or anything like that to indicate what might have happened to him. There was no trace of Oliver in the car or anywhere near it. 3 days after Oliver's disappearance, his family reportedly gets a phone call, and it's a phone call, it's anonymous, they don't say who they are, but they are demanding $300,000 in cash for Oliver's return. The call then ends, and the individual never calls back. And to this day, his family and police do not know if this was an actual ransom call or if this was just some sort of sick joke or a hoax, or maybe it was a ransom call, but something happened where Oliver died, and that's why they never called back. They don't know. It's also never been found out who made that call in terms of could they trace the phone number, see where it came from. It doesn't sound like they could. So it is just another mystery on top of his already mysterious disappearance, which was, again, very out of character for him. He was not someone who ever had picked up and left before. And foul play is suspected in this case. The problem, though, is what type of foul play, why did it happen, and who did it? Or is there that possibility, that chance that maybe he just left, you know? They don't know why he would have. He never gave any indications that he was going to, but it is a possibility. The clothing he was last seen wearing is reported to be a heavy blue shirt or a yellow and brown plaid western shirt. He was wearing blue jeans, a belt buckle with the initials TM for his employer Torque Master, brown cowboy boots, and a gray Stetson hat. Oliver was a 51-year-old white male with graying brown hair, blue-gray eyes. He also wore gold-rimmed eyeglasses. He has scars on his left bicep and left wrist and a tattoo of the initials LG on his upper right arm. People do not get Thanos snapped out of existence. They do not disappear into thin air. Something happened to him, whether that was a crime or he made himself disappear on his own. Nobody knows. But somebody somewhere out there has to know the truth about what happened to Oliver Green, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 405-297-1129. She was last seen getting onto a motorcycle with an unidentified male, and she has never been seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Pamela Tinsley. Viewer discretion is advised. Pamela Dawn Tinsley was born in May of 1966. When this case occurred, she was just 19 years old. People would label her just your typical, everyday teenage girl. She was doing some work for the local newspaper. She was also engaged to be married at the time. Her fiancé was actually serving in the U.S. military and was serving in a different state when all of this occurred. And she also had her own place at the time, and she had 3 roommates all living in a 1-bedroom apartment. But the 3 roommates were basically getting on her last nerve at the time. They were lazy, they were messy, and they weren't paying her rent anymore. And she was planning to evict them. But that never got to happen. It was the afternoon of April 13th, 1986. Pamela needed to unwind. She needed to get away from these roommates for a few hours. And so she would go to Lake Overholser in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. She went there with some friends. She wanted to unwind, take in some, beautiful sights, go swimming, and she had a good time. She was having fun. But at some point, she walks up to one of the friends she was there with and says, I'm going to be going on a motorcycle ride with this guy I just met, and I'll be back in a little bit. And she gets onto this motorcycle with this man that the friends and nobody recognized, and they take off. Pamela left behind her purse, her cigarettes, everything she had, and she was seen wearing this bathing suit. That's what she had on her when she got onto the motorcycle, indicating, yeah, I'll be back in just a few minutes, because this is all I have right now. Pamela never came back. Pamela has never been seen again. The man she got onto the motorcycle with also never came back. Nobody knows who he is. A short time later, she would be reported missing to police, and a search for her would begin fairly quickly. I think there was still that rumbling of, well, she's 19, she could go on her own, it's not a crime, yada, 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 the thing we've always heard in cases like this. But the police knew something about this one was definitely off, because she left all of her belongings there at the lake, everything she brought with her, and she left wearing just a bathing suit. If you're planning on running away and fleeing and going somewhere, you're not going to go in just that. Not to mention, we have an unidentified man involved here who has never come forward. But police also learn about the roommate situation and how she was planning to evict them and how essentially shitty they were to her. So they have to look at it possibly from that angle as well. But they also learned that a few weeks before her disappearance, I guess the police were called to her apartment and they found marijuana in her closet. Pamela says, it's not mine, one of my roommates must have put it there. But then they found out that Pamela was actually allegedly sending drugs to her fiance. But it wasn't like marijuana, it was allegedly stuff like LSD, which they did not find anything like that in her apartment. Police feared that Pamela was likely killed the day she went missing, because nothing about this says this is a young woman who just wanted to disappear on her own. Everything indicated that foul play was involved. Did the roommates have something to do with this? Because maybe they found out they were going to be evicted and they wanted to take some kind of insane revenge. Did this have anything to do with drugs? Could someone involved in dealing or who maybe they purchased them from maybe did something to her? But most importantly, who is the man that she got into the motorcycle with? Was that man connected to the roommates? Was that man connected to someone in the drug world? Or was that man just a very random person who found a random young woman and said, I'm going to take her and do unspeakable things to her and kill her? Everyone in her life said this was not something she would do with a stranger, indicating that Pamela may have had some knowledge of who this man actually was. Even though she told the friend, I just met him at the lake, was that a lie? Maybe it is someone she kind of knew. It's just, again, no one knows. Pamela Dawn Tinsley vanished off the face of the earth on April 13th, 1986 at approximately 2 p.m. at Lake Overholser in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to her and where they can find her. And perhaps that person who knows is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Pamela Tinsley, you are asked to please call 405-297-1000. Two men were gunned down in their home while they slept, all because of a letter. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Paul and Greg Jarrett. Viewer discretion is advised. It was Wednesday, July 16th, 2003, in an affluent neighborhood in Coral Gables, Florida. Police were called to this home because one of the occupants, Greg Jarrett, failed to show up to his job at a local hospital. Police arrived at the home and they knocked on the door. They got no response. And so, feeling concerned for the safety of the occupants inside, they entered the home. Everything appears to be relatively normal. Nothing seems to be out of place. That is until they get to the bedrooms, where they find 82-year-old psychiatrist Dr. Paul Jarrett dead in his bed, shot to death. His 47-year-old son, Greg Jarrett, who was a nurse at the hospital, also found deceased in his bed, also shot to death. In the home, they did find some spent bullets and also some casings. And also missing from the home was Dr. Paul Jarrett's vehicle, this one pictured here. Now, this vehicle would later be recovered at a different location, and it was called into by a tow truck company who then towed it away. It was very obvious that whoever parked it there cleaned the car, wiped it down for prints, and there was no additional DNA found inside. Dr. Paul Jarrett was a renowned psychiatrist. He was especially very, very big in the 70s and the 80s. He had graduated from the University of Indiana Medical School. He would end up settling in the Coral Gables neighborhood in Florida around 1950. He got married. They had a few children together, including Greg Jarrett, who would eventually sort of follow in his dad's footsteps by working in the medical field, where he would become a nurse. Meanwhile, Paul Jarrett would testify at trials as a psychiatrist, being one of the most reliable and knowledgeable psychiatrists in the field. A year before his murder, he tragically lost his wife, who died of natural causes. He also had a son who died in 1990 during a fatal car accident. He was a family man through and through, a well-respected man. His kids adored him. Greg was basically the same. He was kind of just getting started in the nursing field, something he certainly was excelling at. But who would kill this father and son, and why? The house showed really no signs of forced entry, and while there were things in drawers that were kind of opened, there were also indications that some things had been rummaged through, but really nothing was stolen. What this appeared to be to police was that someone was looking for something in the house, but looking for something very, very specific. And they didn't really know if they found it or not. But Paul and Greg were shot dead. They were both in their beds. I assume when they were both asleep, unless one of them heard something, woke up, and that's why they were killed. Therefore, the other person in the house had to be killed as well. Now, in the home, in one of Paul's jacket pockets, they found a folded up typewritten letter. And this letter was written by a woman named Maria Catabay. Maria Catabay was Dr. Jarrett's office manager. And this was a letter that basically was her admitting that she had stolen and embezzled money from him. And he actually ended up not firing her. But he had this letter proving she admits to stealing a ton of money from him. So they began looking into her, which led them to a man named Juan Carlos Fernandez. He would go by JC to everyone, but he was Maria's boyfriend. Police learned through witnesses that he was upset that Maria had typed up this letter and admitted to everything she did and gave it to the doctor. And so ultimately what they were able to determine is that that letter was the goal. They went into that house to get that letter to take away that proof, in which Maria Catabay would later sign a document, a handwritten document after the murder happened, stating to police during this homicide investigation that she had that letter in there and that was in fact the intended target. And so Juan Carlos Fernandez went to the house to get it. He, with a friend named Jose Barco, entered the home where they searched for that letter, apparently did not find it, and something happened where they had to shoot and kill both Paul and his son Greg. Jose Barco's possession was a couple of guns, including this one. Now, there was a gun stolen from the home. When they test fired this gun, it was the gun that actually fired the fatal bullets that killed Paul and Greg. So Maria essentially gives them the story about, he didn't like the fact that I wrote this letter, and so he wanted to do something about it, which then led to her arrest and the arrest of the two men. Maria Catabay goes on trial for the murder, even though she wasn't present in the house, and also she was charged with burglary-related charges for the attempted burglary at the house. Now, because they couldn't place her in the home, they didn't really have any evidence that she actually orchestrated this all to happen, even though obviously she was the one who kind of kickstarted the whole thing. She was actually acquitted of the murder charges, but she was found guilty of all other charges, including the burglary stuff. The judge told her, Dr. Paul gave you a second chance. When you admitted to him that you stole money from him, he still lets you keep your job. And yet you then go into his home, or you have people go into his home to get that letter in which he ends up dead as well as his son. So I won't be giving you any leniency. And so she was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the burglary. Both Juan Carlos Fernandez and Jose Barco, however, were both convicted of the murder charges and burglary charges, and both of them were sentenced to life in prison without parole. Paul and Greg Jarrett were asleep in their home in the dead of night when strangers entered to steal a letter, but both of them end up murdered. And thankfully, their monsters were caught, they were convicted, and they will spend the rest of their sad lives in prison cells. And hopefully that is where they die. And in the end, both Greg and Paul got justice. She was last seen in the parking lot of this bar. That was 61 years ago. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Peggy Byers-Baisden. Viewer discretion is advised. For this case, we're going to Central Florida, and it is 1965. Peggy Wynell Byers-Baisden was born in July of 1941, and it sounds like she was actually one of 10 total kids in the family. In 1961, she marries a man named Johnny Baisden, and they had a daughter together. Then, in 1964, she got pregnant with her son, but at that point, it sounds like her and Johnny would end up separating. She gave birth to their son, and then she got a job working as a waitress to support her kids. Which takes us to April 2nd, 1965. That evening, she went to a little bar called the Chatterbox, which is no longer in operation today. This is a similar car that she drove. It was a light green two-door 1959 Chevy Coupe. But at some point that evening, someone leaves the bar and notices that there is a man helping Peggy with her car. There was some sort of issues with it that this guy was trying to fix. It was a white male that the individual who saw this did not recognize. But then a short time later, when other people come out, they notice that Peggy is gone and so is her car. But Peggy was never seen ever again. Her family reports her missing that very same day, and the search for her begins, but they find nothing. They don't find her. They don't find any sign of a crime scene. There's no signs of foul play in the parking lot of the bar. Her car is also not found, ever. And once police found out about this man that was seen trying to help her fix her car, they wanted to know who he was, but that person has never been identified. According to the Charlie Project, there is some potential belief that her disappearance might be related to the disappearance of this woman here, Mary Cook, who disappeared in 1970. She also vanished from Highland City, Florida, the same exact area that Peggy disappeared from. Both her and Peggy were both in their early 20s. Both of them were young mothers to 2 children. They even lived in the same neighborhood. That being said, there is no actual connection that would link her disappearance to Peggy's. And then decades would go by, and this is her son now, around this time, who is still searching for his mom, who still has no idea where she is and what happened to her. Then in 2023, a company called Sunshine State Sonar, which is a privately owned company that has helped find cars, in bodies of water, they became involved in trying to see if they could find Peggy or her car in any of the nearby lakes. It doesn't sound like that if she were to be driving home that night, it doesn't sound like there were any direct bodies of water that she could have gone into, unless, she got turned around or went a different direction. There's also that belief that someone killed her and then dumped her car in a body of water. The problem they had that I was reading is that some of the bodies of water that they have now today weren't actually there back then. Some have been made, man-made, and some of the bodies of water that had been there have now been filled. This is just, the course of time. This is 60 years. Unfortunately, though, they had no luck. They have yet to find her car. They have yet to find Peggy. The belief is that foul play is likely involved in the disappearance of Peggy Byers-Baisden. They just don't know who did it and why. They don't know the identity of the man that was seen helping her with her car, or if he had anything to do with her disappearance. But that man has never been found and has never come forward. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Peggy that night, and perhaps that someone is you. Her son and her surviving family at least deserve to be able to bring her home to lay her to rest properly, even if it means she won't get justice. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 863-533-0344. This is the face of a monster who took to his grave the location of the body of the woman he murdered. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Rebecca Powell. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Pensacola, Florida. That is where 41-year-old Rebecca Jane Powell was living. The last time anyone ever saw Rebecca was on the night of April 29th, 1984. She had been out with some friends and family, going to various bars and stuff. At some point that night, she met a man that she did not seem to know prior, and she ends up leaving one of the bars with this man. And that was it. That was the last time anyone ever saw Rebecca ever again. Rebecca would eventually be reported missing, and once the police got involved, they had to ask around to find out who this man was that she left with. And after talking to numerous people, they were able to find out who he was. Oh, Cokehead Hagrid, apparently. His name was Ronald Harvey Fleming. He ran with a motorcycle gang that no longer exists, apparently, called the Skull Munchers. Well, Ronald Fleming here had a history with women in terms of abusing them. He had been accused of physically assaulting women many times. But when police asked him, hey, where's Rebecca? You were last seen with her. He says, that wasn't me they saw. Sorry, I don't even know who she is. I wasn't even at that bar that night. Which everybody knew was a lie. He was lying. But unfortunately, in 1984, since he was still part of this motorcycle gang, no one was talking. They had no evidence. They had nothing. And so the case goes cold. And then they reopen it in 1989. At this point, it sounds like the motorcycle gang had begun to basically fizzle out, and Ronald was not part of it anymore. And now suddenly people are talking. And this talking will finally lead to the arrest of Ronald Fleming. There was a witness who said he was at a home with Ronald on the night everything happened. Ronald brought home Rebecca Powell. Basically, it sounds like both of these men ended up having sex with Rebecca. And the witness says at some point Rebecca was sitting on the couch nude. The witness said Rebecca made some mention of wanting to leave. And then he says that he was so stoned and so tired that he kept falling asleep. But at one point he saw Ronald Fleming put a .44 Magnum in Rebecca's mouth. The witness falls asleep again, but then wakes up to the very loud sound of a gunshot right next to him. When he wakes up, he sees that Rebecca her head's been blown off because Ronald shot her through her mouth. Ronald told the witness, I did it because she told me that she was going to accuse both of us of raping her, so I had to prevent her from doing that. Another roommate woke up and said they heard the gunshot, but as they tried to leave the bedroom, Ronald stopped him and said, oh, don't worry about it, it's fine, just go back to bed. And so the roommate went back to bed. But then later, he tells police, because now he's separated from Ronald. All these people were afraid of Ronald back in 1984. Well, he says he wakes up the following morning and then he sees bloody towels, he sees a mop with blood all over it, and they're obviously cleaning up a very bloody scene. Ronald removed her body from the home, put it into the trunk of one of their vehicles. And this all happened in this house here. I'm assuming it's the same house, but this is the address where it was. The witness who first told the story to police said at some point he helped take a part of the couch and throw it in the dump because the couch was saturated with blood. And one of the roommates said he also noticed there was blood spatter on the wall behind the couch. Now, by the time the police are hearing the story, this has been 5 or 6 years later. So they go to the house and they, examine it. They don't find any blood or anything, obviously. But they do find a hole in the wall above where the couch used to be, according to people who lived there at the time, and that hole had been filled in. And as they examined further, they did find tiny itty-bitty drops of blood, I think, towards the bottom of the wall. And it was enough for them to collect that blood, and they were able to determine it was the same blood type as Rebecca's blood type. But that's all they could do at the time. So now with all of this evidence, and it's primarily circumstantial evidence, but it's still something, Ronald Fleming is charged with the murder. Numerous people would confirm Ronald killed this woman and hid her body somewhere. None of them came forward originally because they were all petrified of this man and the biker gang. At his trial, his defense would try to say somebody else killed some other woman in the house that night. Rebecca was never there. His defense team actually said, she's not even dead. We don't even have proof that she's actually dead, which is true. But again, there were witnesses who saw the body and helped him move the body. But then he put her body somewhere. And because he kept maintaining his innocence, that he had nothing to do with any of it, he never revealed where the body was. Because if he admitted it, that would be him admitting he killed her. The jury at his trial finds him guilty of her murder, despite not having her body, despite having very little physical evidence, but the witness testimonies were very significant. He would end up being sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The witness who was there when the murder occurred was never charged with anything because essentially he was the key witness. Ronald Fleming would end up dying in his prison cell. And with his death, he took the secrets of where Rebecca Powell is currently buried to his grave. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where he buried her or where he put her, and perhaps that someone is you. Her family and friends and everyone in her life still deserves to know where she is, deserves to bring her home and lay her to rest. If you have any information, you are asked to please call 850-433-7867. She had an abusive ex-husband who also assaulted her daughter. Then she goes missing. Yeah, nothing suspicious about that. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Rita Reinhardt. Viewer discretion is advised. Rita Reinhardt was a 32-year-old mother of two who was living in the Raymore, Missouri area. Rita was working at the Folgers plant there. I think it's in Kansas City, Missouri. And she had recently moved to this property in Raymore, and she did so to get as far away from her ex-husband as she could, and to get her two kids away from him as well. Her ex-husband, David, had been basically accused of sexually abusing her daughter. This takes us to April 18th, 1980, the last day that Rita was ever seen by anyone. On that day, I think in the afternoon or so, she was last seen at what was then the Howard Johnson's restaurant, which this is where it used to be. It was on 1602 Northeast Russell Road. She was seen getting into her pickup truck and driving away, and that was it. Nobody saw her ever again. Rita, the mother of two, would then be reported missing fairly quickly, and immediate suspicion fell on her ex-husband. Violent guy who's now been charged with sexually assaulting Rita's daughter. About a month after she disappeared, her pickup truck was actually found by a relative of David. Her pickup truck was found at what was then called the 707 truck stop in Blue Springs, Missouri. It was found on May 19th, 1980. There were some very suspicious things about it. The transmission line had been cut deliberately by someone. In the truck, they found a serrated knife. There was a rope, a shovel. They also found a woman's purse, believed to be Rita's purse, inside the truck. That being said, it doesn't sound like there was any blood or anything like that in the vehicle, and obviously Rita was not found with it. Searching that area where her truck was found, again, they found no signs of her. Now, Rita was supposed to be testifying against her ex-husband, David, at the trial for the rape of her 8-year-old daughter, but then she conveniently disappears shortly before that testimony is supposed to occur. Unfortunately, we have seen that kind of thing before. They want to silence a person in hopes that if that person can't testify, well, then they can't be convicted. They need, the state needs their witness. But even with Rita's disappearance, the trial still moved on, and David was convicted of the rape of the 8-year-old child. David only served 5 years. 5 years for raping a child. Rita's 2 kids were eventually taken in by some of her blood relatives, and they were raised by them. Obviously, foul play is highly suspected in this case. I don't think anyone believes that Rita is alive. Rita was most certainly probably killed the day she was last seen. Was it by her ex-husband? Was it someone connected to him? I can't say for sure. They need evidence, they need proof, and they need Rita. They don't have any of it. But someone, somewhere out there, knows the truth about what happened to Rita Reinhardt and where they can find her. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 816-234-5136. Help bring Rita home and help her and her family get justice. He walked out of a bar feeling sick and wanting to go home. He would never be seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Robert Link Bornos. Viewer discretion is advised. Robert Bornos, who would go by the nickname Link, was born in October of 1967, and when this case occurred, he is living in Easton, Maryland. He was known as a very happy, very kind of excitable type of person. He had a big personality, a very free-spirited and fun person to be around. He was just someone who loved to make you laugh. He had also been married, but when this case occurred, he is at that point estranged from his wife. They had a very tumultuous relationship, and he ends up kind of walking away from the situation and moving back in with his mom. When on the night of April 20th, 1993, he goes out to unwind, to kind of relax from the situation with his wife, have a drink with some friends, and just have some fun. He went to the Chop Tank Inn, which I'm based on the newscast, I believe it used to be in this lot here. He went there on the night of April 19th, 1993, which would lead into the morning hours of April 20th. Link was celebrating getting a new job. He was really excited about that. And so he was, he had a few drinks, but at a certain point, he told some of the other people who were there, including some of his friends, I'm starting to feel kind of sick. So he stopped playing pool, which is what they were doing at the time, and said, I'm gonna head home. He was next seen in the parking lot of the Chop Tank Inn. Someone said he was standing next to like a light blue colored vehicle, but then after that, no one knows what happened. He did have his own vehicle that he drove there that night, and it was no longer in the parking lot. But I guess about a week or so later, his family found his truck in the parking lot of a butcher shop nearby. Well, about 7 or 8 miles from the Chop Tank Inn. But the truck yielded no clues or evidence. It didn't show any signs of foul play or anything like that. Sounds like his wife was a bit much at times. I guess she got arrested for robbing churches, which they don't believe has any connection to what happened to Robert. But they did have, at times, there were domestic issues that were frequent where police had to come to the house. I honestly don't know on whose end or if it was both of them. I don't know for sure. So one of the main questions is how did his truck get 7 miles away at the parking lot of some random butcher shop? Who was he talking to in this blue vehicle in the parking lot of the Chop Tank Inn? And they know he didn't leave, just abandon his whole life because he just got a new job, which he was very, very excited for. He was out celebrating getting a new job. What was he feeling sick from? Like, was it a flu or a cold? Again, I don't know. Did that have anything to do with his disappearance? Maybe. I'd have to imagine that because of that, they probably did their due diligence by checking hospitals and clinics and whatnot. But not a single trace of Robert has ever been found. No one saw anything. No one heard anything. There doesn't appear to have been any stories of rumors about someone talking about doing something to him. It just sounds like he was there at the bar, said he was sick, he left, and never got to wherever he was going. I don't know if his wife had anything to do with it, but it does sound like not only does his family, but it sounds like police also believe that foul play is definitely in play here. I don't know if they have actual proof of it, but it sounds more possible than anything else that something bad happened to him that night. Whether that be something related to his marriage and something happened from that, maybe he decided to drive to his car and he drove somewhere, got out, started walking. Maybe someone hit him with their car and said, oops, I can't get in trouble for this. I gotta go hide him somewhere. It could be a multitude of things that could have happened to him. But the fact is they don't know. They have absolutely no idea. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, though, about what really happened to Robert Link Bornos on that night. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his case, you were asked to please call 410-822-3101. A woman who had been accused by her own daughter of being involved in the Manson-LaBianca murders would herself vanish. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ruby Dorman. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to 2003 in Laughlin, Nevada. That is where 78-year-old Ruby Estelle Dorman was living. She lived with a roommate in a trailer. Ruby also worked as a waitress at what was then called the Flamingo there in Laughlin, Nevada. And she was in fact working there on April 20th, 2003. She clocked out of work that afternoon at 2:26 p.m. And as far as anyone knows, she walked to the parking garage to get into her vehicle to drive back home. She should have been home within 15 minutes. But her roommate, and in fact nobody in her life, would ever see her again. Around the time that Ruby had clocked out of work but had not gotten home yet or at all, her roommate saw Ruby's daughter, Julianne White, who also went by, Juanita White, pull into the trailer where they lived. Juanita didn't live there with them. She actually had come from Las Vegas to go out to Laughlin on this particular day. The roommate saw and talked to Juanita White, but then the roommate ends up going to bed because they were taking a nap. They woke up about 5 o'clock and she had still not seen her roommate Ruby. But she does see Ruby's daughter pull back into the trailer and get out of Ruby's vehicle, a white Honda Accord, then got back into her own Jeep that she drove there with and then drove off. Now, the daughter never came back into the trailer to say goodbye to the roommate or say anything about her mother, Ruby. It was also kind of strange to the roommate and everyone else in Ruby's life because Ruby and her daughter had a very strange relationship, and it's for a pretty bizarre reason. So, Ruby's daughter, Juanita/Julianne White, well, her father was actually the brother of Rosemary LaBianca. Rosemary and her husband were brutally killed inside this house, which was known as the LaBianca murders. Orchestrated, of course, by Charles Manson. And for some reason, I don't understand where she got it from, but Juanita blamed her mother for orchestrating the LaBianca murders. She actually would say as a child that she was sent away by Ruby and her father so that Ruby could plan and plot the murder of the LaBiancas, which then would help or would basically hire Charles Manson and the Manson family to do it. Now, of course, there's no actual proof of this, and it's not true. But Juanita/Julianne White blamed her mother for literally every problem she ever had in her life. By adulthood, many people knew and understood fully that Juanita/Julianne was very mentally troubled. And so the fact that Juanita even drove from Las Vegas to Laughlin to meet with her mother on the particular day that her mother vanished was extremely bizarre. They did not have that kind of relationship anymore. But the question is did Ruby actually make it to her trailer that day? Because Juanita was there before Ruby would have gotten home. But unfortunately, the roommate didn't see Ruby get home, and so no one actually saw what happened. Ruby's car was parked at the trailer because, again, Juanita was driving it for some reason and drove it back and then left in her own vehicle. Her purse, her keys were in the car. There was no signs of foul play in the car, no blood, no broken windows, nothing. Nothing was taken from the purse. But Ruby drove her car to work, the Flamingo, that day, and it was parked in the parking garage. Then she left work and was supposed to be getting into that car and driving home. It's just they don't know what happened. They don't know what happened from the moment she left that parking garage, or even if she got into her car, and then what happened between the time she was supposed to get home. The obvious suspect here is the daughter, but the daughter isn't talking. And they have no evidence that the daughter had anything to do with whatever may have happened to Ruby. They have literally no crime scene. I mean, the parking garage did not yield any kind of evidence. There weren't any cameras that pointed to what happened. There was no blood or anything in the parking garage. Nobody saw anything. Nobody heard anything. It is an absolutely baffling mystery. I think the belief is that the daughter must have had something to do with it. I think that's obvious. But what is that thing? What did she do? Did she meet up with her mother? And then they had a conversation, or they went to eat or something, and then the daughter and her separated, and then something else just so happened to happen to Ruby? Well, no, because the daughter was driving her car and she wasn't in her own car anymore. And the daughter really, truly blamed her for what happened to her aunt Rosemary LaBianca. She was determined to prove that she did something to make this happen. And again, she spent her entire childhood, teenage years, and adult life blaming her mother for orchestrating the murder and working with Charles Manson to kill her aunt Rosemary LaBianca with no proof whatsoever. She was a very, very mentally unwell person. On April 20th, 2003, Ruby Estelle Dorman vanished into thin air. The only suspect in her case is her own daughter, who has refused to cooperate with police ever since the investigation started, and they have no proof that she did anything to her mother, even though it's obvious that she probably did. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Ruby that day and where they can find her to lay her to rest properly. And perhaps that someone who knows is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 702-298-2223. She left her home to confront her boyfriend, and she has never been seen since. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Sandra Bertolis. Viewer discretion is advised. Sandra Bertolis was born in 1968, and when this case occurred, she was 20 years old. And I believe she was the youngest of 8 total siblings in the family. She, at the time of this case, was studying business and marketing at the Waukesha County Technical College. And she was also working at a beauty salon. Sandra was also dating a man, and that man's name has not been named publicly. And at some point before this case occurred, Sandra had learned that she was pregnant. By April of 1988, she found out that her boyfriend was seeing another woman, and this obviously upset her. The boyfriend later states that he was never told by Sandra that she was pregnant, but everyone else in Sandra's life said she absolutely told him. On April 24th, 1988, Sandra would leave her home in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, and she was going to be confronting her boyfriend about this other woman. And that was it. None of them have ever seen her again. Sandra Bertolis is then reported missing by her family, and so police become involved, and they talk to the boyfriend, and he says, "I never saw her that night. She was supposed to come over, but she never got here. I don't know where she is." "Well, did you know that she was pregnant?" "No, I had no idea. She never told me that." Which everyone believed was a lie. Now, Sandra had also accused him of giving her a fake last name and a fake address as to where he was living. He says, "I never did that either." 3 days later, here at this location, which used to be a bowling alley, but I don't think is anymore, but on April 27th, 1988, Sandra's vehicle was found just abandoned here. The car yielded no evidence whatsoever. Nothing in the car or the trunk, no blood, no sign of foul play, nothing stolen. It just looked like a car was parked there. Eventually, scent dogs are brought in, and they actually pick up on her scent at this cemetery here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So they begin to search the cemetery thoroughly, and they actually learned that her boyfriend's father worked at the cemetery. And at one point, the boyfriend also worked at the cemetery. When they searched Sandra's bedroom, they found a napkin in there, and on that napkin was an address. That address was for this cemetery. But after a thorough search, they found no sign of Sandra. They searched and they searched everywhere outside of that cemetery, just everywhere. Unfortunately, they came up with zero. Absolutely nothing. The ultimate belief is that the boyfriend probably did something to her, because nothing about his stories were ever true. She was going to his place to confront him, and he says, no, it never happened. She told him that she was pregnant with his child. He says, no, she never told me that. That's also a motive. That's a very common motive that we've heard before. Man finds out that his girlfriend is pregnant. He does not want to be a responsible person. He doesn't want to take care of this kid. Now he's seeing another woman. He doesn't want to ruin that. So the best thing that they can think of is, well, I'll just kill the other one. Unfortunately, it's happened time and time again. But police have no physical evidence, no proof that he actually did something to her. It's also entirely possible he had nothing to do with it. He just might be a scumbag who apparently is now working as a firefighter, but they even got a grand jury to try to indict him, but it didn't work. It failed. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Sandra Bertolis is and what happened to her. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, you are asked to please call 262-532-8700. It's amazing to me that this man has never been caught or found alive or dead. And it's actually been 25 years this month since he did what he did. If you don't know, that's Robert Fisher, that monster there, who ended up killing his wife and kids. He apparently slit the throats of his own children while they apparently slept, and he shot his wife. He then filled the house with gas and then lit a candle as like a fuse, and then he just bolted and the house exploded in Scottsdale, Arizona. He was seen on camera at an ATM. This was like the night of the murders, and you can see in the background that's actually his wife's truck that he's driving. But he's never been seen since. Like, he literally exploded an entire house and left 3 bodies in there to be so badly charred that it took them quite some time to identify who they even were. He ends up going on the FBI's most wanted list within like a year or so of him committing this crime. And I believe they actually just finally took him off a few years ago. It's like, I've watched specials on him and how everyone was like, oh, this is like your true blue all-American family. No one could believe that, Robert could possibly do this. And then people had to ultimately face that reality that he did do this. They just have never apprehended him. He just went on the run and was never found. I know they found his vehicle and the family dog who was still alive, and that was rescued. Like, he just disappeared. I can't fathom this man still being alive, though. I know this is what he would look like, if he was still alive. But I have to think this guy, he had to have ended his own life, right? Like, there's no way he's still alive. There's just... Is anyone really, truly that good? Is this random dude from Scottsdale, Arizona, truly that good at hiding his identity and moving probably out of the country and no one recognizes him? Because this was like an international story. Like, everywhere all over the world saw this guy's face. You always hear about a victim who has never been found because obviously their killer buried them somewhere, dismembered them, threw them in the ocean, what have you. But it's, a killer, it's kind of hard when it's like a killer's missing. Like, who the killer is. You know for a fact who it is, but they go missing. That's terrifying. That's horrifying. And he's a scary looking dude. He was... Ugh. But, like, a part of me hopes this fucker is somehow still alive and they can drag him back and just fucking destroy him. Legally speaking, of course. But hey, he might be out there and alive somewhere, and maybe someone out there knows where he is. He is considered armed and dangerous if alive. So, if you have information about his whereabouts, you are asked to call 623-466-1999. She messaged her friends from this computer that her husband was threatening her, and then she vanished. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Tony Ann Bachman. Viewer discretion is advised. Tony Ann Bachman lived here in this home in White Bear Lake Township, Minnesota. The 38-year-old was married to this man here, Norman Bachman, who had 3 children from a previous marriage that was also living in the home with them. Tony herself was described as having a very big personality. She had a very vibrant smile. She was a kind and caring person. The same could not be said for her husband, Norman. It was April 25th, 1997. Tony, who used this computer to chat with her friends, was messaging her friends on that particular day, stating that her husband is on his way home and that he is going to fight her. And she said, I mean, really fight me. She said to the friends, he is threatening me. And then when he got home, she would later state, he's looking over my shoulders right now as I type. And that was it. That was the last time anyone ever heard from Tony ever again. It would end up being Tony's co-workers who reported her missing, not her own husband. But when police talked to the husband, he said that on that day, she locked herself in the bedroom and I couldn't get inside and I just left. But then he changed his story. He said, well, I had gone to the store and when I came home, she was just gone. I haven't seen her since. Then he changed his story again and said, well, actually, me and Tony went to the store together. We then got home. She then told me to take the 3 kids back to the store. I did that. And then when I got back, she was gone. He says that she called him from a number that was blocked and said basically that I'm leaving you and I'm gone. But then he changes the story again. Hi, by the way, super red flag. He kind of gets more vague and says, yeah, she disappeared just sometime overnight between Sunday and Monday. I just assumed she had gone to work and then didn't come home, so I just figured she left me. Pick a lane, Norman, pick a lane. Because of his very bizarre behavior and his ever-changing stories, police were able to get a warrant to search their home. They brought in a very large team to comb over this house with a fine-tooth comb. And they definitely got some evidence. They found blood everywhere. Now, most of it appeared to have been cleaned up or someone attempted to clean it up. But there were blood spots on the floor. There were blood spots all over the walls. They literally found human tissue caked onto the walls. All of this came back to being similar to Tony's DNA. But Tony herself was not anywhere in the home. They searched it. They dug up the backyard. They couldn't find her. The blood and even the tissue was not enough to suggest that she was actually dead. And unfortunately, they couldn't arrest Norman at that time. In September of 1998, Norman is arrested because he had physically assaulted and sexually assaulted a former girlfriend. This was just a short time after his wife vanished. And he would end up being convicted of that crime and sentenced to 7 years in prison. Fast forwarding to 2012, they once again search the home. They dig up the backyard again, and again, they find nothing. Because there's always that possibility that she could have been buried back there, then he moved her, then he put her back after they searched it. They also re-interview his children in 2012. Frederick, one of his kids who is now much older and distanced from his dad, says that on that night he definitely heard an argument between his father and Tony. He also tells police that, yeah, my dad actually admitted to killing Tony. Obviously this is, he was terrified back then. He can't go against his father, he's a kid. He also remembers the house smelling very strong of bleach. He also smelled something very foul. And Frederick would end up later, many years down the road, end up getting a job at a funeral parlor. And he now recognizes the smell he smelled at his house as that of a decomposing human body. So coupled with very damning evidence now coming from his own son, not to mention the blood evidence they had in the home, the fact that Tony's bank account has not been touched, her social security number has not been touched, nobody, not a single person has seen her whatsoever or heard from her. They now know, they can confirm without having her body, but they now know that she is dead and that Norman killed her. So he ends up getting arrested in 2015. And in 2015, he confesses. He says that the two of them got into an argument that night, which is what the son heard. And then he claims that Tony poked him or pushed him in the chest. And so he reacted by putting his hands around her throat and strangling her until she was dead. And at one point she screamed, he said, which again confirms what the son also heard that night. He said he wrapped up Toni in a tarp, and then he buried her or left her in the basement, and then he dismembered her. And when the police went to search his home, her dismembered body parts were still in that house. He had just hidden them well. But then he says that he removed all of her remains and he buried her about 2 hours away in some field. Police have gone to that exact location numerous times, and they have still never found her. Meanwhile, Norman Bachman would end up taking a plea deal, and he ends up getting convicted of her murder. And he is only sentenced to 13 years in prison. 13. Meanwhile, Toni still has not been found. It was obvious from the get-go as to what happened to Toni, but they needed proof. And they finally were able to get that proof. And they were finally able to get the monster and convict him. Unfortunately, not for very long, which is obviously very upsetting to Toni's family, I understand. But she is still out there, somewhere. Just in a shallow grave or just out there alone somewhere. And she is, according to Norman, in pieces. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where she is to help bring her home to her family so they can lay her to rest. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you are asked to please call 651-266-7320. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Tracy Lynn Davenport. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to San Rafael, California. This here was once the Bermuda Palms Motel, at least back in 1973 when this case occurred. 6-year-old Tracy Lynn Davenport was staying there with some family. Her parents, I guess, at the time were separated, and at the motel, I think, was her mom and her grandparents. The sweet, innocent little girl attended Bahia Vista Elementary School, and she loved learning and she loved going to school. That is what she was supposed to be doing on this particular morning. So as she was doing pretty much every day, she would leave the hotel and walk, which is about 20 to 25 minutes or so, to the Bahia Vista Elementary School. So on the morning of April 27th, 1973, that's exactly what she does. She leaves the hotel to go to school. The problem is, she never made it to school. Tracy's mother did not report her missing until later that evening because of the fact that she had not come home from school. This is the 70s. Parents were not alerted, usually, when a child didn't show up to class. It was easier for kids to, ditch school and their parents never find out. But that's obviously not what Tracy Lynn was doing. She was not ditching school. Something happened to her. Along that walk, something bad happened. There were, I guess, witness reports that saw Tracy Lynn walking on her own, and there were other reports from witnesses who said they either saw a really dark green colored car or just a black car that seemed to be driving, kind of keeping up with Tracy's pace. And she would have been walking along Canal Street. But unfortunately, they had very, very little information to work with, and her disappearance really just went cold. There is belief by some people that her case wasn't taken as seriously because of the fact that she's a little black girl. Unfortunately, we have seen that time and time again. But police have no suspects, no persons of interest. There's no evidence. There is absolutely nothing. All they have is a 6-year-old girl who walked out of her hotel room to walk to school. She never got there and has never been seen again. She was 6 years old. 6. It is more than obvious that she met with foul play. The question is where did that foul play happen? Were the witnesses mistaken who saw her walking? Was she, dead in the motel? Or did someone kidnap her as she was walking to school? How close to school did she get? Maybe someone took her from the school itself. Apparently around 2009 or 2010 or so, police would end up doing a search at the motel, which is now a Motel 6 from what I understand. And they looked in the crawl spaces after getting tips that her body has been there the entire time. But they searched it and they found absolutely nothing. Not any bones, no clothing, nothing. This is what Tracy Lynn may look like today if still alive. Tracy would be almost 60 years old today. A sweet, happy, innocent 6-year-old girl was walking to school one morning. She never made it, and she's never been seen again. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Tracy Lynn Davenport, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 415-485-3000. I just watched the new true crime documentary, The Truth and Tragedy of Moriah Wilson, now available on Netflix, not a paid sponsor. So this is about a case that honestly I had not heard of before, and it actually just happened recently in 2022. Moriah Wilson was a professional cyclist who was like well on her way to having a very, very successful career in that, but unfortunately was found gunned down and murdered inside the home of her friend that she was staying with for like a week or so. And I like this a lot. This was a very, very emotional documentary because they interview primarily her family and her friends, and including the friend she was staying with, who unfortunately was the one to find her body. And they also show this footage of like the friend on like police cam. Like you can just see how completely shocked and devastated she is. And what I liked most about this is that it focused on Moriah. Like it told her story. We learned about her upbringing, the kind of person she was, the friends she had, how loved she was by her family. We saw the ins and outs of who Moriah Wilson was, and I think that's really great, because I think far too often these days, especially in docu-series, that we tend to be pulling away from talking about the victim so much, and we instead talk about the monster. We talk about the killer, their upbringing, the type of person they are. It's like, why do we care about them? Why are we giving them so much screen time over talking about the victim? But this one does that completely opposite. We learn all about her, and we learn very little about the life of her killer, because her killer is caught and does go to trial and is convicted. But we only see her killer briefly talk, like in an interrogation footage for a few minutes, but that's really all. We barely even get good glimpses of the killer. We learn virtually nothing about their life, which I think is the way, because it's almost like you're glorifying them. Like, here, let's learn about them. Let's make them famous too. Let's not. I think the few things that monsters like this still have is this hope and desire for people to still notice them and talk about them. So I like that it really didn't in this. Like, I'm happy we learned nothing about them other than who they were at the time and what led to this. Because obviously we need some context to know why they killed Moriah. There is also one person I feel kind of gets railroaded a bit in this, like almost treated as if they are also the killer, even though they are not. It kind of makes me like question not only myself for telling stories like this, but it's like, how far should we go by villainizing another person who didn't have anything to do with the murder? It's not exactly the best person in the world in this, but at the same time, it's like to put that cloud over them as if you are also responsible for this murder. I don't know, it seems kind of fucked up. Does that like come from our need and our desire to just like hate people? Anyway, I would definitely recommend you watch this. It's about an hour and a half or an hour and 40 minutes longer, so it's a really well-told story. It's quick, it's compact compared to like a docuseries that's like 25 episodes long that tells us a whole lot of nothing. So it's something like this, everything you're told is important to the story. But yeah, if you have Netflix, I would recommend watching it. The Truth and Tragedy of Moriah Wilson. It's a good one. "Damn you, devil, go to hell," they screamed as they beat her. Another one said, "Kill her, beat her to death." Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Wu Shuiyan. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Jiaoyan in China, specifically here at this McDonald's, which was a part of a mall there. Wu Shuiyan was actually a salesperson at a clothing store in the same mall. She worked on May 28th, 2014, and when she got off of work, she went to that McDonald's because that is where she was going to be meeting her husband and her son. She had a 5-year-old at the time. Unfortunately, she would never see her husband or son ever again because she was about to die. While she was waiting, a group of about 6 individuals entered the McDonald's as well. And they were going around from customer to customer and employee to employee, asking them for their phone numbers. They announced out loud that they were missionaries and they wanted to present a religious message and talk to them about God. They demanded the phone numbers from everyone so that they could contact them in the future about this. But Wu Shoyan said no. And that simple no would lead to her horrific and brutal death. The video you are about to see is video taken from someone's cell phone. There's no blood or gore or anything shown. This is just a portion of the attack, and I have blurred out a certain segment. This group of allegedly religious people spreading the word of God did not like that she refused, and so they proceeded to beat her to death. They took a chair and they beat her with it. They took a mop, they beat her with it. They beat her so badly that the mop handle broke in half. She literally screamed, "They're killing me," and nobody did a thing. They said things like, quote, "Go die, you evil spirit." They then turned to the onlookers and said, quote, "Whoever interferes will also die." They screamed at her, "Damn you, devil, go to hell. Kill her, beat her to death." Police were called, they arrived fairly quickly, and they had to subdue and tackle some of these people. But the victim she was dead. 6 people were there, all of them were arrested. This actually included a 12-year-old child who was a part of this group. They claimed to be part of a religious group called the Church of the Almighty God. But it sounds like there was 2 separate things called the Church of Almighty God. And I think they were trying to claim that the original one was not the right one, that their version of it was the right one or something. They were a cult. This was not an official religious movement. This was a cult. When police arrived, they saw the 12-year-old, as they were trying to subdue everyone, this 12-year-old kid continued to kick the victim in her head as she was dead and said, "Evil goes to hell." None of them expressed remorse. They all said that they felt they did the right thing. One of the individuals said, quote, "Zhang Heng asked that lady for her phone number, but she refused to give it to her. When I became conscious of it, I found out that we had been attacked and drained by an evil spirit, which caused us to be weak and helpless. The 2 of us identified her as that evil spirit and cursed her with words. Not only did she not listen, her attack got even stronger." There was no attack. "During the demon's attack on us, Zhang Fan and I became gradually aware that the woman must die. Otherwise, it would devour everybody. The clash between the woman and us was a battle between 2 spirits. The others could not see it, and neither could they understand it. The police could not understand it as well." What the fuck? They said we had to destroy her, calling her a demon simply because she did not want to give her phone number to this group of religious cult members, so they couldn't recruit her. Zhang Lidong and his daughter Zhang Fan were, I guess, the 2 leaders of this particular group of 6 people, but there were other people higher ranking above them. But they were the main culprits here. It was Zhang Lidong who was the one physically attacking her. So the 12-year-old was considered too young to prosecute, so they did prosecute the other 5 cult members. One of the individuals was sentenced to life in prison, and I guess they were deprived of political rights for life. 2 of the other members, one of them was sentenced to 10 years, the other one was sentenced to 7. However, these 2 did not get so lucky. Both of them were both sentenced to death. The murder happened in May of 2014. The trial happened in August of 2014. And they were quickly executed, much different than what we do here. Our, people on death row sit on death row for decades usually. But they were both executed on February 2nd, 2015. All happened in less than a year. I know this might sound horrible to some people, but I don't really care. I have never been more satisfied with an execution in my life. And I know that sounds harsh, but they were caught on video committing this crime. Both of them showed no remorse. They were not sorry for what they did. They literally refused to apologize. They stood by what they did. I don't even know if the son and the husband got there and saw her body. I'm not sure. The fact that they called her a demon and a devil and they beat her to death because she didn't want to join their cult. Fuck them both. I hope they're both boiling in hell. Wu Shoyan was an innocent wife and mother. All she was doing was waiting for her husband to pick her up. But she was murdered before they even got there. Murdered by a cult because she didn't want to join their cult. But thankfully, her monsters were caught very quickly, instantly, and they were all dealt with. And so hopefully, in some way, shape, or form, Wu Shoyan is resting in peace.